チューチューロケットネズミを助けろチューチューロケット猫は怖いチューチューロケットすごいズババババー
豚がたくさんバズるチューチューロケット2800円安いグリーンガス
Has the dust settled? If so, I guess you're all alone. Wake up, darling. Seek your beloved. If emancipation is what you desire, I understand. But don't forget about me.
멸하리. 자, 마지막 공연이다. 넌 내 기억에서 지우도록 하지. 이 세상에 변화가 필요하다.
살려주세요.
제가 가겠습니다.
다 같이 춤을 춰볼까?
들려? 이 소리?
자, 고개를 들라고. 오늘 잘 풀리는데. 야호! 예!
숨어도 소용없어.
내 불은 불꽃이 될지.
자, 마음껏 싸우세요.
성광나. 좋은 느낌이야.
미션 컴플리트. 힘든 하루였어요.
Fluff Bites' streams are intended for mature audiences. This is an 18+ space. Be prepared for disturbing or dark games and themes, difficult discussions, and interests outside of your comfort zone. Try to have an open mind and good faith. Please respect the space and treat yourself and others with respect.
Welcome to the Fluff Bite Entertainment System, you bunch of faggots. Hope you're well. And if you're not, I hope you're safe. And if you're not, well, I hope you're alive and your corpse isn't just being propped up in front of the screen or something. That'd suck. I never want to have dead viewers. In a literal sense. Hi, I am Duskbite, and I will be your first host for tonight. We'll be baton passing a little bit, and there'll be 3 of us jumping around and being your other screen person, I guess, while you're doing work or hiding from your boss. It's decided we'd do a PNG only stream. I don't feel like using my model right now. And also not having the ring light shining in our face is really good for higher stream endurance and not having seizures as much. Though honestly, if we're having like really bad seizures on stream, we're already at the point where we probably want to like pause or stop anyway. But we think this will probably be another long stream like last week, especially because we're not sure if we're actually going to stream next week, because next week is Anthrocon, and we're probably going to Anthrocon. And we might stream like the day before, maybe. But we'll see. I guess it would be interesting to do like we could do like a phone stream. No phone stream with a PNG probably. I wonder how you set that up. Ugh, that'd be weird. Anyway, if you're new to the party, Dusk, I use they and he pronouns. I am part of a plural system that streams. We're all furry Therian fuckers. Wait, that makes it sound like chasers. We're fuckers who are plural in Therian. We love existing and talking about stuff like disability and anarchism. Fucking ancient and rarely talked about video games, queer shit, kink. Is baby furism a word? Baby furism. Just we got a lot going on. I guess you'll just have to see for yourself if you like it. I am in a costume right now because it's the only PNG that I have on hand that isn't like cut off at the neck or the fucking chest. This was actually made to be in PNG. It was drawn by us. I am cosplaying a Tenno right now, or rather, I'm dressing up as our fucking kid in Warframe. That's pretty cool. But today is our Pride, our special Pride stream. All the games we have picked out to showcase specifically because we think they're really cool and they're queer or made by queer people, and some of them we've been sitting on for a while, and it really sucks that in that commemorative way, in the same way of like Juneteenth, we're looking for black devs, we're just like, it'd be nice if I had naturally played this game without having looked for it specifically or thought about it specifically in the context of, well, some type of special, you know. I don't know. We've been thinking about like art and the process of like building taste and how that affects like your viewing habits and your algorithm, and ultimately what type of media you look for. Because there was a while, I think FD Sigma Fire did a video where he was talking about how like if you are someone who wants to see more people of color in your feed, in YouTube specifically in that context, that if you want to do that as a viewer, then you need to like look for the thing. In the same way that it's like affirmative action isn't taking unqualified people and putting them above qualified people. It is allowing an avenue that would usually be closed or narrowed for people who wouldn't usually get access to the sort of thing or opportunity. So we try not to think about it too bad, but we did have a friend recently who was like in a conversation, not just apropos of nothing. Something like, I don't specifically look for queer media, I just look for media that I think will be good and fun and cool, you know? And like, it's fine to like do your media looking for in that way, and you know, just having that really broad brush of I just want it to be good is great and all, but you know, it's not as though marginalized works float to the top. So we definitely feel happy that we, on a whim, damn near, could pull up a bunch of like queer games because we take particular note of them, or queer anime or whatever. Much like many folks, we've been starving, you know, for a lot of our life for like queer media and explicitly queer media, and so we're just just slurping it up. Ugh, we're so visible. Anyway, let me look at chat. Let's see. Hello, Del. If it wasn't a word, it is now. You're very right, Fizzle. Disclaimer, all words are made up. That's true. I mean, there's certainly a lot of slang in the English dictionary. After a certain amount of time, stuff does get recognized if it has, if it has its staying power and relevance. Where does otherkin end and Therian begin? That's an interesting question. There's like a Crit Fat video about that. Could I just on a whim just do that? I think on a whim I'm just gonna do that. Let's talk about it. We have a plan for stream, but that doesn't mean I can't deviate, because it's my ship. We're gonna talk about pride flags at first, and micro labels. But we'll talk about that later. I think that it's a really interesting concept. Oh look, I'm live right now. That's so fucking weird. Gosh. Now you can see our algorithm. We have an interesting algorithm. What was it? Crit Fats. More people should watch Crit Fats. Crit Fats, Furion? Shit. Crit Facts. I'll say trans. There we go. If you don't know Crit Fats, they're small. Damn, they're really small. They're barely bigger than us on YouTube. I mean, not to say that, that is in any way congruent with like their worth or whatever. Because obviously it doesn't. Because we don't even have 1,000 like followers on Twitch, and we're fucking awesome. But if I was gonna answer the question myself, whereas Otherkin end and Therian begin, I would say that they're like really similar. I would say that like in the way that some people are like, I mean, I shouldn't even say some people. We think that bisexuality and pansexuality are closely like are close, you know, and that like bisexuals and pansexuals are two different interpretations of a very similar thing. In the same way, I think Otherkin and Therian are two interpretations of a very similar thing, and honestly, it's like Therian slides into Otherkin as soon as you get into something that's a animal that doesn't exist, I guess. I mean, technically. I mean, you could say like a Whoopentinger, or I don't know, a yokai is, I would argue for it being an otherkin if you identify as one of those things. But depending on how much that thing resembles an animal already, someone might actually just consider that Therian. I mean, it's up to individuals, obviously, but we just really consider ourselves both. Oh shit, does that mean we can identify as pansexual and bisexual at the same time? but I do really like the pan flag. How is everyone? It's nice to see Issy and Specky and Dell and Fizzle. Nice algorithm. Thanks. Subs past 1K is a number. The consistency of viewership is what matters. That is true. Consistency of viewership matters a whole lot more. Or in the business, what we call CVC. Where is it? Do they still have it? Weird Hills. Otherkin. Whoa, it's an hour long? Shit! Like, we not gonna watch this whole thing right now, though.
Oh, hey! You caught me off guard in this conveniently contrived introductory to today's video subject. Do you remember when right-wing grifters talked about that one weird tabloid headline about a school that allegedly wanted to put cat litter boxes in their toilets because some kids apparently said they identify as a cat? How it was part of today's larger topic of identifying as being a progressive coat of paint over delusional and other ridiculous claims?
We really thought this video was interesting, especially when we first watched it, because of that opening thing. Because we're weird and degenerate, there's a lot of stuff that there's a lot of stuff that is thrown out as like a justification for not taking queer or trans people seriously. In the case of that, the thing with the litter boxes and stuff being framed as like a identifying as thing, and the proof of a slippery slope, because if you identify as a cat, you what's to stop you from identifying as a baby? You know, like, you know, it just gets so untenable, right? And it's just like things that we actually identify as, and it's just like, fuck. Well, I identify as kiddo, but that's neither here nor there. That's splitting hairs. And it's just like the thing that is the straw man. When someone's straw man is your literal identity, even if it's like being like flattened to like an obscene degree, it's still a little bit seethingable. I'll say seethingable. Play at 2 times speed.
You do? Good.
Sorry,
because
I'm not like that.
Today's topic is about otherkin. So strap in and put on your fake cat ears, because this is going to be one heck of a ride. Now,
you have sections? You don't
if you'll
have
excuse
sections.
me, I'll be
Oh, no,
with you
yes,
in
you
just
do.
a moment. Roll the intro!
Actually, we could probably just watch
Introduction.
the
fuck
first
are we
part.
even talking about? The thing about that litter box story, though, is that it's completely made up. It's fake news. The reason
Well, yeah,
this
we'll
story
watch,
got
like,
any
20 minutes of this,
traction at
probably.
all is because of the transgender panic we've been experiencing in Western media for the past few years. And let's not get it twisted, right-wing media was all over this. From libs of TikTok to Joe Rogan to well-established far-right Christian
I
talking
also
heads
don't like
and
how
Republicans.
voices sound at 2 times speed.
They all jumped on this bandwagon just so they could contribute to this dumb slippery slope fallacy of,
if we allow kids to identify as any gender they want, what's stopping them from identifying as animals next?
and to make sure that nobody gets to accuse us of straw manning, here's just a random tweet of a random transphobe making exactly this argument. What exactly are you gonna claim anyone is gaslighting anyone else about when we coined a word to be the opposite of transgender? Like it's allistic pushing the autism ideology? Is autism a social contagion?
They might
What
think
about
that.
me being gay? Or are you gonna catch gay from me?
A man who thinks he's a woman is just as mentally ill as a man who thinks he's a dog or a cat. It seems you have the unfortunate status of believing both of those things. I have disappointing news for you.
I'm not even gonna let the rest of that play. Whew. Cognito hazard. However, let's jump to...
a brief history of the word otherkin.
Because we don't need to litigate that. Happy Pride! I'm insane.
It all began in ancient
MB
Egypt,
sleeves.
where furries played children's card games for. While belief in animalistic spirits and connection to the animal world is not exactly a new phenomenon, we're talking specifically about otherkin in this video. But just a few animalist traditions include the animal-like deities of ancient Egypt, reincarnation beliefs particularly in southern Asia, pagan and druidic beliefs originating in Europe, and spirit animal traditions in the Americas. So we have a precedent that people frequently like animals enough that they influence our spiritual beliefs, our mythologies, our culture.
Although some people would say that it is fucked up for you to identify as animals if they're based in religious belief. I would say, up with heresy.
We're keeping it to otherkin for now, which, as a collection of people sharing a community label, started with the advent of the public internet. The internet as we use it today hasn't been online for that long, all things considered. And to make things easier, we commonly refer to the modern internet in two phases, Web 1.0 and Web 2.0. Web 1.0 consisted of simple HTML pages displaying mostly text inside your browser. It was mostly used as an information encyclopedia of sorts, and the information being displayed was commonly only edited by the webmaster, which is the person who owns and hosts the website. Most people consider 1993 to be the
1993. Wow, the year after we were brought into existence. Or at least our shell was. I'm Fizzy, I'm pansexual and demi-romantic. Cujo here, I'm ace and demi-ro. I'm Sophie, I'm pan, I'm Gil, I'm bi, I'm tired, I'm demi. Well, hi troop, how are y'all? If anyone else wants to talk about their, or mention their, identities that they feel proud of, feel free to rattle them off in the chat here. Libs of TikTok comes from the city I live in. Definitely be careful with your talking about your personal information that people can find you through. But that's fucked up. I hate that.
year that marks the start of Web 1.0.
Did you feel like you were transported to another time? Hey, sure.
When the year 2000 and 2001 arrived, the internet had experienced what is now known as the dot-com bubble. What this means is that it marked the first time that companies, think Netscape and Yahoo, started rapidly expanding into online spaces because they've since grown aware of the potential that the internet holds for their business ventures. This is more or less when Web 2.0 started to take shape. And Web 2.0 is where we gained all of the funky interactive social media APIs and user-generated content websites we enjoy to this very day. So, what is this Usenet thing I mentioned earlier then? Well, prior to the existence of Web 1.0, there was a network system focused on discussions called Usenet, to which people could register and contribute. This was all text, mind
Sounds
you,
like some
no
fucking nerd
fancy
shit.
animations or graphics to be found here. Usenet is considered to be the precursor to internet BBS forums we are all familiar with today. Or at least, we used to be familiar with them.
Gosh, I haven't been a participant in a forum in a while.
It's here where we find the humble origins of the Otherkin community.
We sometimes go to Omarashi.
In the form of a board dedicated to folks who identify as elves and those interested in elves.
So yeah, I could literally stop it here. But I'm gonna go until we get to the end of this section, which is at 18 minutes in. So yeah, 8 more minutes at least. But I suppose you could say otherkin begin at fantasy things that do not exist. So someone who identifies as a dragon can be an otherkin and Etherean, but they may choose one or the other depending on the context. Ironically, even though something like an elf or a fae are things that definitely have affected gender and stuff, like I have multiple headmates who use they as a pronoun specifically because they feel that in their gender there is a mischievous, magical fucker. So it's just like, yeah, no, I we totally get it. And sometimes the imagery of that fantasy thing is so much is richer in a way that an animal is not necessarily. Like, I mean, obviously there's stories about animals. Say, like, if you really like lions, maybe your persona is informed by watching The Lion King, right? But there's something special about something that you know that doesn't exist, but you would want very much to exist, and identifying as that thing and sort of bringing it into existence by embodying it. Damn, I should write some fucking otherkin philosophy. That'd be fucking sick as hell. Cause I'm just thinking about it, it's like, oh, I'm probably also thinking about the thing that Snack wrote. Just like the divinity of shaping yourself and bringing yourself into being. Quote Snack Teeth. Just like it's such a special thing. Like, and to go so far beyond just like saying, especially in a binary way of like trans, to go beyond what you know is already pushing the limits of what is at the time socially acceptable or not socially acceptable, and like, you know, especially with trans people under attack right now, but it's always been hostile for us. Like the concept of pushing it even further, of being like, to their straw man, actually I do identify as a dog and a cat, so fuck, I gotta stand my ground here, you know. But it's funny because when I think about Therianism and otherkinism, I'm thinking that's very close to like a spirituality thing, even for us. And like, in the same way of like transness being like this hidden thing before for us, where we didn't even know about it until we met someone who was, and like, it's the secret that people that cis people wanted to keep. They didn't want, and they still don't want, trans kids to know that they're trans. They don't want that. They don't want there to be an imagined reality for the future. And like, I don't know, etching your reality into being by saying like who you are and who you like, or what you have like affinity for, I think is really powerful. And I think if we live in a world where we respect, I guess, more typical religions, I think that like having at least some amount of like respect and like dignity for people who identify as weird magical shit, like, I don't know, a basic amount of consideration. I mean, in as much as someone could believe in reincarnation or heaven. We did know someone in high school who was like, I am an angel wolf, actually, and drew the most fucking cringe furry art of himself because he is a wolf. Well, was a wolf. He apparently stopped identifying as it later, because we brought it up later in our school life with him, or either actually it was, we knew him in middle school and he was like that, and then in high school we mentioned, it's like, I don't know what you're talking about. You know, at that time we didn't identify as those things, but like, we did have an interest in it, and like, we definitely found an affinity towards people who are weird like that. And I mean, I don't know, people are catastrophizing the thing with furries right now. There's a Texas bill that is gonna make it so you can't like meow in a classroom or dress up in a way that is like indicative of like being an animal or acting in any sort of animal way, essentially, and like policing behavior. And it is a way to make people more normative, and considering how close furry is to queerness, like, I can see why they want to stamp that out, because fucking fascists. I got ahead of, or not ahead of myself. I veered off track there a little bit. Fuck it. I identify as a succubus. I defy anyone to stop me. I love that for you. My eyes are blind.
Or other mythological beings. What started out as a small group of people talking about their favorite fantasy and mythology critters quickly grew into something more personal. From there, the community came to branch off and accept many different forms of kin, which continues to expand to this very day. So while most people seem to intuit, and this was my impression before I did research too, was that it would start with more organic inspiration, as in, real animals and stuff. But Tolkien variety elves were actually among the first to emerge. But other people related to the core vibe, and here we are today. Now, this is usually when the conversation gets a bit spicy, simply because many people can't find it within themselves to accept identities as wild and out there as those of other kin. I mean, elves? Werewolves? Dragons? How could you possibly talk about that with a straight face, right? Well, it's pretty simple. You just accept other people's feelings, regardless of if you can directly relate to them or not.
But grand fact, we know that dragons and werewolves aren't real.
As an atheist myself, I don't see this as inherently any more or less credible a supposition on the metaphysics of the supernatural than any other major religions practiced today. I think that religious individuals should be judged on how they treat others, not how logical someone's spiritual beliefs are to you. I mean, you're telling me a dude knocked up his own mom with himself so he could come to Earth and pay the ransom for the sin he knows we cannot possibly completely avoid. But church and Christianity are still meaningful to many people. While I'm an ex-Christian myself, do you know how much it costs me to not be an asshole about it at my family reunions? $0. If I can do it, so can you.
I think there's a general distrust of especially Christian folks in the queer community because there's so much like Christofascism and shit, and there's just like the historical abuses of queer people by Christian institutions, as well as the fact that many conversion therapy like places are, if not affiliated with like the Christian faith in some way, or they take their doctrine or like their guiding values from Christianity, especially as a means to convert people. It is not weird at all to be feeling a little spicy about it. But if someone is a Christian and they're not being a dick, awesome. I have a few Christian friends. They're all trans, though.
Also refrain from being pedantic regarding the words dragon and werewolf in the context of realism, and instead reply to this by stating that social constructs are ours to identify with, and also reconstruct however we wish. Dragons are a very wide concept that appears to various degrees in so many different cultures. Oh hey, throw up a link to the video about this very topic by Overly Sarcastic Productions. And again, just a reminder, despite what far-right ghouls like Matt Walsh would have you believe, other kin are not deluded into thinking that they have the physical shape and all that of Puff or Smaug. While most Christians believe that when you die, you become an angel or are otherwise spirited out of your physical body and into the afterlife. Yet we don't often call Christians deluded, asking them if any feathers fell out of their wings last night. Someone's kin is a spiritual belief, not a material delusion. On the topic of not real dragons and not real elves or whatever, remember those awful Twilight movies? Yeah? When the movies came out, many fans of vampire lore would yell profusely about how the vampires depicted in them were not real vampires for whatever reason. But truth is, they are vampires, simply because that's what the author chose to call them. The little angels on that greeting card with the big doe eyes and the little harps? Read the lore, scrubs. That's not my idea of a vampire. Is not an argument for what other people can or should call a vampire. I think American cheese is a monstrosity, and that it should not be called cheese. But do I get a vote on the branding of that product?
Orange calcium
No.
squares.
I have to live in a world where people, like the voice actor, deny culinary reality.
Sorry,
I
dairy
have
squares?
to live in a world where people deny
Orange
culinary
dairy
reality.
squares.
And yes, transphobes, this is what you sound like, stomping your feet and crying because other people use words in ways you don't like. Also known as enjoying freedom of speech. Caw. There's no copyright or rules when it comes to these categories, or even what it means to have a spirituality. If you're religious or spiritual yourself, think of the feeling.
Just don't identify as a Pokemon, right? Because if you identify as a Pokemon, Nintendo will literally assassinate you.
Or culture that you associate with your spirituality or religion and ask yourself, should I give that all up because other people think it's silly or that I haven't studied the proper scriptures? Should I abandon the label I use for my beliefs because other denominations or subsets think that I'm doing my beliefs wrong? Wouldn't the
Oh, actually, that's a really good question if you apply to a lot of communities, right? Like, where does your definition of an identity begin and where does someone else's end? And do they begin and end at the same place? It comes up a lot. Like, for example, people who insist that all AMAB femboys are eventually going to identify as trans women if they're honest with themselves. You can't see me doing air quotes. We should have an air quotes button.
respectful and decent thing to do be to let you have your spiritual belief on your own terms? And that perhaps we should all do this for each other? Including you, jerk watching this looking for an excuse to make fun of people you don't like. So when someone says they identify as an animal, what are they trying to tell us exactly? Am I, in fact, a cartoon fox on the internet? As some of you may know, I don't write these videos. I don't even voice any of them. At least I, the person writing the script, am a member of the writing team. And hi, I'm the voice actor being portrayed by the voice actor portraying the writer into the script, which is then fed through VR chat where I, Critical Q Facts, the character, will portray my words with the help of me, the motion capture artist. Take a bow, me. The joke here is that we have multiple overlapping diegeses, which is the plural of diegesis. A
love
diegesis
diegeses.
is a contiguous, usually self-contained reality within media, particularly storytelling. The soundtrack of a movie, for instance, is usually not considered to be real to the characters in the story. It is not real to the characters, but it enhances the artistic element of the story being delivered through audio-visual. You are watching this YouTube video, which is the end result of multiple layers of efforts by multiple people, coming together to create a single pattern of data that will be relayed to other computational devices, which will decode that signal into a pattern of lights and visual information that you call a YouTube video. Those
When you talk about it like that, you make me feel like nothing is real.
are big fancy words for a bunch of people made a video and we parse it knowing that it's fiction but treating it kind of like it's real. A quantum superposition of relating to fictional characters with real empathy. But what if I told you that there's reasonable disagreement on what constitutes reality even among those of us that agree on what is physically real?
I mean, philosophy. And I'm trying to remember, there was some sort of like neurological thing about like the way we perceive reality is based on like what our biology can interpret. So there's, I mean, like for example, like a dog whistle, humans can't hear that, right? And so like that physical limitation is like, it's something you don't think about because you can't hear it. usually, right? But like the concept of there being things outside our perception is something we don't usually think about because we feel like we know everything. I mean, honestly, I think that there is a, like, especially in Therian and otherkin, like, interpretations of, like, self, there is a little bit of rejection of humanity, especially with, like, a lot of stuff that humans have, I guess, collectively done, especially in terms of industrialization and hurting animals. Like, although I would say that there's plenty of furries and Therians who identify as animals, but don't actually like animals very much, outside of maybe a domesticated dog or cat. I remember someone trying to toxically walk me to film. I see. That sucks. That does not sound consensual. I mean, it happens. I mean, shit, we certainly have had that opinion on other people in the past, and we're trying to be better about it. Although sometimes, like, in terms of like eggness, like once someone's convinced that someone's an egg, or going to go in a specific direction with how they see themselves or how they are, it's hard to shake it. Oh, excuse me. I think that a lot of people have like ingrained them as like little things like tropes and signifiers, and like if someone has enough of the signifiers, like, oh, you must be. But I think the recognition of saying to someone, you are like me, is not bad. Like when I compared pansexuals to bisexuals. This will be a running theme this stream, actually. To be fair, most animals don't like other animals. Well, most animals, as far as I know, don't identify as other animals. I'm absurdist because I'm an absurdist. Basically, life is inherently meaningless. Why not just have fun with the time you got? That's valid. Got a little bit of hedonism in there, too.
That we can recognize that other people have the freedom of thought to parse the physical as merely one of multiple real and meaningful diegeses? If it's okay for Christians to believe that Earth and the material universe is just the tutorial level for an eternity in either the good place or challenge mode, then I'm perfectly fine with someone believing that there are other levels of existence or whatever, and they're connected to a dragon or a crocodile on one of them. Spiritual beliefs are not obligated to follow logic and reason. And isn't it interesting that only some spiritual beliefs get this kind of treatment in most avenues of discourse and media, while other beliefs largely get left alone just because they have more adherents?
Basically, is just like, we were here first, we don't want anyone moving in on our turf. Which is probably also why it's often very religious people who end up calling, say, like, queer community or furry community cults.
Let live, you weirdos. Part 2. Religious bigotry and anti-religious bigotry.
So yeah, watch Crit Fats. They're awesome. That was actually not on the agenda for today, but I was feeling a little frisky. I'm gonna drop that in the fucking media recommendations in the server. Whoa, send me some transhumanism stuff, huh? Honestly, I think I got some video essay bait. Okay. You almost got me to talk about transhumanism, but I'm not gonna veer that far off course. Let's see. I had this conversation with y'all the second Steam I talked into. I wish we had this video back then. I see. Oh yeah. I mean, it's come up on our streams a lot. Well, otherkins and Therians, not the other thing. What was the other thing? Transhumanism. Because there's a lot of tech bros who are like trying to be transhumanists or trying to accelerate to transhumanism. That's part of like a lot of the like AI evangelism is about too. But it's funny because like the first instance that we probably ever out loud indicated that we identify with anything that could be related to trans specifically was in college when we were having a East Asian Studies film class, and we had to watch and analyze and read about academic stuff about Ghost in the Shell and transhumanism. And it's like, oh, and we thought, oh man, if I could change my body, sick. And didn't even think about the implications of that or whatever, and didn't even think about it along the lines of being transgender, even though we knew transgender people existed, although we only knew that trans mass people existed explicitly, or like that was only like types of people we knew, and even have non-binary people to our knowledge. Let's see. I have a list of things. Oh, right. We're gonna talk about the fucking like flag and identity shit. But before that, let's see. Oh, right. Question of the day. Is there something about your trans or queer experience that you think is different than your peers or is like uncommon? You know, like something that you feel like is part of your trans experience that, but like it's hard. It might be hard to relate to other like other queer folk because it's not an experience a lot of other folks share. I guess you could also think about it the opposite way too, in the sense of like feeling disconnected. Like a lot of common things are not things that you share, but you still are queer or trans, you know? This is gonna open up a whole stream of shit. But before all that, we are actually going to talk about pride flags. I was mystified why the quote woke gamer playlist picked on transhumanism in the first place. I was actually gonna straight up ask the curator if they could send me videos on the topic, but I found that their thread in their community, and I'm sure that will be more than enough. I see. I mean, I'm pretty closeted and all my friends aren't, but that isn't unique to me. Oh, yeah, of course. And it's valid to be closeted. Shit, there was a thing that was written by one of the authors of something we're reading today. That's a title is literally called "Why Are AMABs Not Allowed to Closet?" Because I think a lot of times people have transitioned and like are living, especially like in a relative sense of safety about like presenting, and wherever they live, sometimes insist upon closeted folks. It's like, why haven't you done it already? Despite, you know, there being lots of reasons, and also it really not being their business. But oftentimes when you have something in common with another person, you feel like you have the right to interrogate them. So we're going to talk about the Progress Pride flag. On our YouTube. On the YouTube video thingy for this this thumbnail here, we actually have a different inclusivity pride flag overlaid on top of this. That is very similar to the classic gay flag. We'll talk about that later, or very soon, actually. But we chose this flag because of the stuff that we were hearing about, and it's funny that this article I'm about to read you is from 2022. But I mean, it's been true since it happened, since the Progress Pride flag existed. We're probably going to use it a lot less. No shade to people who will continue using it, especially because we feel like it's been a powerful flag, at least for us. But let's see why I may have some doubts about the Progress Pride flag. It's a very interesting read. Over the last 2 years, there's been a push to adopt the Progress Pride flag as, quote, the flag for the LGBTQIA+ community, supplanting the iconic rainbow flag. Oh wait, I should switch the Twitch chat. The Twitch. God, watching myself on Twitch. That's weird. Ego death. I wanted to switch it to say we're in just chatting now. We're definitely in just chatting and not on God, this fucking phone app. There we go. Just chatting. Alright. Over the past few years, there's been a push to adopt the Progress Pride flag as the flag for the LGBTQIA+ community, supplanting the iconic rainbow flag. This flag put a wedge on the trans flag colors of light blue, pink, and white, and black on brown stripes in the rainbow flag. The impulse to do that is understandable. We're going through a long overdue period of reckoning over racism in our nation and our community, and there is an obvious need to elevate our support of trans people as they are under attack as never before. Sadly, what I have learned about the shady and unknown backstory of the, quote, Progress Pride flag requires all of us to stop using or promoting it until its creator makes amends for its flagrant pride profiteering. And even if the goddess prevails and that happens, I do not believe this flag should be imposed on us as the new symbol for all of us. It's actually funny because we didn't want to hear any bad shit about the Progress Pride flag, specifically because it elevated like people of color, and it's like that's black and brown, it's right there, you know. But yeah. Most people do not know about this flag's origins. Its creator appropriated Gilbert Baker's 1978 rainbow flag and the light blue, pink, and white stripes from the 1999 trans pride flag created by Monica Helms, without even a call to her, and the black and brown stripes from the 2017 More Colors, More Pride flag designed in partnership with Philadelphia's Office of LGBT Affairs, and then proceeded to license the design for profit. There's a lot of people who would probably go, what's the big deal? Capitalism. But would you believe me if I told you that most pride flags are free to use? Not copywritten? It's sort of how LGBT... Oh wait, let me scroll up. You're responding to something. Alright, we can debate about this. We should stop changing the pride flag. Each color on the original pride flag didn't represent anything specific. It was always a flag that represented diversity in general. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Cause let's finish this. I have another tab. I have another tab next to this. I'm gonna be quiet for a minute before I get super argumentative. Baby, I'm not sure about literally everything. I guess that's fair. I don't know. On the internet, it's just like, is that a challenge? Although the thing you said after what you the core of your thing, you saying we should stop changing the pride flag, I think is, well, an interesting thing to say, because I mean, like, I think it's still hard to get anyone to ban all under one flag, you know. And I think that the rich history of lots of pride flags for sometimes specific or sometimes very umbrella communities is cool. I don't think there's any way to really centralize a pride flag totally. I mean, even what we're doing is basically choosing a pride flag that speaks to us the best, I guess, and going with that. I mean, a symbol is a symbol, and many pride flags are recognizable. I think we should fly as many as we feel comfortable. I think they'll all still be recognizable as pride flags. Well, okay, most of them. Because there are definitely some pride flags that look like they could just be a country's flag. There's a polyamorous pride flag that I kind of think that way about, though I do like it. To the best of anyone's knowledge, none of the creators of the now more than 90 plus pride flags are imposing a fee to reproduce their designs. This proud tradition goes back to 1979, when now legendary LGBTQ rights lawyer Matt Coles helped Gilbert Baker prevent the San Francisco Pride organization from copyrighting the rainbow flag, the original gay flag, but not the profiteer progress flag. The progress pride flag license is not free to use. Is not a free to use public domain license. It requires that anyone reproducing the flag or its design commercially, meaning virtually any manufacturer, to get permission and pay a fee to its creator. These fees are passed on to anyone who purchases a Progress Pride flag online or at a retail outlet. Every time anyone buys a Progress Pride flag or pin or sticker, etc., money is going into the pocket of its creator. The Progress Pride flag creator is quite open about this, saying on their website, "We want you to be able to use the design in your work. We also want to make sure that it's used properly and still supports the message of the flag and supports the creator of the work." The designer even charges a tyrant fee based on the size of the entry request permission to duplicate it. What the fuck does that mean? Common rights license. Yeah, restriction of commercial use. Based on the size of the entity requesting permission to duplicate it. So the bigger the entity, the more they're charging. Appropriating the creative work of others without consent and for profit is wrong. The profit in this adventure is significant. Other 2x3 hand-sewn nylon pride flags at Close Hardware in San Francisco, for example, run from $28, the rainbow and bi pride flags, to $40, leather and bear flags, which have more complicated designs. Anyone wanting a licensed sewn Progress pride flag must fork over $125. Even a cheaply printed on fabric Progress pride flag costs $55 at the creator's online store. If you've been able to get it less expensively, you got a bootleg version, most likely from abroad. The San Francisco International Airport recently paid $179.95 for a single 5/8 Progress flag, 150% more than the rainbow flag. Come on! Honestly, charging a company more money than individuals, I don't care about that part. But you know, anyone having to do that is kind of, especially because of the history of it. And you know, a lot of people are like, will probably be like, capitalism, and you gotta live, and it's like living off of one spliced flag is kind of fucked up, I think. And it's sort of like taking advantage of the community. but it's certainly not the worst thing a person can do in the community, I suppose. And like I said, I'm certainly not gonna like try to stop anyone from using it. I certainly believe that someone who's flying the flag, hopefully, is an ally in the way that I would recognize. So like, I have a bad taste in my mouth about the flag, but I'm certainly not a bad taste in my mouth about people who use the flag or fly the flag. I don't think we have one. I think we have a non-binary flag in our closet. Now that's ironic. Here's the truth. If this were about elevating and supporting queer people of color and trans people, then 100% of the profits will be donated to people of color and trans organizations. The creator is no longer reporting on how much is being donated back to the community, but the last time they did, it was around $8,000. Pathetic. All of this spits in the face of the artists and activists who have created pride flags over the years and given their designs freely to all to use. Almost all of these creators live on the financial edge, including Gilbert Baker, who struggled being poor his entire life. To me, this means we all need to reject the Progress Pride flag until its creator A, dupes the license, B, apologizes to the artists with whom they appropriate their work, C, opens their books to provide a full accounting of the licensing fee profits to date, and donate 100% of these profits to organizations serving trans and queer people of color. I'm sure they won't, but it would be cool. When the Progress Pride flag creator does this, and if this flag speaks to your heart, then by all means, fly it proudly. There's plenty of room in the sky for all our community's non-profiteering flags. In reality, as a symbol of inclusion, the Progress Pride flag is a cop-out. Even if these conditions are met, however, do not think we can allow the Progress Pride flag to be imposed on us as the flag for the entire LGBTQIA community. Why? Beyond its simplicity and the millennial-old reverence of the rainbow, the reason a rainbow flag has been embraced by queer people around the world is because it does not report to represent specific races, sexual orientations, gender identities, or nationalities. Rather, Gilbert Baker and their co-creators made it for all genders, all races, all ages, and the rainbow of humanity. I mean, as a queer of color, I'm split, because it feels like an I don't see color argument. The colors of the flag represent universal elements in all of us, not identities. I mean, that is true. The older gay flags and the flag that the author is referencing specifically is like the stuff that's on it are like not identities but like traits, you know? So like I don't completely not buy it. I say I'm split after all, but not like the movie. Damn, that's a nice breeze. It's precisely because it embraces all of us. The rainbow flag has been adopted worldwide. Queer people from Uganda to Poland to Indonesia to Ukraine to Cuba to Saudi Arabia have and are using it to unite and fight, often knowing that under its banner they risk being beaten, imprisoned, or even executed. On the other hand, I believe the Progress Pride flag inclusion of trans and or brown and black queer people, undeniably marginalized and suffering communities, but not others, is inherently divisive and exclusionary. I think I generally disagree with that part, in the sense that I don't think the inclusion of the colors that represent like trans people or black and brown people, or even the version that also has it has an intersex flag component to it, are like saying that to fly this flag you are specifically in support of an intersex black trans gay person. That's actually preposterous. I don't think the Progress Pride flag excludes white people. I think that's really silly. I think that's a silly way to think about it, actually. But I can agree with some points and disagree with others. Bisexual people make up more than half of all LGBTQIA plus people and are disproportionately impacted by discrimination, violence, and health disparities. Where are the colors of their flag? Ah, I see what they're getting at. They're saying that you can't fit every fucking different thing that could be under queer and LGBTQIA plus onto one flag. So having it be composed of identities as opposed to traits. Ah, I see. Okay. Going about it that way, I see where they're coming from. What about indigenous two-spirit people who by any measure suffer greater risk of suicide, poverty, and discrimination than other queer people in the U.S.? Where are the two feathers from their pride flag? What about the Asian Pacific Islanders in our community? Who are now suffering in an explosion of hate and violence? Where are they representing the Progress Pride flag? Any thinking queer person can see the success of recent efforts to erase lesbian history and make our sisters invisible, yet 4 of the 5 colors on the most recognized lesbian flag are missing from the Progress Pride flag. Why? For me, the Progress Pride flag is a symbol of inclusion. As a symbol of inclusion is the ultimate cop-out. It allows people, queer organizations, and businesses a way to pretend they're inclusive of trans and brown and black people without putting any capital on the line. If they actually want to show their support for trans people, they should fly Monica's trans pride flag. Period. What, worried about being seen as trans? If they want to take a stand for queer black people, they should have the guts to fly the Black Pride or the Black Lives Matter flag. What, 2 in your face? You get my point. I see. I guess the author is saying it benefits like a very milquetoast way of looking at the queer community, like, and sort of like I don't think any flag would necessarily would demonstrably prove that, especially like a business is pro whatever the flag represents. If someone from like Target's marketing department reads this article and it's like, oh, I just need to get this flag that is going to be free to use and way cheaper than the Progress flag that we could fly at our store. Cool. That's not gonna solve anything. Please, let's all take a stand against the particularly egregious example of pride profiteering embodied by the Progress Pride flag until it makes amends. Support all the queer people that have freely given our community its vibrant diversity of pride flags, and rejoice in the reality that the rainbow embraces each one of us, no matter our race, gender identity, expression, sexual orientation, nationality, ethnicity, or any other identity you hold in your heart. I didn't expect to disagree with this so much. Matt Foreman has been actively involved in the LGBTQ movement for more than 40 years. He is the co-founder of the Heritage of Pride, the organizers of New York City Pride events, and a former commissioner of the New York Commission on Human Rights. He has served as an executive director of the NYC Gay and Lesbian Anti-Violence Project, that was from 1990 to 1996, the Empire State Pride Agenda, 1996 to 2003, and the National LGBTQ Task Force, 2003-2008. I want to say it's something I was thinking about lately, especially with our research that we did last week for the like Juneteenth stream and everything, that there was like this thing about it was specifically in talking about the Panthers, that the organizations dying isn't necessarily a problem because people persist. It's the people that matter, you know? The organization is just one framework or one way that people may be gathered together, but the community can remobilize in a different capacity, a different organization. In the same way that there are people who are, Antifa aligned or Black Panthers aligned. Mixed up my organizations. Or Black Lives Matter aligned that are doing what the Panthers would be doing today if they still existed, you know? So I just wanted to point that out in case anyone was sad that these organizations don't exist anymore for some reason. He is proud of winning the title of first runner-up Miss Kamoa Valley, WV in 1976. Interesting. Okay, so we talked about this. I think that honestly, decentralizing flags probably wouldn't be a bad thing necessarily. I mean, I guess there's an argument that it could confuse our message, but honestly, like, especially with some of the more recognizable flags, I think that it'd be pretty easy. Like, something like a Demi Boy or Demi Girl, like outside of like a hospital, I'd be surprised to see. That'd be like super specific, you know. So like, I don't know. If I had a Progress Pride flag, I wouldn't throw it out. But I'm not exactly enthused on putting money in the graphic artist's pocket. Here is a Pride flag identification guide we found. Is a very top of the list search result on DuckDuckGo, I believe. It's sort of how LGBT plus represents the rest of the letters. I'm convinced if anyone reads out all the letters in casual conversation, they are a Fed LMA. Gosh, is this a casual conversation? I mean, I read LGBTQIA plus out loud because it was there, but I don't usually say. Honestly, we usually just say fucking queer. So I guess in the same way, yeah, actually. We feel way more strongly about queer than LGBT plus. So by that logic, like, it makes sense that the line of reasoning Mark, the writer of that article, was saying. Okay, so here's the 61 Pride flags in this database that will come up in DuckDuckGo very early in your search for Pride flags. And references to multiple Pride flags at that. Also, we should bring back the flag with a pink stripe on the top. I think I know what flag you're talking about. Hold that thought. I think the pink stripe is the great indicator that diversity is a queer specific in general. Thank you, web article. I am indeed very smart. Good indeed. LGBTLIA isn't the whole thing. Well, I mean, some people stop at a letter or other letters. There's a lot of letters. Honestly, I mean, it's not like pi, you know? I mean, what like LGBTQ, fucking Christ. What queer organizations tend to do is go up to IA. If they're talking about in like an informational sense, but most of the time LGBT plus is where it usually is. But you are right. I mean, there's so many identities. Oh, they even have a little details thingy. Progress Pride flag. When the Pride flag was created in 2017 and 2018 to include both black and brown stripes as well as the trans stripes, I want to see if I could be a more emphasis in the design of the flag to elevate its message. This new design forces the wearer to reflect on their own feelings towards the original Pride flag and its meaning, as well as differing opinions on who the flag really represents, while also bringing into clear focus the current needs within our community. You can't avoid the message as it is right there in front of you. To fly this flag is to explicitly acknowledge trans and black and brown folks. And I do think in the context of a lot of queer erasure, leaving the image of a queer person to, at one point in time, to be a white gay guy, is something that the community should reckon with. That's not a bad take for a flag, though. I kind of get it. Well, you got the agender flag. An agender person is someone who identifies as having no gender or being without a gender identity. Although this category includes a broad range of identities which do not conform to traditional gender norms, scholar Finn Eck states that people identify with any of these positions may not necessarily self-identify as transgender. Agender people have no specific set of pronouns. Singular they is typically used, but it is not the default. 2014. Tumblr. Honestly, I think that people be coming after Tumblr way too much. They be throwing Tumblr queers, or I guess historical Tumblr queers, way too much shade. Not to say there aren't problems with I guess the sometimes very overzealousness of it that can slide into a sort of I guess like a gatekeepy arrogance if you don't have the same fervor. And it is a sort of ecosystem that was dominated by a lot of white queers, I would say. So I think that there's also that part of it too that is a little stratifying. An agender person is someone who identifies. Wait. Okay, so this is also a agender flag, and it's the same thing. I wasn't sure if there was gonna be a description that was by the person who specifically did it. I haven't seen this one. This is different text. Gosh, I feel like I'm looking at fucking the descriptions on weapons in Nier. The Rampus Parable agender pride flag. According to the uncited text on Gender Wiki, it was created in 2014 by the Rampus Parable. Black is to indicate a distinct identity in those without gender. The color black for agender persons is chosen for this correspondence, with black being the total absence of color in the light spectrum. White acknowledges the historical use of an all-inclusive color for anyone who is non-binary in sex or in gender, and the identity color of black to be placed against to indicate its specific grouping within that traditionally genderized non-binary color. White and black as non-binary colors are interesting to me. Wow, there's a lot of agender pride flags. I mean, many people have iterated on pride flag designs. It's a skill. The 4-stripe agender pride flag is an homage to the original widely used 7-stripe agender flag created by Salem in 2014. They're similar in color scheme, black, gray, white, green. However, the new flag has a deliberately higher contrast design with fewer stripes and emphasizes solidarity for agender people who may also be lesbian, gay, bi, non-binary, trans, ace, etc. by representing a genderness in one stripe. No matter what else we are, agender people are wholly, equally agender. I'm gonna say that this is the agender flag that we're most used to. A romantic pride flag. Take it in for a second. An aromantic person is an individual who does not experience romantic love or attraction, although this does not preclude them from feeling other forms of love or attraction, such as platonic love. Keep in mind, aromanticism is a spectrum, so people may experience different forms of attraction but still consider themselves to be aromantic. Yeah, just like there's a variety of, there's a spectrum of asexuality. First authored in a Tumblr post. I mean, we have to, I think we have to acknowledge Tumblr as a particular moment in queer history. about the asexual pride flag. This is probably, other than the trans flag, the flag that we most, like, I don't know, feel really strong feelings for in terms of the flags I think are represented here. Although I guess we would probably also say we have really strong feelings for the, like, ADBL flag as well. Asexuality is the lack of sexual attraction to others, or low or absent interest in the desire of sexual activity. It may be considered the lack of a sexual orientation, or one of the variations thereof, alongside heterosexuality, homosexuality, and bisexuality. It may also be categorized also widely to include a broad spectrum of asexual sub-identities. Asexuality is distinct from abstinentation from sexual activity and from celibacy, which are behavioral and generally motivated by factors such as the individual's personal or religious beliefs. Sexual orientation, unlike sexual behavior, is believed to be enduring. Some asexual people engage in sexual activity despite lacking sexual attraction or desire for sex, due to a variety of reasons, such as desire to pleasure themselves or romantic partners, or a desire to have children. First author on asexuality.org, 2010. The bear pride flag. This is the flag we, this and I think the leather flag is the one we think about a lot when we're kind of thinking about when people go, oh, is it okay to have like kink apparel on at Pride and shit in the daytime. Excuse me. Oh, duh, fuck. I hope I don't have the hiccups now. That would suck right now. In male gay culture, a bear is often a larger or obese, hairier man who projects an image of a rugged masculinity. Bears are one of the many LGBT communities with events, codes, and culture-specific identity. However, in San Francisco in the 1970s, any hairy man of whatever shape was referred to as a bear until the term was appropriated by larger men, and other words had to be used to describe hairy, other-shaped men, such as otter, slim, cub, young bear on the way, or wolf, hairy, medium build. Never heard of cub and bear culture. That's funny. Bi-gender pride flag. Bi-gender or dual gender is a gender identity that includes any two gender identities and behaviors. Some bi-gender identities express two distinct personas, which may be feminine, masculine, agender, androgyne, or other gender identities. Others find that they identify as two genders simultaneously. A 1999 survey conducted by the San Francisco Department of Public Health observed that, among the transgender community, less than 3% of those who were assigned male at birth and less than 8% of those who were assigned female at birth identified as bigender. Several sources identify this as an intersex pride flag, claiming that the creator, Natalie Fox, renamed the flag later to clarify the identity it represents. On the website, it is listed as both a bigender pride flag and an intersex pride flag. Honestly, I kind of love the messiness of it, especially because the center two colors blend into each other. Because you'll see in most flags, and I think all the flags we've looked at so far before this, there's a clear distinction in each individual color. There's no blurring. The fact that this is blurred is awesome. I love this flag, actually. This flag speaks to me. And not because it also has trans colors in it. I just noticed that, actually. 7-stripe flag. I don't know if I want to look at 60 flags right now. But let's see. Bigender, dual genders, gender identity. Yeah, we just read this. I guess that's also fair because multiple flags for the same identity. Unknown first authored that. First flag source 2021 though. And I was hoping that all of these would have stuff that they represented on them, but you know, we'll see. I would have had it be vertical lines because that way the stripes would be the Roman numeral for 2. Ooh, maybe you should design a pride flag. It's a fun activity. Bisexuality is romantic attraction, sexual attraction, or sexual behavior toward both males and females, or romantic or sexual attraction to people of any sex or gender identity. This latter aspect is sometimes alternatively termed pansexuality. Flag image shows 2008. The bisexual flag is way older than this. Actually, looking at these, I don't think we'll always know. For some of these, I think the more recent ones are a little bit more obvious. But even seeing first author that for the bear flag being unknown is actually a lot more comforting than them just like saying it was whatever year the fucking Wikipedia post went up. The BXY pride flag, pronounced like boy. The boy pride flag. I'm feeling things. Is a gender that is both boy and agender/no gender. You can be a boy and agender/no gender at the same time. Go between them or fluctuate between feeling male and not feeling gender. Emphasis being male. Spell BXY with an X instead of an O, as if you're crossing out that you're a boy. That's an wow. Kinda similar to Demi Boy, where agender/no gender is the non-boy part. Honestly, we have considered demi gender, like demi boy or demi girl, to be like the gender that's in the name and something else, not necessarily specifically agender. But that happens a lot. A lot of people have different nuance in their definitions for what an identity is. Kind of similar to Demi Boy, where agender/no gender is the non-boy part. Agender flux, with fluctuation between agender and male, or being gender fluid between agender and no gender and male. Can be used as trans boy if you choose to, but only if you're AFAB. Similar to trans masculine being exclusively for AFAB trans people. It'd be funny if I found a flag that was specifically for AFAB, for AMAB trans boys. My existence defies reason. Demigender, Demi Boy pride flag. Demigender is a gender identity of a person identifying partially or mostly with one gender and at the same time with another gender. There are several subcategories of the identity. Okay, yeah, this is how I understand demi genders to be. A demi boy or demi man, for example, identifies as at least partially being a boy or a man, no matter the sex and gender they are assigned at birth. While other parts of their identity might be assigned to other genders, gender fluid or other gender agender, a gender flex person feels that the stable part of their identity is non-binary. Interesting. The thing that's not in flux. I guess that would literally, for the other one, it's just Pokemon. You just switch it. Actually, they fucked up here. They fucked up. They just copy pasted what it says for Demi Boy in the Demi Girl section and forgot to change it to girl and woman. Oh fuck. Can't blame them. Can't blame them. Honest mistake. I see one of my flags here. I'm glad you see one of your flags here. Yes, God of War 2018. Damn, we never finished that game. That game was fucking fun. Although it is the fucking, the Last of Us, Uncharted of God of War. Honestly, that whole series. Demi-romantic. Oh yes, demi-romantic is a flag that we're literally on. Demi-romantic is a romantic orientation on the aromantic spectrum, defined as someone who does not experience romantic attraction until they have formed a deep emotional connection with someone. Yeah, like demisexual is the aromantic mirror to that. No first authored source. Okay, sorry. I'm skipping this other demisexual pride flag for a second. I'm going back to it, but I gotta look at the doe pride flag. You can't give me a flag with an animal on it and expect me not to click on it. Does are people identify or whose identity or expression is feminine without necessarily being women or femmes. That's a really interesting one. I wonder what the flip side of that would be for someone whose identity or expression is mask without necessarily being a boy or mask. I guess that'd be interesting. Okay, we read the demisexuality one. Wait, no, we read the demi-romantic one. Let's see if they copy pasted. Demisexuality, they did switch it. Demisexuality is a sexual orientation in which someone feels sexual attraction only to people with whom they have an emotional bond. Most demisexuals feel sexual attraction rarely compared to the general population, and some have little to no interest in sexual activity. That's generally us. About the gay pride flag, 1979. The rainbow flag, commonly known as the gay pride flag or LGBT pride flag, is a symbol of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender pride and LGBT social movements. The colors reflect the diversity of the LGBT community, as the flag is often used as a symbol of gay pride during LGBT rights marches. While its use of the rainbow flag originated in Northern California, San Francisco Bay Area, the flag is now used worldwide. Originally devised by San Francisco artist Gilbert Baker, the designer has undergone several revisions since its debut in 1978. We'll be looking at one of them soon, depending on how fast I can get through this. Oh, first art of that is also like, I mean, I guess for most of these it was like a website, but they definitely could have done a citation. God, now I'm thinking in fucking MLA and APA. If you ever have to do like the Chicago fucking citation format, I weep for you. Gay pride flag, Philadelphia. Ah, yes, and the black and the brown on top of the, and that was the idea. Basically, the Progress Pride flag is this flag, but more. It's just this flag, but more. In a lot of ways. Oh my god, it literally says more. It literally says more. The More Color, More Pride campaign added a black and brown stripe to the iconic pride flag designed by Gilbert Baker in 1978 to recognize the people of color in the LGBT community. Gay pride flag UK variant. Gay is a term. Oh gosh, it's gonna be sad because I'm pretty sure they don't have the queer villains flag. I love the queer villains flag, yo. Gay is a term that primarily refers to a homosexual person or the trait of being homosexual. The term was originally created to mean carefree, cheerful, or bright and showy. The term uses as a reference to homosexuality and may date as early as the late 19th century, but its use gradually increased in the mid-20th century. In modern English, gay has come to be used as an adjective and as a noun, referring to the community, practices, and cultures associated with homosexuality. In the 1960s, gay became the word favored by homosexual men to describe their sexual orientation. By the end of the 20th century, the word gay was recommended by major LGBT groups and style guides to describe people attracted to members of the same sex. Whoa. Gender creative flag. This one is not one I've seen. This one, if I would just, seeing this just makes me think of, well, I was gonna say Marathon, but actually the artist that Marathon stole their assets from. Oh, sorry, their style from. A gender creative person is a person whose conception of their gender intrinsically differs from prevailing social norms. That's an interesting framework. The gender creative pride flag is constructed of two exterior lavender fields in opposition. A composite of the pink and blue fields found in the transgender pride flag, and an interior white field 1/5 the portion of the remainder. This person thought about it so hard. I love that. Lavender represents the blurring of the binary gender norms, whereas white represents freedom of gender expression. This one's sick. I like this one's messaging. Description sources, Facebook. Gender fluid pride flag. A person who is gender fluid prefers to remain flexible about their gender identity rather than committing to a single gender. They may fluctuate between genders or express multiple genders at the same time. When we first came out, we recognize ourselves as trans and gender fluid. We'll probably talk about that later, actually. Fun fact, the bigger discussion we're having later in stream is going to be led by Glitch. And that one's going to be way more... most of everything that we're looking at right now that I am showing you, is that other than the thing that we showed because of what Specchio said, is basically just the runoff of the research that we actually did for the discussion for today's stream. Gender flex pride flag. It is unfortunate this pride flag has these colors because it is way too close to the map flag now, and I think a lot of people who fly this will be mistaken for flying a map flag, which could get them killed. Gender flex is an umbrella term for gender identities in which the gender or one's perception of gender's intensity varies over time. It can be seen as a form of gender fluid on a spectrum from agender to one or more gender identities. Gender flex people may also identify as non-binary, genderqueer, and or transgender. I feel like gender fluid and gender flux are basically like pansexuality and bisexuality. They're like closely related, intertwined thingies. Gender queer pride flag. I think gender queer identity is really interesting, and I hate that a lot of people's experience of gender queer people are people who ultimately decide to be another gender. Although honestly, using gender queer as a like an adjective or like as a modifier on top of your gender, whatever other gender, like a modifier. I mean, there's been the rise of people who say consider themselves like bi lesbians, for example. Taking that same sort of idea, considering yourself a gender queer trans woman, for example, might be pretty fire. Trans women in chat, tell me if that feels like a thing. Tell me if I'm cooking or not. Genderqueer, also known as non-binary, is a catch-all category for gender identities that are not exclusively masculine or feminine identities, which are outside the gender binary and cis-normativity. Genderqueer people may express a combination of masculinity and femininity, or neither, or their gender expression. Okay, I have to click on this because I'm... This is a lesbian flag, isn't it? Yeah. Huh. I recognize that one. Halberds are pretty cool. About the in-gender pride flag. As in-genderism is about the unity of humanity, rather than separating people by their differences, a white flag is used, with all colors are merely part of white. I'm gonna be real, this one would be confusing. And I hate to criticize someone who put thought into it, especially if it's a very particular shade of white, because some artists do that. But if I see someone flying this at a pride parade, I am going to grab them by their lapels and shake them and say, "Why are you giving up? Why are you giving up? I will drag you to the finish line if I have to. You are not quitting. We are not quitting." Like, I don't know if they recognize that. And that's before even being like, oh, this is super inclusivity because it's white. And I'm just like, I can only take white people so much in something like that. As I said with the saying before, it's like, oh yeah, it feels like a sort of, we're all that the argument that that writer from the article was saying, being like, oh, we don't need the black and brown stripes. We should have colors that represent all of us. And my first thought is, that's really easy for a fucking white person to say. But ultimately, in his point, I do think that he's right in the fact that because you can't literally fit every, not even the niche micro labels. Even if you throw out a bunch of niche micro labels, there's way too many things to put on a flag, and it actually be legible. So like, I think that honestly reinforces my idea that, or my thoughts that, you know, having lots of different pride flags, even overlapping ones, is good actually. Damn, now they're just spelling girl like a hacker. It's just, it's the, why didn't they put this next to the boy one? Seems like a no-brainer. Or at least on the other side of the demigirl one. Damn, I'm just, oh wait, I should like leave all of them open. I don't know why I closed these ones. Girls. Girls is a gender that is both girl and a gender / no gender. You can be a girl and a gender / no gender at the same time. Go between them or fluctuate between feeling female and not feeling gender. Emphasis being female. Spell girls with an S instead of an I, as if you're crossing out that you're a girl. Kind of similar to demigirl, where a gender / no gender is the non-girl part. Agender flex with fluctuations between agender and female, or being gender fluid between agender and no gender and female. Can be used as trans girls if you choose to, but only if you're AMAB. Okay. Honestly, I have a little shade at the only if you're considering all the plural trans people, but splitting hairs. It was easy to say, okay, I'm not technically supposed to use this flag because it's supposed to be for AFAB people, right? Then seeing it thrown the other way, I just, because I am a non-cis boy in a system that is physically, quote unquote, physically transitioning us in a femme direction. Like, I don't know, I feel that's something I should acknowledge. I mean, as far as reason I'm even want to make sure I was part of the stream, because like, to celebrate the diversity of like identities in our system, you gotta have me, or maybe Echo. I think that's important if we want to have a good mix of like our vibrancy, I guess, because it's very hard to fit eight, sometimes 9 of us onto a single stream. In the same way that it's hard to fit a certain amount of identities onto a flag. Weird is that? Ah, yes, the gender Rubik's Cube. I like the engender flag. It does feel like a psyop, though. It really does. Intersets people. The intersets flag looks like, or rather, I should say the other way around. The Nine Souls protagonist, the back of his like kimono looks a lot like the intersets flag to me. But I think it's like a different color, not purple, the circle. Intersets people are born with any of several variations in sex characteristics, including chromosomes, gonads, sex hormones, or genitals that, according to the UN Office of High Commissioner of Human Rights, do not fit the typical definitions of male or female bodies. Such variations may involve genital ambiguity and combinations of chromosomal genotype and sexual phenotype other than XY and XX. I'm curious if the intersets flag goes back even further, or if there was a intersets flag before that. I'm gonna read the lipstick lesbian flag. I basically outed that we were looking at the little fluid pride flag when we were setting up for stream. I'll actually close that. I'm sure you can guess what that is. And we're gonna read that one last, actually. So I'll actually scroll back up for that one. It's also the colors of Wario. Good luck on seeing that. Wait, no, that's Toad. Shit. I can't tap into my inner Waluigi right now. Sorry, Wario. I need to play some fucking WarioWare, I guess. About a lipstick lesbian pride flag. A lipstick lesbian is slang for a lesbian who exhibits a greater amount of feminine gender attributes relative to other gender expressions, such as wearing makeup, thus lipstick, wearing dresses or skirts, and having other characteristics associated with feminine women. In popular usage, the term lipstick lesbian is also used to characterize the feminine gender expression of bisexual women who are romantically or sexually interested in other women, or to the broader topic of female sexual activity among feminine women. Oh, got some cool flags coming up. Let's look at the Libris lesbian feminism. Ah, yeah, this was used at protests, I believe, specifically. Lesbian feminism is a cultural movement and critical perspective most influential in the 1970s and early 1980s, primarily in North America and Western Europe, that encourages women to direct their energies towards other women rather than men, and often advocates lesbianism as the logical result of feminism. Oh, this is like political lesbianism, which has its own faults. In the words of lesbian feminist Sheila Jeffries, lesbian feminism emerged as a result of two developments. Lesbians within the WLM, Women's Liberation Movement, okay, that one makes sense, began to create a... Okay, I wasn't sure if it was political. If you don't know about political lesbianism, it is ostensibly people who do not identify as queer outside of for political reasons. Some folks have sort of a misandrist perspective, I guess. Not always, but it certainly happens. And probably for that reason, we tend to have a little bit of seeing as sort of a red or orange flag, to some degree. But this seems way more informed by like actual lesbians. And not, I don't even know how to say. I mean, obviously, I don't want to gatekeep, but like, if someone in the manosphere, for example, not equating the two specifically, but if someone in the manosphere was like actually being gay because women are like what was it, what's the fucking incel thing? If a fucking Andrew Tate went, women are too hypergamous nowadays, you should really just fuck your bros, but I'm not gay though, it's sort of like political lesbianism. Anyway, lesbian feminism emerged as a result of two developments. Lesbians within the WLM began to create a new, distinctly feminist lesbian politics, and lesbians in the GLF, Gay Liberation Front, left to join up with their sisters. According to Judy Redbrick, a leading Canadian journalist and feminist activist, lesbians were and always have been at the heart of the women's movement, while their issues were invisible at the same in the same movement. Lesbian feminism and feminism of color emerged as a response to lesbian feminism thought that failed to incorporate that issues of class and race as resources of oppression along with heterosexuality. This particular that sort of stuff is why certain black and brown people especially have a sort of weird relationship with the I guess classic gay pride flag, despite its inclusive nature nowadays. Hey Hefty, welcome to stream. Hope you're doing well. We're reading about pride flags and different identities and stuff. Okay, for all those. And of course, this isn't even all the pride flags that exist on this page, actually. About the lesbian pride flag, rainbow. A lesbian is a homosexual woman. The word lesbian is also used for women in relation to their sexual identity or sexual behavior regardless of sexual orientation, or as an adjective to characterize or associate nouns with female heterosexuality or same-sex attraction. Alright. Now we're going to lipstick lesbian pride flag without the kiss. Ah, okay, so that one is definitely copy-pasted. Okay, wow, so many. Okay, transgender pride flag at the bottom. The classic? Really? I'm sure no one in my audience knows what the description for the transgender pride flag might say, so I'll have to read it. Transgender people are a gender identity or gender expression that differs from their assigned sex. Transgender is also an umbrella term in addition to including people whose gender identity is the opposite of their assigned sex, trans men and trans women. It may include people who are not exclusively masculine or feminine, people who are genderqueer or non-binary, including bigender, pangender, gender fluid, or agender. Other definitions of transgender also include people who belong to a third gender, or else conceptualize transgender people as a third gender. I sure don't. And I honestly wish that less people would say that of us. Just saying. Sorry? Israel has a trans pride flag. Oh my god. That was not on my fucking bingo card. Fuck Zionists, man. Free Palestine. What the fuck? Okay, it's literally just a copy-paste. Man, the propaganda's strong. I'm gonna be honest. It feels a little on the lazy side. The flags may just be alphabetically sorted. Maybe? No, progress is at the top. I mean, we got A's here. So it goes A and then B? No, it actually does go A and B. A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D, F, G, G. Yeah, it's in alphabetical order except for the progress pride flag. Funny that. And considering the article we just read, that's not actually that surprising, considering it literally has been like generally the LGBT plus flag. That's what it is right now. I think that there's little denying that. Let's see, the Jennifer Pilnian transgender pride flag. I think that is the one that the article I read mentioned. So I still have that up. No, they said Monica who? Not exactly sure. This is a different person though. I came up with the idea for the transgender flag a few years ago. At the time, I did not know of any other flag designs. The design was created for transgender pride. Another reason I made the flag is that most cross-dressers are not gay. If they use the rainbow flag, people think they are gay. The colors on the flag are from top to bottom: pink, light purple, medium purple, dark purple, and blue. The pink and blue represent male and female. The 3 purple stripes represent the diversity of the transgender community, as well as genders other than male and female. This is an interesting take. I don't know if this is true, and I also don't know if if Jennifer is equating cross-dressers with trans people. I mean, there is definitely like an overlap. Watch Paris is Burning. I'm beg of you. Watch Paris is Burning. It's not actually about France. Trans Queer PLC new pride flag. I mean, this is basically the Progress Pride flag redesigned. Or I guess a non-profiteering Progress flag. This new pride flag highlights the beginning of the LGBTQ plus the LGBTQ, I'm just gonna say plus, yeah, the LGBTQ plus pride movement in the U.S. led by black woman slash Majee. I love it. Black trans woman slash Majee, like Marsha P. Johnson and Miss Major, as well as trans POC like Sylvia Rivera and Victoria Cruz. The flags center trans and queer, black, brown, and indigenous people who endure disproportionate murder rates and other transphobic targeting. Okay, this one's a copy paste. But is that from the same person though? Trans intersex flag. I was talking with intersex folks who are also trans. They said that there wasn't a trans intersex flag, so I made one. I like they just put a little trans flag inside the intersex circle. I think that's actually really cute. The transgender flag has been inserted within the circle of the intersex pride flag to signify the inner identities of intersex people who do not identify with the gender their doctors and or parents assigned them at birth. I think it's interesting that a trans person, because it sounds like a trans person who is not intersex designed this flag. So I'd be really interested in what an intersex trans person would design their own flag to be. No shade, obviously. This makes me think of the foot scale. These flag designs for sure. Believe it or not, Israel probably has trans people. I've heard rumors that there are people there that don't like war too. Okay, wait. Let's go back down. My problem isn't necessarily Israel having trans people. I shouldn't even say it like that. That sounds like I have that I sometimes will have a problem with it. I don't think that people who are in Israel, who live there, who aren't supporting the genocide are like bad, obviously. Just like trans people in America who don't support the multiple genocides that America is perpetrating right now. Right? So like obviously that's a thing. But if someone literally threw the gender queer symbol on an American flag and went the American trans flag, I would not fly it. But then again, that's not what they did here. And I just feel like having an Israeli variant feels like some fucking propaganda shit. I have a feeling that it was not made by someone who, or at least the vibe I get from not the flag itself, but from how the propaganda tends to go, is that this is probably a way to, okay, like, not to go too far off into a different topic here, but like, there is a significant amount of sentiment, even amongst people who want, say, a ceasefire, to be like, but like Muslims or like the Palestinian government before it was rebel or whatever was like, anti-queer, anti-trans. And it had to be argued, and people had to, form arguments to basically be like, hey, that does not mean that they deserve to be bombed, and in the same way, if you were in the heart of empire and you were a marginalized person, I don't expect you to have control over shit, the narrative. But honestly, the amount of visibility that people who don't support the genocide who live in Israel get is, I would say, very small from what I've seen. But if anyone ever has any like shit, a fucking TikTok from someone who lives in that heart of empire and is against the genocide and pro-trans. If someone like that is flying this flag, more power to them, I guess. But I think they should just do the classic trans flag. Especially right now. Pocket gender pride flag. I really like the design of this flag alone. So I'm really curious on what it represents. Pocket gender is a series of gender identities that are used by either one person or a small group of people. The pink and blue represent masculinity and femininity. They are shaped into semi-triangles to represent the varying amounts of masculinity and femininity. The purple represent a mix of both femininity and masculinity and or genderlessness. The black represents a lack of either or a mix, including some form of genderlessness. The orange represents Mavik and the separation of any gender, including genderlessness. About the pocket pride flag. Pocket gender is a series of gender identities that are used by either one or one person or a smaller group of people. Huh. Alright. Polysexual flag. Polysexual is sexual attraction to multiple, but not all genders. A polysexual person is one encompassed or characterized by many different kinds of sexuality. Authors Linda Garrett and Douglas Kimmel state that polysexual is a sexual identity used by people who recognize the term bisexual reifies the gender dichotomy that underlies the distinction between heterosexuality and homosexuality, implying that bisexuality is nothing more than a hybrid combination of those gender and sexual dichotomies. I think a lot of bisexual people would argue against that, but there is an argument for that. However, bisexual people and scholars may object to the notion that bisexuality means sexual attraction to only two genders, arguing that since bisexual is not simply about attraction to two sexes and encompasses attraction to different genders as well, it includes attraction to more than two genders. Yeah, I do remember there was a whole thing that was going on like the queer internet, probably in the 2010s, about like if bisexuality was like transphobic, and it still comes up sometimes. And there's an implicity of assuming that it is. I mean, some people may feel that way. I don't think that that's the prevailing sentiment in the bisexual community, though. In reference to what you were saying, Specky, I can only paint with the paint that I am given. I am open to different interpretations. I am open to be proven wrong. I don't really feel like going down the rabbit hole to figure out if the Israel trans flag is propaganda. But I might later. But I also find it interesting that, especially on this page, I don't see any other pride flags that are specific to a nation also. So that also makes me a little suspicious. Remember how you said that white flag felt like a psyop? I feel the same way. Pangender pride flag, yellow center. Okay, so this is the same. Okay. I think I like the white center more. The yellow center makes me think of piss. Pansexuality or omnisexuality is a sexual or romantic or emotional attraction towards people regardless of their sex or gender identity. This is what we feel very strongly with. Pansexual people may refer to themselves as gender blind, asserting that gender and sex are not determining factors in their romantic or sexual attraction to others. Yeah, I think that's a way to put it. Pansexuality may be considered a sexual orientation in its own right or a branch of bisexuality to indicate the alternative sexual identity, because pansexual people are open to relationships with people who do not identify as strictly men or women, and pansexuality therefore rejects the gender binary. It often is considered a more inclusive term than bisexual. To what extent the term bisexual is inclusive when compared to the term pansexual is debated within the LGBT community, especially the bisexual community. Okay, we're almost done reading flags. So many flags. Mixed binary pride flag, I think. A gender that is both a non-binary gender, such as Maverick, and agender slash no gender. You can be a non-gender, you can be non-binary gender and agender slash no gender at the same time. Go between them or fluctuate between the feeling a gender and not feeling a gender. Emphasis being a non-binary gender. Spelled Nix binary with an X crossing out the O as if you're crossing out that you're a gender. Kind of similar to demigender, where gender no gender is the non-gender part. Agender flux with fluctuation between agender and agender, or being gender fluid between agender slash no gender and a non-binary gender. So this one is, oh, actually it is, this is literally the same, it's just spaced differently. So it made me think it was different. So this is also, these are all different kinds of, I think that's really cool that they have 3 different colors for this flag, but they're not necessarily specific to, like, one doesn't represent you being in some way feminine, or in one way masculine. It's like picking a Pokemon starter. It's like, what color speaks to you? I think that's sort of powerful. Neutris is a non-binary gender identity which is often associated with neutral or null gender. It may be associated with genderlessness and shares many similarities with agender. People consider themselves neutrally gendered or genderless, but some may identify as both, while others may prefer one term or the other. Non-binary pride flag. The classic. Gender queer, also known as non-binary. Because it said genderqueer, also known as non-binary, they just copy paste from when they use the genderqueer. Though I am pretty sure the genderqueer, even though it is often used in an umbrella way, in a way that non-binary isn't as much. Well, I shouldn't say that. Because a lot of people use non-binary differently. Some people say non-binary, and like the thing that makes up their gender is like a lot of stuff, and it's not specifically neutral, like the neutrosis flag, for example. Like, you're taking parts from a lot of different things and combining them, but not the construction you make still falling with a non-binary and not getting more specific, or like not getting into like a certain like mood board sort of sense about it. And there's lots of benefits to that, of like being able to fill stuff in, or allowing stuff to be filled in by your experiences. Although I would say, in terms of non-binary identity, it is good to investigate your own non-binary identity if you do feel non-binary and identify that way, because like, I don't know, knowing the texture of your gender is cool, even if you don't like tell anyone about it, or have or want to have a flag to represent it, you know. Trans rants. Genderqueer, also known as non-binary, catch-all category of gender identities that are not exclusively masculine or feminine. Yeah, this is... I don't know what trans rants mean, and I'm almost scared to find out. Hold on, nothing. Alright, do we literally look at every flag other than little fluid pride flag? So we felt really weird when we saw this as an identity, because it feels like the identity that it feels like a really good identity for people to punch down on, obviously. And I can imagine people going, stop trying to make your kink into a gender, right? But as we experience like age sliding and like having a sort of metaphysical and like philosophical take on like adultness, I guess, in the same way of like in the same way of talking about like a Therian or an otherkin, I think that many people who identify as littles or whatever version of that you want to say, or just not the gender, fucking Christ, not the age that they physically inhabit or are expected to act within, is very similar. It's like an affinity for this thing. It's like it's a kinning, you know. And a lot of people have struggled with understanding like ADBL and Lils and stuff, and a lot of people are squicked by it. A lot of people are squicked by Littles and like Loli and Shoda stuff, but not like Guru, for example. Which is so funny. And of course, when I think about, say, the leather pride flag, which actually was not on here, I'm surprised. But the bear one is, so there's at least that. Like, cause like there is an inextricable link with like queer identity and like fetish and kink. It just is. Which is also why we're like, you know, if someone's walking around with a pup hood at a pride event, that's chill. Honestly, by the same token, I wouldn't say it would be. I would not tell someone, yeah, you should totally walk around pantsless in a diaper at your local pride event. But if you're dressed in a way where it's kind of obvious when someone looks at you that you're wearing a diaper, even though it's not like even though you don't have like a a diaper window or something, like there's an obvious diaper bulge present. Like someone can tell, like, I think that person's wearing a diaper, huh? Like, some people have a problem with that. I would not. Or dressing like little, like at a pride event, for example, which we have definitely done. Like wearing a onesie and like short alls, totally fine, you know. And I think that when talking about like especially people who aren't just like have it relegated to a very small portion of their life, a lot of littles we know, like their littleness, like kind of, or their bigness, honestly, like influences their identity and their expression, and yeah, their fucking gender. And honestly, we had a particularly supportive experience coming out as trans in the kink community amongst ADBLs, and it was actually support in ADBL circles for trans identity that really fostered a feeling of acceptance and safety for us within the community, and you know, feeling like we could be queer and like there will be people we can connect with. Like, it would be a fucking lie that being little or whatever is part of our identity. I mean, we struggle with the fact that there are queer people that we want to like inhabit community with that just would not, that everything about like what we stand for and say would be fine, except for just that little bit in the corner. Except it's not a little bit in the corner, it's a big chunk, right? And it just it's so sucky because some people will throw the baby out with the bathwater. And honestly, even in the ADBL community, there is a sense of like a difference. Like there are people who think very classically that, like, you know, it's just stay in the bedroom, right? That you shouldn't go out in public like with a stuffed animal or something, you know, that sort of thing. And I think as time has gone on and the more time we spent in the community, we've seen more and more people be like lifestyle littles, but not just in a sense of like, say, wanting to wear diapers all the time or having a race car bed. Like people who like, it would feel weird. It would be like cutting out a part of yourself not to live authentically this way. and that like the fabric of that isn't even necessarily tied to like the clothes that you're wearing, but how you express yourself definitely influences that. I mean, it might influence how someone draws. It certainly influences how we look at media, and that was part of the reason why we've been so open with it, and started out really open with being baby fur when starting like our YouTube career. But anyway, Little Fluid describes a gender identity where your gender changes with switching from a normal headspace to little space. Little Fluid people may use alternating pronouns and names. Honestly, we were so curious about this. We had actually pulled up the page for it, but I can just pull it back up. Ugh, I hate fucking fandom wiki. Fucking fandom wikis, fuck off. I'll give you this. There doesn't seem to be any information about where the Israeli flag actually comes from. Ager gender. Okay, this is gonna get into stuff that even amongst like littles sometimes gets argued with, because some people are like, it's going too far to make like an identity that is specifically about gender and littleness. Like, there are people who are like that. Especially people in the mind of it'll make us look bad. I think people are way more caring about optics, I'll say. An umbrella term exclusively for age regressors whose gender either entirely, partially, or temporarily changes when they regress. Can be both cis and trans age regression. Ageries? Honestly, it's interesting because there are plenty of ageries who are sort of exclusionist with like overlap with like ADBLs, and are like, and sometimes they're like, no, yours is a kink, mine is real. It's a real part of my life. Yours is just pretend. Though I'm sure there's many reasons why an age regressor may not be comfortable in an ADBL space, especially because there can be the sexual component. And I say that that's true, but that's not always gonna be the case. In the same way that like something that forms someone's identity isn't like their entire personality. Age or gender. A gender influenced or affected by one's experience of age regression. It may feel soft or youthful. This is an interesting one because we would say that like our experience of gender definitely changes depending on if we're like regress or in little space. Which I don't know if we actually consider those two distinct things, but like there is definitely different flavors. An umbrella term for the are these all just saying age or gender? These are different people's definitions. I get it now. Umbrella term for those whose gender either entirely, partially, or temporarily changes when they regress. This can be used regardless of gender modularity. However, it's exclusive for age regressors. This may include little fluid, age or gender, regress fluid, etc. Yeah, I'm feeling a sense of exclusionariness with the term for age regressions exclusively. So I'm not even sure I don't think we would fly this flag, honestly. Honestly, the flag we would fly, and that we often do fly, hold on. Wait, what? Why can't I get on another screen? Wow. Okay, I don't know what's gonna come up, so I just need to make sure. Oh, not. Although that one's a good one too. Oh my god. There are actually several different ABDL flags. Can't find a too good of a render for it, but it's this, but on a flag, usually. It's actually the symbol on Fantasia's belt. The white represents diapers, right? Infantilistic stuff. Blue boys, pink girls. The heart, I guess, is just like a little's heart. I don't remember the specifics. That should be a presentation for another day. That'd be pretty cool. But yeah, we think of like having an ADBL flag as a little bit more inclusive than what the little fluid flag may have been intended for. But that is a guess. I can't say for sure. Okay, this is Gilbert Baker, the artist who did the famous pride flag. So we're gonna read about him a little bit. I thought it would be important and maybe could contextualize things a little bit more. Kinksters have been very quiet this century, and we're still entering the queer holocaust. Fascists always make up justifications when they can't find any. It doesn't matter. Fuck in public if you want. See, Pete Buttigieg is just a fag essay. Wow. For a second I needed to double check that Specchio said that. Real. I love when people quote sources that I won't shut up about. At me. Hell yeah. Gilbert Baker was an American artist, designer, activist, and vitsylographer. The art and practice of designing flags. Best known as the creator of the rainbow flag. Baker was born on June 2nd, 1951 in Chautauqua, Kansas. He grew up in Parsons, Kansas, where his grandmother owned a women's clothing store. His father was a judge and his mother was a teacher. He was baptized as a Methodist. Baker served in the United States Army from 1970 to 1972. He was stationed as a medic in San Francisco at the beginning of the gay rights movement and lived there as an openly gay man. After his honorable discharge from the military, he worked on the first marijuana legalization initiative. Let's fucking go! Classic Proposition 19, 1972. Good shit. And was taught to, wow, I really am happier these days. Fucking Christ. God, I guess I'm getting gayer by the minute. I don't know. The first year I streamed, I don't think I ever would have had that energy. Well, maybe. Who knows? I need to look back at the old streams, at least the ones we saved. Law isn't a law if you receive punishment whether you disobey or not. Also, whether you obey or not. I guess it's the same difference. Well, it's just a justification. Station as a mech, Proposition 18, and was taught to sew by his fellow activist Mary Dunn. He used his skill to create banners for gay rights and anti-war protest marches. It was during this time that he met and became friends with Harvey Milk. We really need to learn more about Harvey Milk. We always wanted to watch the fucking... There's like a feel-good movie about his life or whatever. I don't know if it actually includes his fucking assassination or whatever. Harvey Bernard Milk was an American politician and the first openly gay man to be elected to public office in California. He's also joined the gay drag activist group Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence. Oh, I've heard so much about them. They sound like a fucking band. At first it was glamorous and political, But when the sisters became more organized, it became a tool of the right wing? Oh shit, wait, really? Damn. And raised money for Jerry Falwell. I wonder if the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence are still like that. Because I could have sworn they're definitely not right wing these days. Was an American Baptist minister, evangelist, and conservative activist. He was the founding pastor of Thomas Road Baptist Church, a mega church in Lynchburg. Going to a place called Lynchburg at all just sounds not fun. Lightning bite. Nah, it's just me in a costume. Baker first created the rainbow flag with a collective in 1978. He refused to trademark it. Oh, so he quit the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence when he saw the right wing slant. Okay. Baker first created the rainbow flag with a collective in 1978. He refused to trademark it, seeing it as a symbol that was for the LGBT community. In 1979, Baker began work on the Paramount Flag Company in San Francisco, then located to the southwest corner of Polk Street, Post Street in the Polk Gulch neighborhood. Baker designed displays for Danny Feinstein, the Premier of China, and presidents of France, Venezuela, and the Philippines, the King of Spain, and many others. Damn. So it wasn't just graphic design was truly his passion. Like, this is like he was a skilled craftsman. He also designed creations for numerous civic events and San Francisco Gay Pride. In 1984, he designed flags for the Democratic National Convention. In 1994, Baker moved to New York City, where he lived for the rest of his life. Here, he continued his creative work and activism. The year he created the world's largest flag at the time in the celebration of the 25th anniversary of the 1969 Stonewall riots. In 2003, to commemorate the rainbow flag's 25th anniversary, Baker created a rainbow flag that stretched from the Gulf of Mexico to the Atlantic Ocean in Key West. After the commemoration, he sent sections of this flag to more than 100 cities around the world. Due to his creation of the rainbow flag, Baker often used the drag queen name Busty Ross, alluding to Betsy Ross. Baker died at home in his sleep on March 31st, 2017 at the age of 65 in New York City. Wow, that's kind of young. New York City Medical Examiner Office determined cause of death was hypertensive and atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. Upon Baker's death, California Senator Scott Weiner said Baker helped define the modern LGBT movement. Here's the things. Here's the representative things. The colors of the rainbow flag reflect the diversity of the LGBT community. When Baker raised the first rainbow flags in San Francisco Pride, his group raised 2 flags at the Civic Center on June 25th, 1978. It comprised 8 symbolic colors: hot pink for sets, red for life, orange for healing, yellow for sunlight, green for nature, turquoise for magic and art, indigo for serenity, and violet for spirit. 30 volunteers helped Baker hand dye and stitch the first 2 flags in the top floor attic gallery of the Gay Community Center at 330 Grove Street. I'm now thinking of fucking Grand Theft Auto San Andreas in San Francisco, because using dye in public washing machines was not allowed. They waited till late at night to rinse the dye from their clothes, running a cycle with bleach in the washing machine after leaving. Yo, fucking gorilla. The design has undergone several revisions to remove 2 colors for expediency, and later re-added those colors when they became more widely available. As of 2021, the most common variant consists of 6 stripes with the colors red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and violet. Baker referred to this version of flag as the commercial version because it came about due to practical considerations of mass production. Specifically, the rainbow flag lost its hot pink stripe when Baker approached the Paramount Flag Company to begin mass producing them, and the hot pink fabric was too rare and expensive to include. The rainbow flag lost its turquoise stripe before the 1979 Gay Freedom Day parade, as the committee organizing the parade wanted to fly the flag in 2 halves from the light poles along both sides of Market Street, so it became a 6-stripe flag with equal halves. In March 2017, Baker created a 9-stripe version of the original 1977 flag, with lavender, pink, turquoise, and indigo stripes along with red, orange, yellow, green, and violet. According to Baker, the lavender stripe symbolizes diversity, which is actually the flag that we've used for the thumbnail of the YouTube version of this stream, because it seems cool. This is, as far as I can tell, the original Pride flag creators variant on diversity within the community, and especially considering what that one article was saying about, like, if you highlight only a few communities, then it also sort of leaves the rest unsaid, and that our community being represented in a flag by traits that any of us can have as opposed to specific identities is more of a unifying force. And I do agree with that, and I think especially in a way, although there's some stuff lost in translation, that some people may see a flag like this and think gay men still, I think that it's still valuable to fly this flag. And I guess it's also significant to us because we've never flown a anything approaching a gay flag before. Trans flag, yeah, but a gay flag or the gay flag, like, it just, we came out as to ourselves as demisexual first, then trans later, actually. So there's also that component to it of, like, the very specific identities, and not, like, necessarily at first feeling connected with the wider queer community because, well, we felt like we were just entering it. We felt like a tourist before because we had a lot of queer friends. It was like, I'm such an ally. I love you. In 2003, Baker and his Key West project were the subject of Rainbow Pride, a feature-length documentary. Oh, okay. Might want to check that out at some point. Okay. I think that's pretty cool. Okay, definitely closing that. Okay, so since we were talking about all these different identities and stuff, there's a YouTuber that we like who has specifically talked about xenogenders and neopronouns. So the thing that certain people in the community often complain about all these niche micro labels and identities that are stratifying the community and making it hard for us to organize under a single banner and stuff. And not everything that I forgot his name. Alexander Alvia. Fuck. It's like, he named his channel his name, but this is not from his main channel. It's from a auxiliary one.
It also.
So we're gonna listen to this. I highly recommend Alex's content. Very, very cool, informative dude. Trans guy talking about his experience. This is not what this video is about, but like that is the thing. And you know, I like to showing two. I just realized we've shown two trans YouTubers on our stream in just the first 2.5 hours. I like the original cyan and pink, but yeah, the original pride flag I like more than the standard. I see. Yeah. My favorite classic variant, I guess, is the one with the lavender at the top, I think.
Started with a tweet. Neo-pronouns and xenogenders genuinely embarrass the LGBT community and leave us looking like fools to everyone.
This is such a fucking sticking point. Something else we've always wanted to do a video about was the whole the whole craze of trans trending allegations. Like when transgender became a thing, and it was propped up by some of the more exclusionary members of the trans community, especially on YouTube, and is just like dogging people for being cringy, essentially. And we are and have often been one of those cringily dressed queers, regardless of if we've considered ourselves to be passing by society's standard in whatever way. So when people talk about this shit, we immediately go, where? Metal Gear Solid sound. And I'm just kind of like, fuck off? Fuck off? Fuck off. Is usually my reaction to posts like this.
Then, a quote tweet. As soon as we recognize that the problem isn't extra-community respectability, but is rather intra-community attempts at meaningless subversion of gender identity so as to center non-issues, then we'll be able to progress as a community.
The quote around community is interesting because it denotes a belief that the community is not actually a community. But I think that people kind of split hairs when they say that Et's community isn't a community, because they interpret being a community as being, well, all under one banner, one cause, so we're all in agreement in some sense. But that's not true for any group. Not true for humans, not true for black people, not true for littles, not true for gamers. Damn sure not true for gamers. Fuck. There's so many gamers I would lock in the fucking ring well. Fluff gender. This is not the first time a fluff gender has been proposed. I was there when the text was written.
Then I replied, because I'm an engagement bait whore. Except national trans activism isn't focused on cat genders at all. It's pretty focused on healthcare and legal recognition, none of which are meaningless. Our problems are transphobic institutions, not xenogenders. Move on. So obviously that was based, but I'll also admit that it doesn't actually address the issue. It's a cop-out. If someone brings up something they think is a problem and your reply is, oh, well, that problem isn't actually happening, you run the risk of inadvertently avoiding the substance of the problem. So let's say that xenogenders and neopronouns truly were the focus of national trans activism. Would that be a problem? I'd say, yeah, that would kind of be a problem. If trans activism were portrayed only as the fight over whether you can identify as bungender, then I'd say that that form of trans activism is pretty weak. But I'd also emphasize this part. My problem isn't conceptual. I don't have a problem with xenogenders or neopronouns as an idea. Rather, my problem with xenogender-focused trans activism would be practical. So why is xenogender activism worthy of criticism? Isn't the fight over trans activism about the freedom to identify with whatever you want? And
I think it's really interesting that it has become a realm of debate. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that the people in the communities see as like things that hold us back as a community, but yeah, like I want to say the like phobes are gonna try to strip our rights, and they literally made their own ammunition. Like they don't need our help. like literally. Although that hasn't stopped the right wing from basically snatching any detransitioner who has any animosity towards the trans community and propping them up as an arbiter of truth about all trans people. So like I do ultimately think it is a non-issue because like Aaron in the Morning isn't putting out articles about how xenogenders are under attack. Although I am surprised that there wasn't an article about the Furries Act. Well, maybe there was, and I don't know. We don't read every Aaron in the Morning article. Yeah, so I guess that the argument that xenogenders are holding us back is kind of a misdirect in a lot of senses. Damn. Imagine I just ended watching this right here.
Wouldn't cat genders be a part of that? Well, not exactly. A few days ago, I saw an incredibly well-put Instagram post by the account sexchange.tbt that I won't repeat in its entirety, but essentially, the original poster found one of those neo-gender pronoun kids books filled with a bunch of identities that were probably some gender studies master's thesis. What the f-
I've definitely seen Libra gender.
Is woman? Libra gender, horo-gender, zurls, and zoys. And you could write a bunch of takes about this. Are horogenders the result of the neoliberal obsession with categorization and identification? Are rigid gender taxonomies politically meaningful, or are they just another identity that we can consume in the same way as any other commodity? But I don't know if it's worth criticizing xenogenders if, number one, the people identifying with these identities are probably a genuinely marginalized group, young trans people struggling with gender categories. It's just punching down. And number two, xenogenders aren't even a relevant aspect of activism right now. There is no xenogender lobby. I bring up this Instagram post because I agree with the last sentence of it wholeheartedly. Ultimately, I do think a person should be able to ask that their kinny-gender be embraced, but we are so far from living in a world where such an embrace could be anything beyond the symbolic gesture of liberal tolerance.
In the wider world, yeah. But intracommunally, I think that's different. Because I think that there are people who do not respect xenogenders, but there's people who respect certain pronouns. There are certain people who go, you can use she, you can use he, or you can use they. I'm not respecting anything else. I think that is something of note that maybe I would want to change about the community perception. Something I'd like to be different, but honestly, that doesn't have as much to do with like activism as just like intercommunity politics and respect. But yeah, I definitely agree that it will probably just be a symbolic gesture in a lot of cases, especially if like an institution was doing it. It'd be like making Juneteenth a holiday. Even if it is like very, very important to like people, it's still sort of a way it would sort of be a way for folks in power to say they did something when they haven't changed the material conditions at all.
Here's what I synthesize from this discourse. We should live in a world where xenogenders and neopronouns are respected. But xenogenders and neopronouns are absolutely not the means by which we get to that world. Here's a parallel example that might illustrate this statement further. We should live in a world beyond patriarchy where women occupy leadership roles and important social positions, but electing a woman president is not the means through which we dismantle the patriarchy. A whole 10 years ago, when I was just beginning to understand my queer identity, I used to watch a bunch of queer YouTubers. One person I really liked was Ash Hardell. Ash is a trans YouTuber and made a name for themselves back in the day with LGBTQ educational videos. They had a particular affinity for queer identity categories, and I always found their approach interesting. Ash was one of the few people I've ever heard say that they actually love labels.
And the subject I am absolutely jazzed about currently.
I like labels. I wouldn't say I love them.
Is labels, or the ABCs of LGBT, if you will.
And that seems kind of off-putting in a world where rigid labels are at the root of so many oppressive histories. But again, back to the point made by the great Instagram post. Though it is almost always overly rigid and taxonomical, we often learn about ourselves by negotiating borders and boundaries. Identity play is a normal process of healthy self-discovery.
Maybe you'll even discover a word you never knew existed, but resonates deeply with you.
We should live in a world where young people are allowed to play with words and identities, negotiate what words.
I'm going to editorialize a bit and say anyone. I often feel weird when when someone categorizes something as acceptable for children to do, but not for adults. Especially when it comes to like growth and and self perception, you know. And it's like, I mean, just as much as say someone is just as valid for transitioning at like 60 years old than at like 13 in whatever way. It's like, I think there should be that level of care even for adults, I guess. I mean, I think a lot of our weirdness about like identifying in a way that is sort of oppositional to adulthood, or at least adulthood as understood in our society today, that there's just like not even necessarily like, oh yeah, I want everyone to treat me with kid gloves, but like this sense that there is a greater, is like a, not even empathy, like a, there's like a conditional societal leeway, I guess, or the sense of compassion that on its face seems to make sense, but you know, can often be a mask for like sort of like infantilistic, parentalistic way of looking at anyone younger. Particularly interesting as we were getting older and recognizing like certain services, certain community like resources specifically were closed off to us at certain ages, and not even like literally turning 18. Like the fact that, you know, I think it was like like Obama's like Medicaid everything whatever was like also instituted a thing to make it so like someone's kid could stay on their health insurance for longer, which I think at one point was the cutoff was like 23, and then the cutoff was pushed up to 25, like something like that, you know. But then also like there's even like, say, the Trevor Project is like more targeted at like queer young people. And of course, I'm not exactly saying we need like specifically a queer old people, or maybe actually we do need a queer elderly resource community. But like, there's so many things that like didn't fully make sense to cut off at age, or for like a certain attitude to end at like, oh, this person has gotten into this age, that just didn't make sense. Like, it made less sense than you're 4 now, so you can't wear diapers anymore. We've always dressed like we belong on a full-on circus. We're talking full-on bloomers in the middle with suspenders and dress shirts on days where we feel like catching the eye, and frilly blouses on days where we feel like keeping attention off of us. Using the term lightly here, of course. Of course. Well, I mean, I know that you're clown fizzle, because you're always clowning around in my fucking DMs. Fucking dork. 2 hours late for a secondary compliment, but hey, gotta get it somewhere. Your drawings ain't half bad.
Words mean and what norms should be accepted. We should live in that world. Ash Hardell made me feel safe, and I think that the world would be genuinely better if there were more people like Ash Hardell in the world. But how do we get a world where people are allowed to play and discover their identities through different labels? Do we get there by forcing every workplace to undergo mandatory diversity seminars where a cis person defines every single neopronoun? No. Gender, and by extension, trans liberation, should not be a battle over labels. Trans liberation is a material fight. It is a movement at the forefront of a longer historical battle in the arena of the body. What should trans activism look like then? Well, we shouldn't think of gender as a free-floating label. Gender is a system of technologies. Our bodies are sites of social signification whose borders have material consequences. Through binary sex, society forces our bodies to fit into certain boxes, to perform certain roles, to occupy certain social places. Historically powerful groups are invested in maintaining a rigid social hierarchy of material oppression. The patriarchal social order forms a key part of this social hierarchy. The material components of what society calls the female body are infused with social meaning, with a social purpose. Those under the material and bodily category of woman occupy a social position that makes unpaid reproductive, domestic, and emotional labor women's historical destinies. Those under the material and bodily category of man occupy a social position that enables male social coercion, the use of violence, both the direct and structural kind, to maintain power, to defend the existing social order with force. All of the gendered elements of the human body are given a biosociological purpose. So, while in reality, testosterone is objectively just some molecule, in a gendered social system, it is technologically infused with meaning and purpose. Testosterone is the vessel of strength, order, and masculinity. Wombs and uteruses are, in a literal way, just organs and flesh. And when they interact with certain molecules in a certain way, new organisms may emerge from them. Like, that's the most literal version of what happens. But in a gendered society, a patriarchal gendered society, wombs and uteruses have a social technological purpose. It is the site of the socially infused category of life. Reproduction, motherhood, and the continuation of the species, of our social destinies. There are laws in place that control what can be done when certain clumps of cells occupy a womb, because there are forces in society that want to maintain a particular hierarchical form of social organization. One in which men control the forceful power of labor, and where women submit to a life of uncompensated domestic reproductive labor. It's complicated. I couldn't possibly get into all of this here, but the point is that
gender studies majors be like, this is all very like cogent, and I think that someone who has like a sort of gender abolitionist framework isn't necessarily wrong in that sense of wanting to like clear out labels for like freedom and diversity of people to occupy a lot of different sort of like social categories. But I guess we're living in a very hierarchical society. There's always the chance that some of those even outside of a like a binary system, like an oppressive hierarchical structure could form. Though I would say that if we have the freedom to act in so many ways, then the labeling those ways would also eventually happen. Just, we gotta be careful about the hierarchy part.
Any activism that seeks gendered freedom must address the limits that our society places on these technologies of gender. For example, laws that ban gender-affirming care places limits on the free movement of gender technologies. Medical institutions place barriers between people and gender technologies like hormones. A truly radical and effective trans activism seeks to break these barriers. Trans activism is a movement that reclaims the means of gendered technological reproduction. Within trans life and identity lies the imminent and radical claim that control over gender technology should not lie in the hands of institutions or governments or corporations, but that these gender technologies should go back to collectives, communities, and individuals. Now, sure, pronouns and labels are gender technologies. The identity labels thrust upon us serve as this social schema that marks your social position and...
That's how you pronounce that word? Schema? Schema? I'm gonna be saying that word, or actually, Glitch is gonna be saying that word a lot. I don't gotta do shit.
Thrust upon us serve as this social schema that...
Schema? I thought it was schema. I really thought it was schema.
Marks your social position and has consequences. So, for example, if you are labeled a woman, that's like a kind of shorthand that communicates how people should treat you, what types of hormones you have access to, the type of violence you're exposed to, and so on. The label woman or the pronoun her does stuff in the world, right? These words are powerful and they organize the social order. But with regard to trans people, let's think about the type of stuff that people are currently making laws about. Asking your friends to call you Zeezer is not illegal. That doesn't mean that people going by Zeezer are embraced by society, but I think that from an activist perspective, we should pay attention to where powerful institutions are trying to maintain social control. The current battle lies in things like gender-affirming care. The state wants to legislate trans people's healthcare away. Gender-affirming care is at the forefront of trans activism. And strategically, that's a good thing. This centers the materiality of the body. The ability to alter the gendered body gets at the heart of the power of the current social order. It is a radical claim, and it is powerful in a way that pronouns are not. Think about this. States around the country are trying to ban gender-affirming care, especially when it comes to minors. But the number one group of children that seek gender-affirming surgery aren't trans kids. Overwhelmingly, it's cisgender boys with gynecomastia who seek normalizing surgeries. Or what about this? Why do so many laws that ban gender-affirming surgeries for minors make exceptions for so-called gender-corrective surgeries
for intersex babies? Because they actually don't care, or I should say they don't think that changing someone's gender under a certain age is bad. They just want it to be changed to what they want the gender to be, what supports the system. Oh, yo. What's up, Jenny? Words are weird. We normally say schema. Yeah, real.
On intersex babies? Why is it that puberty blockers have been used by decades for cisgender children with no uproar, but were only seen as dangerous and experimental when trans kids started taking them? Why is it that conservatives seemingly have this principled stance that you shouldn't perform surgeries on children, but have no problem with medical interventions that align children with gendered norms? This should be the type of discourse that we focus on. Why is it that our society has a double standard? Why do we put a cage around the genitals and our hormones and require that even adults need a doctor's note to unlock the cage? We should be...
I can't not think of... God damn it. I'm shutting up.
Precise with this, though. I don't think that the conversation should be let kids get life-altering surgeries on a whim. But I think illustrate...
I mean, also because, like, they don't want the cage just on... They want the cage on everyone. They don't want anyone to be able to change their gender to something that is inconvenient for society. Or whatever.
The arbitrary distinction between what cisgender kids are allowed to get and what trans kids are allowed to get is fruitful and leads us to the right questions. Our activism should advocate for a freeing of the limits of our gendered system and how we think about it. Why are there so many restrictions on the gendered alterations we can perform on our bodies? Why do institutions pathologize and regulate our desires? This is what trans activism should look like. And it kind of does look like that. So let's keep the conversation here. In a world where gender is liberated, we would embrace xenogenders and neopronouns as a normal facet of identity exploration. I don't think a focus on xenogenders gets us to that world. But while I don't think it should be the focus of LGBT education or activism, anyone that tells you that xenogenders are everything wrong with LGBT activism knows nothing about trans activism. This is a movement that advocates for a freeing of gender technologies. Pronouns are a gender technology.
Pronouns are technology?
Pronouns
I'm so sci-fi.
Or of labels does not meaningfully challenge the current liberal order, so it shouldn't be the heart of our discourse. If you're a fellow trans person, don't look at neogenders antagonistically. They should be a part of the world that we want to create.
Yeah. Fight for hope. Okay, so closing that tab. Let's see. Was I... Just link notes for later. Just so we can give out all our sources. Close tab. Likes. Like. Okay. I think. Right, and then the Crit Fights video. Actually, that was first. Yeah. Ugh. So people don't yell at me later for not having links for them to follow my tracks. So I'm done with reading the stuffs, and I'm gonna switch to a game for now. I hope this felt at least a little bit cohesive with talking about like different labels and just that there's so much diversity, and that sometimes we kind of get lost in thinking about like what seems like abnormal and maybe seems to be in some ways like reductive. I definitely understand how some people could see certain xenogenders and stuff as reductive, but I think that there's a lot of expression and like there's a lot to how someone sees their gender, and even amongst people of the same gender, they have radically different views of what it means to be their gender, and that's before going into like like outward expression and stuff. There's a lot to consider, so keep considering it. Alright, well, that was a 3-hour segment. Alright, we're moving on to our first game of the stream. Yahoo. Yippee. I am Duskbite. If you're just now joining us, use he and they pronouns, and I'm in a spacesuit today. And we're gonna play a little bit of Code Bunny. So all the games that we picked out to play today are either by queer devs or have queer characters in them. I think both for all of these, honestly, but specifically. Alright. So I'm going to do a Code Bunny story run of just one of the characters, and later in stream, a different fluff will do the other character. We actually been sitting on this for a while. We played the demo forever ago when it was on the Sonic fan games website, and we always have really a lot of fun with it, and we love like really good momentum based gameplay from games that are inspired by like Mega Man and shit. It is so rich. Switch to stream category while it's opening. Alright. That's been switched. Taking a while, huh? This game actually does have a Steam version, but you don't get a Steam key when you buy this particular game on itch.io. So we only have it on itch.io, which is fine. Tell me if it's like too loud or not loud enough, I guess. Cool beans. So we have Axel, bounces off enemies to gather momentum. Bunny Femboy, and Hazel marks enemies with arrows to dash into them. Are zero-coded samurai. Now, if I were to go with what sometimes we do and go, oh, there's a game where you can play as a boy, I should play as a boy. I actually feel like disposition-wise that I kind of vibe with Hazel more, personally, but I actually don't know everything about Axel's character. But he is super fun to play. He's the more beginner character, whereas Hazel is the more expert character. So it's interesting we'll be playing through her story first, as opposed to Axel's. She's a little harder on everyone. Bit of a tough cookie. We've never actually idled on the screen for this long. It is fucking good. I really like the music. Okay, I think it just looped. Play the game with cutscenes on. Hello, cutscenes on? Training 1. Destroyed. Lumina City. Sorry, Lumina City.
Mic check. We good? How's the weather looking? This isn't the time, Dr. Yakutsi. Please take this matter seriously. That bad, huh? Seems like there was an explosion on the building nearby. And our suspect was spotted running from the scene, you copy? Be on the lookout for any dangerous stuff. I'd love to watch you in action. That's what she's worried about. Oh snap, it came from a portal of sorts. Plenty of those too, according to the data. I'll dispatch them appropriately.
Alright. I thought I was fucking dead. A rank. Nice. Curry. We're having curry tomorrow, I think. Gorgeous looking art and movement so far. It's fucking sick, yeah.
This place is a mess. Way worse than the other district. Damn it! The Xandu army is here! You must be our suspect. Surrender and state your intentions. You don't know what's going on! Just back off! I know I'm dealing with a terrorist. If you won't surrender, I'll have to resort to force. Do you now? I see. Looks like you leave me no choice. Engage! Lone.
S, baby. We did practice a little bit, though.
My suit! You really are as ruthless as they say. You're just a kid. What's the meaning of this? That damage. Surrender and we may get you proper care. Don't make me laugh. You are the Lagos Hyperbolics, aren't you? I'm not falling for your kindness. Lone, are you okay? Your suit is. Don't worry about the suit. It just means a change of plans. Reinforcements? Big grief. Looks like we're dealing with a tough one. We don't have time for her. Let's get moving. You're not going anywhere. Silence. We are Mad Bunny, and you'd better stay out of our way. We'd love to take you on, but we have more pressing matters at hand. Wait! 3 of them. Things are getting complicated. Hey, Hotshot, you okay? The target retreated. I failed my mission. It's okay, we'll get him next time. Just get back to HQ for now.
Discourse was fine. The first part of stream with discourse discussion was actually easy mode. Glitch will be doing hard mode discourse later.
Planet Lumea, 2090. Aether, the most powerful, versatile energy source ever discovered, has been coveted by the people of Luma for hundreds of years. Technological advancements made it possible to obtain Aether from its source, Comet Yivastar. Lagos Hyperbolics, a major tech conglomerate together with Lumina's government of Xandu, birthed a project aiming to harness the comet's Aether, the VY space program. Hazel Jones herself. You look even better in person. Huh? What's wrong, Hotshot? You look a little dazed. Anyway, my name is Igusta Yatsuki. I'm the lead researcher here at Lagos Hyperbolics HQ. We're the members of the VY space program.
Oh my god, they literally live in the fucking Justice League Watchtower.
So, she really is a soldier, Igusa? What happened to the whole peaceful space exploration thing? The hot one is Ralphie. The hot-headed one is Ralphie. She's our mechanic and engineer. Hot-headed? Ugh. She's not even listening. The girly-looking guy next to her is Axel. Hey! What's that supposed to mean? Oh, don't worry. I slander these two all the time. We're like family. I was watching you through the monitor. You were awesome. I was only fulfilling orders. Nothing more. Oh, I see. Anyway, It's nice to meet you. Why the long face, hotshot? Give yourself some credit. Ansel's right, you did an amazing job back there. She was okay, I guess. Compliments aren't necessary. We need to focus on the mission. Ugh, you're so overconfident. Whatever. Don't disappoint us. She won't. Higher-ups recommended sending her to field ops. Maybe we could get Atzel to do our laundry then. Oh man. Well, at least I don't get to fight. On that note, we got word from the CEO. She put us in charge to take care of the Mad Bunny group. It seems like they're targeting Xandu-controlled areas. Problem is, we don't know why, but judging from the city incident, we need to apprehend them, as they can be a threat. If that's the mission, we don't have time to mess around. Select next mission when you're ready to go. But if you want to blow off some steam, we can chill at the talk room. That's all for now. Let's get to work. What is it? Oh, I was just checking out your sword. It looks so cool. There's nothing cool about a weapon. Especially this one. Sorry. I think swords are awesome. Yours kind of makes you look like a samurai, hotshot. No, it doesn't. I'm pretty sure you look like a samurai if you wore an older version of the VY suit. What is that supposed to mean? Anyway, where'd that sword come from? It's not a common weapon in this day and age. It's none of your business. Is that so? Sheesh. Hey, hotshot. Talking to me? I've heard plenty about you. Guess we didn't have time to properly chat. Banter is unnecessary. Oh, tough one. I like that in women, especially when they know a way around a sword. We should go on a date sometime. Oh boy, here we go. Come on, Atzel, let me have some fun with the newcomer. I understand your interest in improving our work relationship. But I'm afraid our relationship is just that. Perfectly professional. Aww, I was looking forward to it too. Maybe next time, Aglessa. Shut up, man. Hey! What do you think of the view? It looks beautiful from up here. What's wrong with it? Oh, I don't mean it like that. It's just that the view is amazing. I wanted to know if you were impressed. You don't get to see Illumina from space every day. Yes, I suppose.
Oh, this is actually her inner monologue. Okay, gotcha.
He actually kind of reminds me of... I used to have a little... Are we done here? Oh, okay. Mad Bunny's battle suits look a lot like the VY suits we wear, don't you think? They do, but it's impossible for that to be the case. Why is that? Only I have the means to develop them. Also, to even activate one, you need a special credential. Copies then? Could they have that kind of technology at their disposal? No way you're asking this after what Aglassa just said. I see no reason why that can't be. They're too similar. It's not far-fetched to conclude there may be a correlation. Who knows, maybe an engineer would know a thing or two about it. What's your input then? That's my input. It's not possible. That's not a concrete answer. The VY suits aren't like other battle armors. They can even materialize as something other than that. The tech behind them is also a pretty recent breakthrough too, right behind LIGO's Hyperbolics' doors. So unless they were leaked, they can't be VY suits. There you have it. You just waited for Dr. Yatsuki's explanation. Sorry, but I'm not treating someone who wields a sword in 2090 seriously. Hey Hotshot, have you checked the skill guide yet? A skill guide, you say? I think I remember seeing a pop-up about it in my visor before my fight with Loon. Yeah, just some light reading, but it's got some really useful stuff to learn from it. The VY suit models itself around the wearer, meaning it enhances your latent abilities. So, as a courtesy, we read through its code to find out how you can best use the suit. And hand that info over to you in a neat manual, as well as simulations. I see. I'll look more into it. Glad to hear it. It'll be essential if you want to tap into your suit's full potential. I can check the skill guide on the pause menu during missions. Off to the Forest of Morag. Remember, there's no laws in space. Oh, you mean like in international waters? Training 2. Forest of Morag. Oh, there's even a little timer. Normal attacks. While holding down in the air, down slash. Oh, didn't know that. Parry. Timing for parries is indicated by a sparkle. Ghost Crescent. R1 to mark enemies, L1 to perform a homing warp slash on them. Damage scales with Karma. Hazel can perform a double jump afterwards. Karma system. Karma is a system exclusive to Hazel. Hazel will take more damage the more Karma she has. Then her Karma will become 0. Karma is displayed in the bottom left corner of the screen. Hazel earns Karma when combo ends, hitting a marked enemy. Hazel's Ghost Crescent spends Karma to deal increased damage. This is an effective way to control your Karma buildup. If Karma exceeds Hazel's health, she will enter Karma mode. During Karma mode, Hazel blows and all her attacks will deal 4 times damage? However, any attack will put Hazel in critical health. Risk versus reward. There's been rumors of a witch roaming around the woods. We suspect it might be a member of Mad Bunny. Stay alert. That's a teenage girl. Is that the witch Agasa was talking about? So you're the one haunting these woods, huh? Not bad for a little girl. Now identify yourself. What's your deal? You okay, Hotshot? That was careless, yes. This could have gone a lot worse. I guess this confirms our suspicion about the witch. Bonus points if she's with Mad Bunny.
Always love figuring out what engine a game is in. Oh yeah, that's always fun. I assume this one is Game Maker, but...
You again. I gotta say, that wasn't a very stealthy approach. I don't have time for games. You're with Mad Bunny, aren't you? That's right. I'm Faye of the Nyx clan, protector of these ruins. The Nyx clan? But that's... There are battle robots everywhere. What's your goal here? What I'm doing here is none of your business. Now leave. Invaders like you aren't welcome. Catch! not fun to play with. Good grief.
Oh, nice! I didn't know I could do 2. Chain.
Stay where you are. I won't let you escape this time. You soldiers are always so annoying. Just leave me alone or I'll kick your butt. Tell me what Mad Bunny is up to. Don't make it harder for both of us. Yeah, right. Like I would trust the likes of you. I'll get my answers either way, kid. Don't think you're gonna get off easy after partaking in terrorism. Oh, so now we're terrorists. You're as stupid as you look. You wouldn't understand. Mad Bunny's action caused a lot of damage. Ha! As if! Take a good look around before you start pointing at us. Both Lagos and the Xanadu army are just a bunch of hypocrites. Enough. You leave me no choice. Bring it on! I'm not falling here on these grounds.
Versus Faye Nix. S, baby.
A comet shard. So this is what you came for, huh? Why would a bunch of kids need this? Stay away from it! That shard doesn't belong to you lot. It's a sacrifice Nyx clan artifact. I'm well aware of that. However, you should know the Nyx clan doesn't live in this forest anymore. You can't fool me. If you were doing this for your clan, you wouldn't be alone here. Nothing in this forest belongs to any of you! Look, kid. I won't get into politics here. Just tell me what you need this for. Screw you! I'm not in a rush. You'll have plenty of time to talk back at HQ. Comet shards are an excellent power source, but pretty volatile. What did the girl say she needed them for? She was unable to provide answers. However, she did show some kind of attachment to the ruins. Well, no wonder, she's from the Nyx clan. They used to inhabit the region, but environmental conditions got really bad, so the lands were sold off to Xanadu.
Oh, so they're a native population. Got it.
Maybe she holds a grudge since they weren't allowed to live there anymore. I didn't know that. I kind of feel bad for her now. But it doesn't add up. We still don't know why she needed the comet shard. We can't rule out environmentalist activism? I guess we're back to square one. That's why we need to stop them. If they're not willing to tell us their goal, it makes them a potential threat. Hold up. They're not actively trying to pick a fight, so I wouldn't call them a threat. But a fight broke out nonetheless. And they have the means to hold their ground in one. Stop being naive. We can't just give up on diplomacy. Alright, you two, settle down. Both of you raise good points, but we're not getting anywhere like this. Keep the pressure on Mad Bunny, just to be safe. We already got a location they might target, considering they're after comet shards. Let's get to work. Say hotshot, how's the VY suit? It's effective, why do you ask? Just wanna know. You only ran simulations until recently. Maybe the real deal felt better, you know? Well, it certainly does. It fits my every need. I can't even comprehend the technology behind this piece of work. I put a buttload of work on it, so I'm glad that you like it. Even among the best tech Lagos can offer, the suit is different. It almost feels like I'm wielding magic. Well, like I said, it's the result of a lot of work. Displaying it will be boring as studying it. Trust me on that one. As for you, you surely are more outspoken. These strict simulations with strict rules aren't really my thing. Talking to people virtually? Pfft, so boring. In my lab, I can cut loose, let my charisma shine. That's the good stuff. Dr. Yatsuki, I don't know how to put it, but you are extremely professional and unprofessional at the same time. Thank you, I'm flattered. Hey, about the Phoenix girl. She was using some strange magic even before she activated her suit. What's up with that? I've already seen these strange powers once too. It seems to be common in the older clans around Lumina. Gosh, how old are you two? 12? It's not magic, it's just Aether. Aether? But how could she use it without a VY suit? She was born with those abilities? Okay kids, time for science class. Some people have higher Aether affinity than others, especially among the older clans in Lumina. Some can control it and some do cool glowy stuff with it. I saw it firsthand, but never gotten any intel on it. It's astonishing to say the least. That's really cool though, right? Got any more cool Aether secrets to tell us, Agasa? Nope. Class time's over. Need to get to the pantry to get more juice. Jeez. You shouldn't be drinking during work hours. Sheesh, calm down, it's just grape juice. I don't need you worrying about this too. Huh? Nagasa's got some drinking issues. Hey! Watch it, I don't have issues. Sure. You don't want me to remind you about the incident again, do you? Shut up, Ralphie! I've learned my lesson. What incident? Oh, it was crazy. I'll never forget that night. Okay, but what happened? She was so far gone. You just had to see it to believe it. That doesn't answer my question. Okay, I get it. Just stop bugging me about it already. Stick with the grape juice. Okay, Mom. So, what was the incident about? Oh, it was unbelievable. So what? Never mind. 3, 2, 1. Testing! What are you doing, Agasa? Anything wrong with your equipment? Can you nitwits shut up? Your voices are annoying. Good morning, sunshine. Ready to talk to us? Sure, how about a little room service? Plus the mattress here is killing my back. So much for your multi-billion budget. This isn't a hotel, you know. Good to know, because if it was, it will be a half-star at best. Oh, is it that bad there? Shouldn't we change our mattress? Axel, don't take what she said so seriously. And Agasa, I thought I asked you to put cameras in our room, not speakers. Relax, Ralphie. She can't do anything while she's here with us, and besides, a girl needs her privacy. Touché. What, so boys aren't afforded privacy? Got it. So, we can talk to her from here on out? Hey there, Phoenix! How are you doing? I invoke the 5th. We should be thankful they're staying here for now. The Ebola agents wouldn't keep you as comfortable. I bet they had better mattresses there. You talk big for someone in your situation. Girls, please, be a little nicer to her. Sorry. So why don't you tell us your part of the story now? Give me a lawyer, or you're not getting anything out of me. Well, I hope you'll open up eventually. Yeah, right, keep dreaming, Twink Boy. Oh, I love having her around already. I think it was a terrible idea after all. Things are gonna get noisy around here, aren't they? Nice shot. What is it? Oh, just skimming over some battle footage from your VOI suit. I love seeing you in action. For analytical reasons, I presume. You believe what you want, Hotshot. You're impossible. Though your battle with Phoenix was fierce, you landed quite a few shots. How's your aim that good? Training in the army. She was probably one of those annoying shooters. No, firearms are too lethal. I do not like them. Plus, a dead enemy can't speak. And yet, you like that horrid sword. You do not get to talk about this sword. Okay, relax you two. Sorry for bringing it up. But really, your aim is no joke. What's the story? Just quit it. Aw, come on. You know I'm not stopping until you say it. Sheesh. I was part of an archery club back in high school. That's all. Bow and arrow with a sword to boot? You sure you're not a samurai? Again with the samurai thing? Oh, look at me! I was in archery club! Huh. Bragging much, aren't we? What, Miss Goody Goody, student council president or something? Well, as a matter of fact. Oh my, you're checking all the boxes! What? Typical rich girl from Zandu. Can't make this up. Well, she really is the hotshot. Stop with the tease already. What's happening here? Oh, here she comes. Well, that's hotshot. We're just watching some anime. On the screen, there's two girls fighting. One is wielding a giant scissor, and the other one a sword. Yo, they're watching Kill la Kill! Hey, that one with the sword kind of looks like you, Hazel. No, she doesn't. She does, though, actually. What? And what are you doing? I'm streaming the anime to Phase Room as well. I was really bored, you know. Anyway, wanna join us? If I wanna join, what example do you think you're setting here, Dr. Yatsuki? Besides, you should all be working. Relax, we've been doing a good job so far. So we're resting a little. You better get used to it. Yeah, stop trying to boss us all around. Well, procrastination will not get you anywhere. Neither will working yourself to death. I need time to relax and rest with my friends, or I'll go crazy. You know, Hotshot, your mental health is more important than anything. Everyone needs to rest, even you. She's right. Maybe I'm being too harsh. What about you, Phoenix? Are you gonna talk now? I was thinking Blondie looks more like the one with the scissor. I'm gonna pretend I didn't see anything here. But you all better clean up the lab once I'm back. Hazel leaves the room. Hear that, Atzel? You're on cleaning duty. No! Yakaido. The first yawn of stream. One of many. Yokkaido. Hotshot, there's a shark kept in the shrine here in Yokkaido. This one should be cake for Mad Bunny. Keep an eye out for him. What was that? That was a very bad bunny-ish looking enemy. They have flower kites, so it might be someone from your Kaido. The whole gear is custom made. Let's get my hands on it.
B. Oh, they want me to make a higher combo.
Step away from the shrine, terrorist. Is that any way to talk to an old friend, Hazel? Shoyuko? Shoyuko Hikari? What are you doing here? I'm a member of Mad Bunny now. Times change, don't they? You even teamed up with Lagos Hyperbolics. How ironic. I'm here for the Comet Shard, obviously. But when I heard you were around, I couldn't miss the opportunity. Opportunity? To kill you, of course. Shoko, please! We don't have to do this! Come on! After all these years in the military, you're hesitating. Or maybe there's something bothering you. Do you need a reminder? I don't want to do it. I just... Don't be ridiculous. You made a choice that day. Now I'm gonna get my revenge.
Versus Shoko.
No! Why? You... We can't keep losing shards like this. You never get tired of taking away what's important to me. When I first saw you holding a sword, it filled me with rage. Now you're drawing it towards me. I'm next, huh? No, I couldn't. You're a coward. You'd rather have me live with this humiliation. Very well. You win this time, Hazel. But I won't stop fighting. You and Mother will pay for your crimes. What did you just say?
This is where the demo ended.
Hey, how are you? Did anyone send you? Not really. Nagasa said you ran off, so I was worried. I brought you some coffee. If this is about Shoko, it's none of your business. Right, Dang it. I mean, wait, come back. I want to apologize. I'm just being harsh. I'm not always like this. You don't really have anyone to talk to, right? Can I... Yeah. Please say. You know, this is really good coffee. I know, right? Agasa's really good at brewing coffee. Agasa made this? Oh, this is actually me. I like having coffee with Agasa, so I guess I picked up on her blending skills. It really warms you up, especially here in space. So, how do you usually deal with stuff that's bothering you? Oh, well, I used to ice skate, but that was a long time ago. So now I just look at the stars. So you like stargazing, huh? I mean, it was my little brother's passion, not mine, per se. He's long gone, though, so I guess it reminds me of the good times. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, it's okay, don't worry about it. I lost someone too. And I know how it feels. His name was Ash. We were childhood friends. Ash, Shoko, and myself. So that's why you were so upset. Ash enlisted to the army. It was his dream to be able to help people. I wanted to be just like him, so I joined too. Then he was gone, and I became this dull, apathetic Hazel you know today. That's not true. You just got a lot to deal with. You need someone to talk to about this stuff. Maybe someone can share coffee with you every once in a while. That wouldn't be so bad. That's awesome for... Yeah, I definitely clocked her. Me and her have a lot in common. I'm glad I didn't just go, let me pick the boy because I am a boy. Honestly, when we ever get around to playing the other half of Scarlet Nexus, because we actually have only played half of the game technically, we were trying to figure out which headmate would do it. I don't think I want to. I am also like the girl character in that game. Being emotionally repressed. Hotshot, what's it called? The new perfume you're wearing smells like pine. Huh? I'm not wearing any perfume at the moment. Really, huh? I wonder if the cleaning team was here this morning. Not you mentioned, and I do notice a distinct pine fragrance. Actually, it's kind of familiar. Maybe it really was just a cleaning team. I bet Ash is alive and the janitor. Emotionally repressed? Twinsies! Oh hey, look what I found. A hair care magazine? Huh. From a pretty famous brand too. Where did you get this? What's your problem? Is taking other people's belongings your hobby by chance? What? Alright, sorry, I didn't know it was yours. I just found it and wanted to check it out with everyone. That's Hazel's? I didn't know she cared so much about looks. I guess it makes sense, her hair is so gorgeous. Your hair is amazing. Could you give us some tips? Are they teasing me? I won't give anyone advice. Leave my stuff alone! Chill, Hazel. We're only praising you. I just like taking care of my hair, alright? Leave me alone. That was adorable. How'd you feel after visiting your old home, Hotshot? Unwell. Oof, my bad. It's okay. It was stressful, but I was feeling way worse before. Going to Kaido right after visiting Morag territory, I really felt the contrast between them. The Nyx clan had to live under terrible conditions, most likely because of us. Then they were driven out, completely scattered. By us. It reminds me of a conversation I had with a friend a long time ago. Well, I wish those old men at Congress cared as much about it as we do. you're not the only person I know who's unsatisfied with the army. Lots of people enlisted based on empty promises. But I can't blame you for believing them. I keep wondering if there's anything I can do. We're here to help people, aren't we? Hazel.
The dialogue for this game is actually... having experienced some all... It would feel weird playing this again and not just doing arcade mode and skipping all the story, literally, to not do every conversation. Oh, what kind of curry did you, get or make?
Where's Phoenix? I haven't heard her voice since I went down to Yokkaido. Now that you mention it... Oh, about that. She got pissed off when I tried answering some questions and destroyed the speakers up there. Now that's inconvenient. There were some things I wanted to ask her. Oh man, can you fix it? I wanted to talk to her too. Sure, I can do that. But I don't want to see her angry side again. Maybe later. I told you the cameras were a better idea. Oh well, at least that makes things a little quieter here for now. We can leave it like that for a bit. I guess so. Still, that's a shame. We should try to make something for her. Or should we? I think it's better to leave her alone for a bit. She's probably still stressed out and making a mess in her room. Oh, is that bad? What kind of questions did you ask her? Well, I guess I can be really stubborn when she feels like it. What can I say? I really wanted to know about those unique craft drinks made by the Nyx clan. She really doesn't help herself. Well, I guess I can wait to ask Phoenix about Shoko later. You're unbelievable. Guys, it was just a joke! A joke! Somehow, that's even more unbelievable. So, what was it like to grow up in a place like Yokkaido? Oh, it was... normal? I guess? Normal? Well, I have a different ideal of normal. It looks like a place way above my league, if you know what I mean. I see. I'm sorry. You're right, it's a pretty upper-class type place. It's kind of its own thing, too. Not being connected with Lumina by ground at all. Aside from the snobbish people, I had an okay childhood there. Really? It's a bit difficult for me to imagine what an okay childhood looks like, actually. Well, you know, you could say it came with a lot of pressure. Oh, now that I understand. Can't say that sounds like an okay childhood, though. It had its good moments, too, though. That's nice. I can say the same for myself. What about your friends? I got really curious about the Ash guy you mentioned. He and Shoko were my only friends back then. But Ash... he was just incredible. At first he looked like a wimp, but I learned a lot from him. He was the best friend anyone could have asked for. You talk so highly about him. I bet he was a great guy. I wish I could have met him. Maybe we could have been friends too. Honestly, I think you two would have got along really well. He was almost exactly like you before he enlisted. Oh, thank you. That means a lot coming from you. You think? Of course. I'm happy you're finally opening up to me. Well, to everyone. I see. He really is a lot like him.
Lagos Hyperbolics HQ. What, are we under attack?
Shoko mentioned something interesting before she retreated. But could it be true? If it is, there's definitely something I'm not seeing. Hotshot, what's wrong? Oh, Dr. Yatsuki. Just a guess that it's fine. Especially for you. You alright? You seem pensive. I'm feeling pretty normal, but something is bothering me. Care to share? I've been thinking about the VY space program. Our goal is to explore the comet, right? To make it possible to harvest Aether from it directly.
What does Mad Bunny have to do with this? Ansel has a point. They don't seem like they're trying to get in our way. Now that you mention it, I'll admit it's quite odd. I didn't question the CEO's orders at the time. I guess we were all jumpy after the incident in town. The CEO. I'm starting to piece it together. Why the sudden interest, though? You're not usually like this. What can you tell me about the CEO? Straight to the point, huh? As counterintuitive as it sounds, I'm not very close to the CEO. She did pick me specifically for the space program, but my mother was actually the one close to her. They're the company founders. So you don't know much, huh? Actually, there's something elusive about her involvement with the space program lately. Around the time you joined us, you started going to this module in the research station. There's no real way to get there through normal routes, though. Maybe, just maybe, that's where she keeps all the booze! Let's try that again. Yeah, back on track. I'm kinda stumped, not gonna lie, but she does get there on the cargo ship. Maybe it's an exclusive type thing? That gives me ideas. Hot shot? Nagasa, I know this might sound crazy, but can you help me get to that module? Wait, what? That's crazy! That module is heavily guarded by battle robots. We can't just go there. That makes me even more curious. Me too. Dang it. But why do you want to go there? It's complicated. I just have this gut feeling. You know, I'm worried about what might come from this, but I'm about as curious as you are. And I know that if you're planning something this dangerous, it's for a good reason. Nagasa, I'll help you out. We gotta get moving right now, alright? Don't wanna get busted when work hours start. Roger that. Thank you, Agasa. Hotshot. Be careful. Alright? Ah. This is even more interesting than just we're under attack or Phoenix broke out. But I bet she wants to investigate the smell of pine. Lago Hyperbolics. This must be a route to get to the restricted module. Talk about a hostile work environment. I knew something was up. So the secret to Lago's Hyperbolics needs security this tight for. This reminds me of the fucking Sonic what the fuck? Oh. The Sonic Adventure 2 space level. Ah, see? I didn't try to get a high combo. That's my own fault.
Security isn't as tight in this module. Lycos Hyperbolics, what are you planning? What the hell? She looks just like me. What's the meaning of this? Shoko was saying the truth. Her mother, the CEO of Lycos Hyperbolics, is playing something terrible. Copies of
Oh, and their corpses are persistent. God. I'm also feeling the Gunvolt inspirations, I think.
the main computer. If I want answers, this must be it. I'm sorry, Agasa. I'd have told you you're about Shoko. I'm sorry, Agasa. I have told you about Shoko being your daughter, but that'd be too dangerous. Entry 13, July 5th, 2090. That's from yesterday. Here goes. Our preparations at the tower are now complete. Once we neutralize Loon, we can go directly to Wonderland. Even still, I have to work on these horrible things. Clones of the most deadly warrior in the Xanadu army, Hazel Jones. I'm not a weapon. It was necessary in order to get military funding for the project, in order for us to reach our dream. End of entry. She's after Loon. Lycos Hyperbolics plans to use him somehow. I need to get out of here and inform Agasa.
Lost time.
Warning, warning, unauthorized login to main computer detected. Dispatching defense jackalope units. Copycats. Not a monster. I've never wanted any of this. Ash, I'm sorry.
Translag.
Faye, next. Look who decided to wake up. Where am I? Home sweet home. I brought you here. You saved me. Even though I'm your enemy. Yeah, in times like these, people who need help are all the same to me. Shoko? Don't get the wrong idea. I still want to off you. But that would defeat the purpose of Faye rescuing you. I I respect her decisions. But how? I was in the restricted module. How did she find me? I was passing by and found you laying around. You guys have terrible security. Were you having a party? Absolutely not. You are right, Shoko. Something's going on. You have no idea. Let me get you up to speed. I rescued Faye and Moon from a Lagos hyperbolic secret facility. What do you mean? I was investigating Lagos since it's my mother's company, and we never had much contact. I found out they were, and still are, doing experiments on hundreds of people. Moon had it the worse than the rest of us. His body started to create those corruptions. They're slowly killing him. We found out that comet shards can heal him. His suit was slowing his corruption. But you guys destroyed it. So we had to speed up our plans. But we were careless. He disappeared last night. I can't feel his presence. He was definitely taken away. Wonderland. What did you just say? Soliel's journal, in the restricted module. I'm certain she was talking about taking Loon to Wonderland. Does that make any sense? It makes all the sense. Stardust Clock Tower, the biggest Aether reserve in the country, is there. We tried to get comet shards there once, but could never get past security. You better not be lying. I don't think she has reason to lie to us. They must be planning on using him for something. With all that Aether, Moon's power could be amplified greatly. Very well. I'm going to Wonderland. Wait, please, let me go with you. Why should I? This is all your fault. Plus, you're not one of us. I want to make things right. This isn't the time to sit around. Huh. What's gonna be, boss? So be it. But if you try to turn on us, I won't hesitate to stop you.
You know they're good guys because it's a trans flag.
What? Do you smell pines? Oh, that's just me. It's my pine perfume. Wait, really? I swear I remember the smell from HQ. Well, duh, I was at HQ. Though, I should have thought of that. Huh? Are you dense or what? I escaped through the air ducts. How do you think I got you? Had anyone figured it out, I'd be busted. That makes sense. There wasn't a physical path to the restricted module, but it was still connected to the research station. I guess the air conditioning has to come from somewhere. Girl, I was freezing in there! You know, I was wondering, what's with the hole in the roof? Can you get any more predictable? Vitamin D, okay? There are kids who live here. They can't leave the warehouse, so we blew a hole in the ceiling. That way, they can get sunlight. That sounds kind of extreme. What if it rains? That's where Faye comes in. Jeez, casting a force field to cover that hole is a real drag. I just sit around for hours. Wait, you were talking about kids. They're all asleep right now, so you can't see them. But hey, they could maybe show up at some date. Probably.
Oh, referencing a future update, probably. Because, you know, they do individual sprites for those people. I see some drawings and beds, though. So I'm guessing you didn't really attack Luminous City, then? We went there because we got intel about a comet shard inside a Lagos Hyperbolics building. It was a trap, however, probably thought of by my mother. Everything was really messed up, though. Moon got hit by an enemy bullet and it cracked his suit. The suit contained the corrupted Aether in his body, slowing down any damage to him. You guys destroyed it, though. I'm sorry. It's fine, we couldn't get it off of him anyway. We need to do that at some point if we want to heal his corruptions. Anyway, after we ran from the building, Moon ended up leaving some distortions behind. It happens when he uses his power, or during night hours when he's exposed to the comet. Mother used the opportunity to frame us by destroying the downtown district. Yeah, I was wondering why the same robots I was seeing at the in the regular levels were also in our HQ. Well, I guess it's now the enemy HQ.
A cover-up operation. We had to split up. There are many people in those buildings. Faye and I couldn't just leave them there. You saved them. The media covered it up, though. We're the bad guys at the end of the day.
How it feels to be Spider-Man. What's going on the quote page? I'm curious. Shoko leaves.
It's heavy, isn't it? That sword. I can sense a terrifying aura around it. This is the Blood Rose. It's an old artifact passed down for generations in the Akabara clan. Yeah, I know. Hey, I'm sorry if I treated you before. Not that stupid of a soldier after all. I get it, you need to keep the mask on. What? I'll be trusting you to rescue Loon, alright? He's really important to me. I mean to us! Thank you, Faye. Hey, so what exactly is the deal with your battle suits? I see the reason for Loon's, but yours look just like VY suits. You really can't put two and two together, can you? That's annoying. I was just curious. Chill, Shoko? Fine. I stole them while I was rescuing Faye and Loon. They were in the same facility. That's it? What'd you expect? We're not Aether Tech geniuses. Well, they did come from the Lagos Hyperbolics facility, so I guess it makes sense. I think there's some sort of prototype versions of the suits developed at the research station. Shoko seems to be a particularly older model. Is that why she gets a mask instead of a helmet? They also told me the VY suits are like an extension of their user. Apparently the suit takes on a different form depending on the wearer. I guess that's the reason hers is so different. It's more likely that I'm just that much cooler than you. Jeez. I do wonder, what exactly happened to Loon? The skin condition, it looked just like those obsidian-colored traits on the ground. Like I said before, Loon was the one who suffered the most out of any of us. In the lab, I mean. Faye, it's alright. I'm sorry. It's fine. It's not your fault. I just hate to remember that place. It's like you said, his skin is not normal. These corruptions are slowly killing him. Corruptions? We don't know anything about it either. It's not natural. It was a result of a lot of experiments. A lot of accidents. It also resulted in Loon's unique ability to create portals. And now, it's almost as if Loon's body was an anomaly in our world. The only thing that can keep him alive and possibly cure him is the pure Aether. Inside of Comet Shards. Rather, inside Comet Yellowstone. How much does he need? It's difficult to know, but I'm not letting him die. Shoko. That's our goal with Mad Bunny. I knew Shuko would never do something this dangerous without a good reason. Yeah, she's incredible. Both as a leader and as a friend. Hey, what's up? Your face looks like flat butt. I was thinking about what I saw in that module. Oh, sorry. I get it. Something like that must have caused quite a shock. So these journals said that these clones were part of a deal with the Xanadu army. That can only mean one thing. Xanadu wants an army. It needs you to control them. Those bastards. The stupid government. What now? Are they just gonna use some dolls to oppose whatever doesn't follow them? Even more than they already do. I can't stand those bastards. Someone needs to bring about change. From the inside. Even my clan was subdued. Aww. The army. They were using me all this time for that. I don't want this to continue any longer. What am I to them? Unlike those clones, you have a heart. You'll know what to do. Huh? Is something wrong? No, just thinking about home again. Home? You mean the Nyx clan? Why exactly aren't you with them? Are you stupid? With Sully after me and Loon, I'd be putting my clan in danger. They already have too much to deal with. I see. I'm sorry to hear that. They're really peaceful people, the Nyx clan. I had the chance to meet them. The Xanadu doesn't treat them equally. I do wonder how she got into Lygos' hands. But I don't want to ask about something like that. This poor girl. Faye, I promise you, after all this is over, you'll be free to be with your people again. Hazel, you're actually so cool. It's strange. Since I woke up, I feel like I can't summon my VY suit. You have to deal with a lot of physical stress, so it's only natural. It's like when you beat us, our suits just vanished or we couldn't transform for a while. They'll come back sooner or later. I see. I didn't know that. But I don't know if I feel comfortable wearing that thing again. Time to go to Wonderland. Someone forgot Sprite 4 and Sprite 5. Oh wait, what? Look, Hazel, those signs have your mug on them. Oh shucks. You must be really popular around these parts. This will be fun. There's so many games that would not have Shoko here in the fight with me. I was confused about where to go for like 5 seconds. Damn it. Oh, a rabbit out of a hat! That's cute. That's cute as hell. Ugh. Oh, I died. Hey, are you gonna help out? No. This level is confusing in the best way possible.
I would like to point out the entire section as a rabbit in the hat gag. Oh, you figured out before I could press enter. Yeah, I'm a smart pup. Damn, all the fucking character sprite work is fucking gorgeous. And before I even go on with how awesome I love all the character sprites, especially when folks are armored, fucking Christ, this is the best. This is the best boss room so far. Very memorable. This fucking clock tower stained glass shit, fucking phenomenal.
Ralphie. Well, looks like you survived. That voice. Ralphie, you're also a part of this? Oh, you know answers, you foolish soldier. By the way, what did you think of your special publicity? I may have had a hand in it. Quit the banter. Tell us where Loon is right now. You're too late, Loon. Sully and Agussa are on Comet Galacus. Oh wait, is this the technician? Yeah, I think that is. You're too late, Loon. Sully and Agussa are on a Comet Galasar. Comet Galasar? But how? Stardust Clock Tower. They used Loon. They made him use the Aether in the tower to open a portal leading there. A CEO quick to catch up. To be expected from the CEO's illegitimate daughter. But it doesn't matter. Soon we'll be able to reach our goal. The comet holds the secret to this world, as well as the key to our dream. This girl is getting on my nerves. Get ready, Hazel. Is there really no other way? Damn it. The stars align. Forewarning your fall. Prepare yourselves. Ralphie.
Oh, my armor broke. I didn't know that could happen. Without, you know, dying. Get down. Get on the floor. Everybody do the dinosaur.
You're a tough one. Now tell us, how do we get to Loon? Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. You're deplorable. Excuse me? You use Loon. What would Axel think? He was always against this whole conflict, and you betrayed him. He would understand. He also lost his... What's going on? No. This shouldn't be happening. Did something happen in the comet? The comet? Faye, come in. What the hell is going on? You're asking? There are distortions everywhere. It's coming from that tower. No, it's coming from Yellowstar. I feel weird. Ah, my head! They answer me. Damn it. Shaka? Where am I?
Wiley Stage 2, obviously. See what I'm saying? The people living in the forest are a bunch of freaks. We can both agree on that. The weirdos have a better life in Xanadu. This savage lifestyle will be corrected under our aegis. Huh, they probably just make a mess.
It can't be. Hey, Ash. Can you go over the mission debriefing again?
Just recon for now. We don't have much to go off of, other than sightings on rebel activity.
That sounds boring. What's the matter, Ash?
Don't worry about it. Come on, we're wasting time.
I remember this. This is.
Hazel, watch out!
Sorry, I got distracted.
It's okay. Are you hurt? These guys wield some strange power.
Are they...
No, I just knocked them out. They'll live. Ash. To camp. Huh. Damn it. My comms are damaged. Let's lay low for a bit. It's strange, isn't it?
What is?
These guys. Their attack seems so erratic and desperate. They fight like civilians.
I didn't really notice. Seems like just another ordinary enemy to me.
Something's not right here. These native soldiers. They're definitely not planning an offensive. The armory isn't even fully loaded. There aren't any provisions for the winter either.
Maybe we got bad intel.
You might be onto something.
Seriously, how do you do it?
Do what?
They nearly got us by surprise, but you knocked them out. You didn't kill them too. How do you keep your cool in times like these?
Just got lucky.
That's not true. Wanna know what I think?
Yeah?
I think you're very strong-minded and firm.
Please. I mean, remember when we were kids? I was the shortest kid in our neighborhood, got bullied left and right. But
I come around and beat him up.
See, you're the tough one here.
Yeah, but that was a very long time ago. Look at you now.
Well, growing up with you, I guess I had to toughen up. You'd do the same, wouldn't you? You'd spare them, right? Those guys back there.
I mean, they did seem like a pushover now that I look at it. You never know what might happen on the battlefield, but we're not monsters, you know?
Yeah.
What's the matter?
I wish everyone thought the same way you do. Those guys were just protecting their home like us. Hazel, there's something I've been meaning to tell you for a while.
Oh, I'm all ears.
I'm planning on resigning.
What? But why? Wasn't this what you always wanted? What we wanted? To fight for justice! Our dream.
Hazel.
You're the best among us!
Hazel, please! I know you must be shocked, but What we've been doing these past 4 years is nothing like the dream I once had. I miss the old days where you, me, and Shoko would spend time together. Right now, I'd do anything to be at her side. I haven't seen her in a very long time. But you two can still make it work. There's been rumors that you're gonna be promoted. You and Shoko could benefit greatly from that. And that's besides the point, Hazel. What we're doing here, it's not justice. We're not really helping people. I feel lost. Weaker by the day. I'm losing sight of my real dream. I'm sorry for insisting. You're my best friend. I know you mean what you say. And I know how you feel. I miss her too. I'll support you no matter what. Thank you, Hazel. But are you sure you'll be fine by yourself? We fought side by side for a while, huh? Of course I'll miss you, but I'm happy where I am right now. Is that so? Well, that's a relief. Where are you going? I gotta get back to camp to report our findings. Besides, something about this mission seems off. Can you keep watch here? Sure thing. Be careful on the way back. Which is best bun hairstyle? Pointy ears or floppy ears? I say floppy ears, but also like when the ears are used like almost like their hair, like the bunny samurai and Ninja Turtles. I can't believe I was this petty. Why did I lie to him? I wasn't happy there. I was just happy to be fighting alongside him. Never really knew what happened back out in camp. I should follow Ash. Ash, you're back! Is something the matter? We've been trying to reach you like crazy. There's new intel from mainland camp. Plus, you're being promoted effective immediately. What's this? Top brass orders. You're gonna be in charge of our operation now. This is an official government desk. Timing's inconvenient. Good morning, Sergeant Akihabara. Or should I say, Lieutenant. What? That's Shoko's. It is with short notice that I come with an update to your operation. You have been promoted through official channels, and your operation shall now remain classified. Your platoon is to extract the natives from the forest. You're to relocate them to a Lagos hyperbolics facility. They'll be studied and made useful. I trust you to carry out this operation, Lieutenant. Did you hear that, Ash? I mean, Lieutenant Akihabara? Serves them right. Those freaks will finally be of some use. Oh, they don't mind if we deliver them with a few bruises. By the way, where's Hazel? She's keeping watch on the natives' camp. That's perfect! I'm gonna radio her the updates. Stop. Lieutenant? Is that really no other way? These guys won't hesitate to. Damn it. It's better that Hazel isn't informed, after all. This operation is terminated. I think he killed them all. Huh? No, no! Damn it! I can't believe it. So what were we supposed to do to that? So what we were supposed to do that day to the clan? It's just like what happened to Faye and Loon. Huh? What's that noise? Damn it! Ash! No. No! Hazel, help! Ash, going wrong! What? Our bullets aren't working! You're just taking them! What the hell is he? Is that even Ash? Need to
arm! Now, Hazel! No. No. Please, don't do it! Ah! Ash! I'm sorry, partner. Ah! Shoko, you're alive. You're the real Shoko, right? Why, Hazel? Shoko. Why'd you help him? Why didn't you help him? Why the hell did you just kill him? Why punish yourself like this? When you did it so coldly. I don't... I trusted you, you know? When we fought with Lou, I thought you had changed. But you didn't even hesitate to. You chose the army over him. No, I couldn't think straight. And so much was happening. Everyone was dead. You traitor. He didn't look like Ash. He was... Shut up. Don't you dare speak of him that way. You cold-blooded liar. Murderer! Shoko, please! I can't do this right now. Give me time. You didn't give him time. You coward. I don't care about Mother anymore. Right now, the only thing I can think of is killing you.
It was karma. He didn't look like Ash because of the karma system. B. I got one more hit combo than what I was expected to get. Dessert curry.
Stop it! Please. Stop it already. What are you waiting for? Just kill me already. Stop saying that. I never wanted to be like Ash, okay? I just felt worthless. I felt like I had to be something more. I always hated being a stupid soldier. It stopped making sense when he was gone. I was weak. I thought everything would be fine if I relied on him. I can't kill my best friend. Not again. Then why? Why do you still have that sword? Because the sword and you are all I have left. I won't run away anymore from my past or from this burden. They're both precious to me. I always thought the sword weighed too much for me. I hoped that by carrying it one day I'd fall in battle. You can't possibly mean that. I really did, but when I met the people at the space station, I felt my grip strengthen again. It still weighs, but it's different now. It weighs all sorts of memories of Ash, both good and bad ones. And even if the bad ones turn out to be too much to deal with, I now have someone who can help me bear this weight. A friend. Ash. Maybe she did change after all. The blood rose bears Ash's dreams. Dreams of justice. When I saw you wielding it in favor of the army and stabbing him, it felt like mockery. But now I see it. His will. You carry it with you. Now I know that he would never do to me what he did to those soldiers. He let me do it. To protect me. I'm not asking for forgiveness, but I do want to move on. If the only thing keeping him alive are our memories and the blood rose, then I'll avenge him in my own way, and wield it with resolve, instead of shame. And that's what you would have wanted, isn't it, Ash? To think that he died starting the fight we're in now. I can't forgive you. Not yet. But I will trust you. Keep your life in the blood rose. Wield both with care. Bring his justice, our justice, to Mother. And please, help Loon. Shoko, you're not coming with me? No, this is your fight now. You're his partner after all. I won't let you down.
Welcome back, couple to the gelato.
Thank you, Shoko. And Ash. And thank you, Axel.
Yagistar Core. Oh, this is cool. I think that's probably how, like, it defaults. Or maybe not defaults. Like...
Maybe there's another path.
Like, it's not very hard to make, like, one into the wall in a, like, game development, in a game engine, like, make you go to the top, like, going from left to right, like an endless hall in a fucking, RPG Maker game. Oh my god! Mimic ass shit. Oh. Oh, fuck. The final level energy here is strong. Ooh. Okay.
It's you. I got some. Oh, hi Hazel. You can skip the courtesy, I already know about everything. No doubt, you are here after all. I'm really sorry for what happened, you know? Back at HQ? So you really knew about what was in that module? Then you really let me go there to get killed. It's nothing like that. I needed you. I needed you to know the truth about Solyo. Go on. I once had a petty and foolish dream. Solel convinced me that this dream could be reality if I did what she asked, to bring her the power of the comet. When I knew about those terrible things she was doing to other people, I was trapped in all of this. I wanted to stop Solel by myself all this time, but I just couldn't, because I wasn't strong, or I had the courage to go against her. So you used me to achieve that? That's precisely what I did. I don't think your approach was the best one, but I wouldn't be here right now without your help. I forgive you. So I have no idea what's wrong with the world, but you know how to stop this, don't you? I can't say for sure that we need to stop Soliel. She attacked Yalagasu's core, and all of this happened. Attack the comet's core. Why would that put the world in this state? Just, where are we right now? We're in some sort of liminal space that connects Illumina to the Yasuo core. Solel and Lune are there. When we tried to interact with the comet's core, it showed us the truth. Forget I said anything. The space around us is getting more and more unstable. If Soliel is trying to destroy the core, we don't have much time. No time to mess around now. Hazel, why are you fighting right now? Because I finally got a grip on my life again. I'm gonna live without regrets. I see. So that's your truth. Hey, you look different. Your eyes look more alive. I like it. I'm happy to see you one more time. And I can see you one more time. Me too. But this isn't goodbye. We'll see each other again. You're right. I trust you, Hazel. I know you're gonna do the right thing. Highest combo 160. They really expected way more out of me. Soliel. Well, if it isn't the broken soldier. I thought you would be dead by now. What a shame. If I knew you and Shoko had a history, I would have silenced you sooner. Alas, none of it matters now. Cut the crap! Where's Lune? Is this why you're here? I expected more. That kid was too much of an inconvenience. But it's over now. I already took care of him myself. Did you kill him? I didn't bother to. It doesn't matter to me whether he lives or not. Nothing does matter. And soon, nothing will ever matter again. Are you talking about the truth? In this reality, there's no such thing as truth. Only lies. You have no right to say that. The world is getting torn apart because of you. You foolish girl. There's no world to tear apart. Just look around you. And this is all a meaningless illusion. A simulacrum made by another's mind. A dream. What? What did she say? There's no way this is right. Both the way both Igasa and Soliel are acting right now. No, I didn't come this far to question these things. I know what I must do. All I wanted to do would be with my beloved Meleus again. I went through great lengths to finally bring him back. Our life together, our experiences. I wanted to relive them. But it was all just a lie. Even if what you said is true, I don't care. What? Even if everything is as you say, it was still real for me. For everyone. Every happy moment. Every tragic mistake. I carry them with me! Everyone's dreams. I carry them with me. And I will show you! So be it. Bring it on then. I will burn those dreams to the ground when I'm done with you. Soliel. God damn it.
Final destination. No items. One stock. Oh, she's healing! Fuck that! I'd rather die. Oh, what the fuck? Damn. Damn, so low on health already. Oh, come on! Bullshit. What? Huh? I don't know how that happened, but whatever. Wow! My own counter killed me. I just ran straight off. I tried to stop moving, but it didn't let me. I hate that there's no, like, way to close the distance with, like, an uppercut or something. Ah! Finally! Damn. My hands hurt. I got a B. I got a B. As I was commenting, I remember the existence of a game where you play as a non-morphic rabbit trying to escape hell. Snowball's Chance. Cute. It's over. How can this be? Foolish girl. You accept this world of lies. I know what my truth is. Ha! Do as you please, I won't bother. I can already see that I'm not powerful enough to best you. Get up. We need to find Loon. And I'm not gonna risk leaving you here by yourself. So be it. Oh, the game's still not over, huh? Is she not the final boss? Ah! This is where her story ends. So what's even the point? The world has no meaning. Even if you're saying the truth, in reality isn't what we thought. I know the things I feel are real. Nothing will change the meaning of my own life anymore. Just because it felt real doesn't mean it was. At the core of one's life lies a degree of illusion. The nature of the world doesn't defy the meaning in our lives. It does, as is the basis of everything. My love for Melius felt real enough for me to get this far. But if this love was born from a simulation, how real could it truly be? If all feelings are enacted, embracing them would be delusional. You're wrong. Finally starting to understand, are you? I can see the doubt forming. Do you see how pointless it all is? I won't bother arguing with someone blinded by a determinism like you. I don't know or care if I will change your mind. Once we're done here, you'll pay for your crimes all the same. You. Don't worry, she won't do anything now. You are Hazel? Why are you here? Shoko couldn't be here, but she trusted me. I see. So you finally sort things out and can live your lives without the past getting in the way? I guess so, but... So yeah, what she said to me, is it true? What she said? I see. If you talk of the nature of the world, it's all true. But that's... Don't worry about it. That does not matter. You defeated her because you fought for what you believed in. Isn't that right?
I don't understand you. You saw the same things as me in Augusta, and yet you opposed me. And now you claim that what we saw means nothing. You let the origin of this world define the value of the things in it? I see. You're just as delusional as Hazel, then. What you two believe in is just an empty illusion created to evade the truth. Everything I went through was meaningful. It shaped me into who I am. If that isn't the truth, I don't know what else it could be. That's right. I have years of memories that feel like a distant past now. Every one of them compose me, but they don't define me. They won't define me forever. This reality won't change the outcome of our lives. This world is only a fabrication to a fundamental level. Your logic is flawed. The pain you put me in and all the others through was real. You two only felt pain because you believed in its existence. You're a hypocrite, Soliel. What? Your own pain led you to try to destroy the world. All you did was put your pain above others. You used your pain to strip the value of everything else. And that didn't change once you learned the truth. Destroying the world isn't mercy. It's just selfish. This world isn't a simulation. It's a dream. It isn't a pragmatic system where everything runs like clockwork. Rather, it's an unpredictable, chaotic system that rewards soulful expression. Knowing this shouldn't change anything, and you yourself are proof of that, Celia. Then tell me, how can you live when you can't value anything else? I lost everything. I can't tell you what to do, but you need to stop looking at the past and embrace what's right in front of you. This way, after you pay for your crimes, you can look forward and search for a new dream. Dreams bind everyone together. And if the whole world is a dream, then there's undeniable proof that this world is shaped by our wills alone. Ha! To think that in the end, what I have forsaken was exactly what led me to this. The value of life. I think I want to believe in this truth of yours.
Well, duh. Yours is so fucking fatalist.
Now, let's fix this mess.
Code Bunny. The end. And we already saw the credits. So as you can see, we have completed half of the game story progress. In order to complete the other half, we have to play with Atzel. Wonder what Atzel is getting down on. I'm curious on the boss differences, because we didn't get to see Atzel at all in the second half. Very curious about that. But yeah, that is half of Code Bunny. Thanks for being here with me. I can definitely see like the sort of determinism, or I guess not determinism, like the creating your own self and interpreting the world within a framework that is impactful and relevant and, you know, acknowledges other people but also acknowledges you and how you move through it, feels like very akin to like a trans perspective. It's like, oh, you're delusional, the world isn't what you think it is, or you're just fooling yourself. And I was like, I can make myself into what I want to be. And if the world isn't set by hard set rules, or rather, if, say, gender is a social construct, then we can shape it. It's a technology, a tool for us. And imagining ourselves reshaped kind of makes me think of that thing about like, oh, I tried to change the world, but I couldn't change the world. I should start with myself and whatever. Challenging the notion of what or who you could be, and radically accepting that you might be happier with more autonomy over your body, and that doesn't necessarily even need to be like a trans identity. Shit, getting a tattoo, dyeing your hair, you know? Changing parts of yourself is like such an awesome form of self-love. But when we see that power to change ourselves, we also see how we can affect others. And although no one person should be able to change the world, I think that it's awesome that we can work together and see our own power in our recreations of ourselves as we together try to recreate a world that's worth living in and doesn't punish us for existing. You can just stab her, Hazel. It's okay. It's allowed. Nah, pay for your fucking crimes. Or I suppose I'm not even about the, I don't want a justice system based on, like, revenge. I want it based on reform. So actually, don't kill her. But then again, I've already played 1,000 times Resist. I was like, how is that relevant, Dusk? You'll just have to see when we one day play 1,000 times Resist. So yeah, that bunny is coded.
Present day. Present time.
Violetta, thank you for following. Your future will be filled with happiness and sadness. As I'm sure you know. We're going to go on break. So let me give everybody a snapshot of what we're working with for continuing stream. So, we did Code Bunny, Hazel chapter. We talked about pride flags and micro labels, and I'm about to take my break. And when we get back, we will play a visual novel-ish thing called Saving You From Yourself. If any of you were around when we played He Fucked the Girl Out of Me, I'm pretty sure it's from the same developer, and it hits just as hard. On the tail of that will be our main discussion for stream. And after that, we'll go on break. Before we return, and Punk will take over to play Atzel's side of Code Bunny before continuing on with other stuff we have for stream. All these links I have up here and stuff, and actually I don't have the PDFs open, are all part of the discussion that Glitch will be talking about when we return. If anyone wants to mull over the question of the day, remember that you can still answer that even once we're past discussion moments, you know? We want people to like talk about their experiences, but I'm sure when we get into like the readings and stuff and talking about the meat and potatoes of what we want to talk about this stream for Pride, I think that it will probably make some feelings float to the top. Actually, what's today? The 27th. This is not the 30th. Not that it's that important. Okay. But is there something about your queer experience that you think is uncommon? And part of that, how that kind of folds into the discussion we'll be having when we get back from break, is kind of about like how, especially like queer people and trans people, like see themselves and each other And sometimes, kind of like when we were talking about say a person seeing bi as inherently transphobic, and that pan is like more generally good and progressive. Like, you can have different frameworks for things where someone might think that bisexual is like strict and it's only two, and it's exclusionary to all other genders. Not everyone sees their bisexuality that way. An overwhelming amount of people, once faced with the concept of this could be used in the you could leverage your identity in this transphobic way, a lot of bi people went, oh shit, that's fucked up, I'm not gonna do that. You know? But even outside of something that is inherently harmful, you can have different views of seeing a thing. Like gamer, for example. Some people are very casual in their sense of why they game. Like, you want to have fun, you want to hang out with friends, you want to have this this nice thing. It's candy for your brain, honestly. But then you have people who are like, this is art, this is important, this is like a major structure of my life. Like, you know, that's important. It doesn't make one gamer inherently better than the other in that sense, but like the texture of it is gonna be a lot different. And sometimes we run up against a little bit of friction because our views of an identity that we share with someone doesn't line up with their views of things. That doesn't mean we can't get along. I guess it also just depends on the thing. Because if you're talking about like someone being like, oh, your identity doesn't exist, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about two people who share a community who have differing views on what it means to be that thing. And especially with something as personal as gender, it can go a lot of different ways. But we'll see that later. You won't see me for a while. Glitch will be taking over stream when we get back. But I won't be coming back to play anything until after Punk finishes Code Bunny. So, what time is it right now? It's almost 11:30. So, this break will be 30 to 40 minutes. And honestly, the game will probably be 30 minutes. And the discussion will probably be 3 fucking hours. I'm just gonna be like honest with you all. We'll try to get through it quickly, because this is definitely one of those discussions that could definitely elongate out. Sometimes we think that we're gonna be brisk when covering something, and then 7 straight hours of talking about it later, we're like, what the fuck happened? Gonna try to avoid that. Gonna try to be concise as we can be. All that being said, thank you, and we'll see you later. Let's see where I need a breaking bump for you all. I can't use the old one because for some reason the music, one of the songs in it, is now copyright claimed. Copyright claimed to such a degree that it cannot be that it can't be viewed in certain countries. It's fucking insane how we got slapped with that. We need to like re-edit one of them so we can. Actually, I don't think our version of that we posted just generally ever got hit. That's so weird. Copyright shit is so fucking dumb. Let's see. G F H. I know my alphabet. Don't make fun of me. Yeah, I guess I'll go to the classic tummy bump. Alright, see you soon. Make sure to eat and fuck if you haven't eaten fuck. Make sure to water. Make sure to fucking hydrate yourself, even if it's cooler for where you are right now. Like it is for us. It's way cooler today than it has been the rest of the week. Should last 2 weeks. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't make sure you're filled with fucking fluids. Drink fluids. Your big brother is ordering you to.
Destiny has but one soul. Rated T for teen.
When does fantasy begin? When does reality end? Dot hack. Is it just a game or something far more dangerous? Dot Hack Part 1, game and DVD for PlayStation 2 from Bandai, rated T for teen.
What's up? I'm Cody. I'm sure my notoriety precedes me, but for the uninitiated, I live an awesome life with my awesome friends in an awesome city. Hella City, in a neighborhood of tight heights. Hella City is controlled by all-powerful, chill-electrifying guides. Everyone wants to be them, because they can do whatever the heck they want. They control our schools and our jobs, and even power the city. They reign as supreme in entertainment and art, and even food. But most of the time, they just kick it in paradise. Chill haven. The rest of us mortals try our best to just be cool. Well, some of us. If you're not a god, and you're not a cool kid like me, you're a loser. Don't get me wrong, losers aren't half bad, but they're socially inept, tend to be on the dirtier side, and really aren't go-getters at all. To be honest, it's kinda sad. But then, there's cool kids. We're favored by the gods, charismatic, fashionable, and chill electrifying in our own right. Losers usually want to be us, or they hate us. And honestly, I can't blame them. It's seen as totally uncool kid behavior to befriend them, let alone be nice to them. Fate is cruel, but it can also be kind. So when my guy Greatboard picked me to ascend to godhood if I could do the impossible and raise a loser to cool kiddom, I almost didn't believe it. I have to do a lot to try to achieve it, and it's not always fun. But it's been my dream for so long, you dig? But I've been doing some thinking. If being one of the raddest beings in all of existence means I have to give up my awesome friends and my awesome life, and be mean to losers along the way, is it really worth it? My life is perfect. Ascension was just supposed to be the cherry on top, not the whole damn dish. Cool kid Cody, grinding away his worries. Don't paint it like a slushy. Eats pizza when he's hungry. Hella City's most lucky. Losers make him blushy. PB gets him fussy. Got your electrifying huggies. Kick flips are a musty. Catch him before he ascends, cause he won't always be Cool Kid Cody. There's no difference between cool kids and losers. You're just insecure. Episode 6. Minnie's Choice. Middle school. August. It's a cheap toy that makes no calls and takes crummy photos. It's almost as good as Cody's toy camera that takes no photos and makes crummy phone calls. Juvie excitedly picks up a snail. Yeah, you can do it, Potato! You named it Potato? You're so cute. Stop calling me cute! I just call him like I see him. I'm gonna name mine Bobtail. The two place their snails on the sidewalk. They don't really do much. Minnie and Juvie pretend Bobtail and Potato are secret double agents sent from Chill Haven.
The birds squawk in response to Minnie's howl. It's almost as if they're saying, bruh, aren't you supposed to be a cat? Cats like, don't howl. Damn, you got some pipes. I could break into a car with those pipes. Yeah, right. You can break into something if it broke itself over your head. That's what you think. Hey birds, do you think I can break into a car with Minnie's pipes? The birds fly further out over the ocean. It's almost as if they were using body language to convey that 12-year-old believing they have the gumption to break into a car is cringy as heck. I think I hate birds. We should go on a bus trip sometime. Ew, sounds lame. How can it go anywhere better than the beach? I mean, unless I went to the science center. They set stuff there on fire. You think fire's so cool, huh? No? Fire hot. No, I mean... never mind, you're dumb. Someone left an old metal detector here a long time ago. It still works. We can go around ground prize hunting when we actually have something to hunt for. Huh? I don't want to get disappointed for nothing. Anything for you, little baby. Juvie hucks a shell at a car driving by. Yeah, eat it, loser! How do you even know that was a loser? Better safe than sorry. Can't let them get too comfortable, you know? They could turn on you at any Minnie hucks a shell at Juvie. I was just kidding! Where's that idiot? Is he seriously late again? He just loses track of time. That's Cody for you. Nah, hasn't that old bag of yours been chewing him out a lot lately? Huh? Bags don't eat. No, smartass, I'm talking about your granny. She's always holding him back to give him a lesson and being cool or something. How annoying. Don't be mean, she's actually really sweet. Middle school starts soon. Maybe a few extra cool kid lessons will do you some good. Plus some middle schools even hold GRD. I'm not into the whole god business. Liar! No, really. There's nothing up there. Mom told me Chill Haven's just a big dumb disco ball. I'd rather be a loser that chills in Hella City than a cool floaty asshole up in space. Jeez, what a waste. If I were a cool kid, I'd want to be a god. Gross. Wouldn't you have to leave us all behind then? Aw, Juvie, would you miss me or something? Ew! No! Gross, you're hideous and I hate you! Aw, you're so cute. Ew. Are you guys having feelings in the communal hangout spot? Cody! Mimi gives her twin brother a big hug. What, your grandma give you another lesson on not feeling things or something? Whoa, how'd you know? I think the lessons are working. Remember when we watched Grave of the Butterflies last week? I only cried twice. But you cried for 2 hours when you found out worms don't clone themselves after being sliced in half. You cried too if you found out you committed murder. Whatever. Enough talking about feelings. Let's snail race. Actually, Gma was kind of bummed out today. Apparently Mr. Wilson went to the dump for car parts. Is that like a metaphor or something? No, she just really hates faulty cars. Yeah, and I thought we'd find better ground prize. Well, ground prizes at all. I thought we'd find ground prizes for her to cheer up. I love hunting for ground prizes. Let's do it. Well, as long as we get to snail race. How are cool kid lessons going, Cody? They're okay. I'm beginning to think I'm not that cool of a cool kid, but Gma says that's just cause of Dad. Huh? What's wrong with Dad? Cause he was lame. He cramped the whole family style. Whatever, I don't remember much of him anyway. He just ate a ton of seaweed, right? And he was really good at drawing porcupines? Gross. Who needs dads anyway? Well, our dad was actually super cool. Does that even mean anything, though? He was a loser. The bar's not even that high. Yeah, it was way easier being a loser. It must be way easier being a loser. I wouldn't have had to get extra lessons from G-Ma or try to go to Chill Haven or anything. Chill Haven just sounds really nice, though. It's all shiny and pinkish and covered in fluffy clouds. Glad you're stuck being a loser then. Otherwise, you'd be up there in a heartbeat. Don't worry, Juvie. You know I'd take you two with me.
Juvie excitedly picks up a snail.
Yeah, you can do it, Potato. Potato? Isn't that like the slowest thing you could call it? Hey, I just call him like I see him. That's what cool kids do. Then I'm gonna name mine Snaily. Wow, real creative. I'm gonna name mine Bobtail.
The kids place their snails on the sidewalk. They don't really do much, and Cody and Minnie pretend Bobtail is teaching Snaily how to dance. Meanwhile, Potato is zooming all over the sidewalk.
Wow, look at them go! They're so cute!
Minnie takes a photo of all the snails with her toy phone.
Heck yeah! That's one for the books! I mean, literally, put that one in the book. That's a great idea! Huh? You guys have, like, do you guys share a diary or something? Lame! More like a super slick, super secret scrapbook that's only for the bestest of friends to share their raddest memories in. Oh. But that sounds pretty cool, actually. Can I put stuff in? Duh! Didn't he say it was for best friends? We should go on a bus sometime. 3 kids, no adult supervision, on a greasy bus going God knows where? That sounds radical, let's do it! Ew, sounds lame. How can it go anywhere better than the beach? I mean, unless it went to the science center, they set stuff on fire there. I love the science center. They let you touch everything, even the wolves. Wolves? Aren't you thinking of the zoo? Cody, why and how are you touching the wolves at the zoo? They're just dogs, what's the big deal? Also, isn't the science center more of a loser thing? No fair! Why can't things just be a Juvie things?
The birds squawk in response to Minnie's howl. It's almost as if they're saying, bruh, you aren't you supposed to be a cat? Cats, like, don't howl. The birds fly further out over the ocean. It's almost as if they're using body language to convey that the kids are annoying, suck, and should feel bad.
Wowza. Birds are weenies. Let's just throw rocks at them next time. You know what they say. Sticks and stones can break your bones, but words will never teach a bird because they're stupid animals that can't talk. That's not how it goes. Yeah, and birds are weenies, but like, you shouldn't throw rocks at weenies. You know what they say. If you can't do anything nice, don't do anything at all. Boring.
Juvie hucks a shell at a car driving by.
Yeah, eat it, loser! Hey, don't pick on losers. What? Are you serious? All I said was, nope, I'll beat the stuffing out of you. Huh? Try it.
Juvie raises a fist at Cody, who responds with a high-pitched screaming noise.
Just kidding. Cody, you're not supposed to use violence. All right, I gotta use my words. Poser! No, you're supposed to say, there's no real difference between losers and cool kids. You're just being insecure. Are you being serious? Who says stuff like that? Mom and Dad, they said it's time for me to make sure cool kids don't pick on Minnie. She doesn't need protecting. Look at her, she's a brute. True. I can take Juvie on any day. Well, I can help. Yeah, twin power.
Cody and Minnie huck shells at Juvie.
Ah, quit it!
Someone left an old metal detector here a long time ago. It still works.
You hold it, Minnie. I keep tripping over the damn thing and Juvie will set it on fire. That was one time!
Minnie gets an old metal detector. Minnie, Cody, and Juvie use the metal detector all over the beach. They find a rusty nail!
Doesn't G-Ma go get nails every few weeks? I don't think these are those kinds of nails. Let's keep looking.
They keep hunting. They find a bottle cap.
It's a Squish It bottle cap back from when they put them on the glass bottles. What's the point? Isn't half the fun from squishing the juice out? Only the strongest squishers can drink the glass squishes. Whatever, let's keep looking. They keep hunting. They find a toy car. Whoa, jackpot! Gmod loves cars. She'll be so happy. I don't get why you're putting so much effort in. My mom doesn't need dumb ground prizes to be happy. Well, Gmod does a lot for us. Why not do something for her? Yeah, you wouldn't get it. Your mom's a weirdo. If being weird means letting your kid do whatever, whenever, and not guilt tripping them into treasure hunting for you then I'm down for weird. Whatever. Let's just get this ground prize to Gmod. To Gmod's house we go.
It's a limited edition Frost Wheels toy car. Cody absentmindedly spins its wheels while the three walk along the beach.
Time to stop bumming around the beach. We gotta get Gmod a ground prize. Last one's there eating my dust.
Cody hops on his skateboard and skates away.
Hey, wait up!
Juvie shrugs and follows the two back to their house. Summer ends and middle school begins. It feels as though time is slowed to a crawl. Months pass. Middle school, February.
So, you ever hear about the dude who tried to outrun a bug? You ever hear about the dude who tried to outrun a bus? He got run over. Guess he was tired. Jeez, Minnie, I'm trying here. Gmod sounded so angry today, and Cody looked really scared. This is all my fault.
It's a trusty old metal detector. It doesn't look like Minnie's in the mood for a ground prize hunt. She must be really upset. Juvie hucks a shell at a car driving by. The car slides erratically all over the road.
Ah! Wait a second. The roads aren't even icy right now.
The car rights itself and drives off without a hitch.
Must have been one of those good-for-nothing cool kids punking a bunch of innocent young hooligans like us. Right, Minnie? Cool kids suck, huh?
Minnie shrugs. It's a cheap toy phone that makes no phone calls and takes crummy photos.
I don't deserve nice things like this.
Juvie digs around the grass and bushes looking for snails.
Wait, where's snails go in the winter?
Minnie looks very sad.
Minnie? Minnie! Jeez, what's up? You're even more of a bummer than usual. Is it cause Cody's late again? Do you want me to go break his legs or something? That'll hurry him up. Gmod yelled at me. Surprise, surprise. What was it this time? Well, my mom sometimes yells at me when I mix up my window makers with permanent. My mom sometimes yells at me when I mix up my window markers with permanent ones. Did you accidentally stain your bathroom mirror with a hilariously crude drawing of a dick? No. It was cause I hung out with Cody at school. It wasn't his fault though. Someone stole my lunch and he wanted to share his snackables with me. He wouldn't let me say no. Huh? So that's why I didn't see him at lunch today. Wait, why's your psycho grandma mad about that? You guys are literally twins and you live in the same house and everything. You hang out all the time. Not at school though. Apparently, I cramp his style, and if he ever wants to become a guy, he can't be seen with a loser like me. Who knows what would happen if people found out we were friends, let alone related. Does he even want to become a god though? I thought that was just like what your Gmod wanted. Who cares? It doesn't make a difference what he wants. How about she's yelling at him right now? This is all my fault. I wonder if he's crying. Well, he definitely doesn't cry as much as he used to. Just in case, maybe we can get him a ground prize? Really? I thought you hated hunting for ground prizes. I changed my mind. I love ground prizes. Well, okay then. Thanks, Juvie.
It's a trusty old metal detector.
Here, you hold it. I always see the damn thing on fire. I always set the damn thing on fire anyway. Okay.
Minnie gets an old metal detector. Minnie and Juvie use the metal detector all over the beach. They find a quarter.
Oh, money! Awesome! Cody owes me.
Juvie's pockets change.
There's no better ground prizes than being debt-free. You stickler? Whatever, let's keep looking.
The two keep looking. They find a diamond ring.
Whoa, mama. Gross! Cody doesn't care about this kind of junk.
Minnie throws the ring into the ocean.
Oh, man.
The two keep hunting. They find a tiny toy skateboard.
Whoa, it's two of Cody's favorite things wrapped into one. Skateboards and Minnie. Shut up. It is pretty perfect. He's always looking for something to fidget with. Thanks so much for helping me, Juvie. You're the bestest friend a girl could ask for.
Minnie gives Juvie a big hug.
Yeah, whatever. Don't sweat it. Let's get this to him ASAP.
It's a board. A toy skateboard for your fingers. This really is the perfect ground prize for someone like Cody. It's a cheap toy phone that makes no calls and takes crummy photos.
I don't deserve nice things like this. But maybe I will if I cheer Cody up.
The kids leave the metal detector alone. They've got their ground prize, time to move on. Before Minnie and Juvie can cross the road, they see Cody skateboard across it.
Cody, don't jaywalk! It's okay. I wasn't jaywalking, I was skateboarding. I just needed to get to you ASAP because G-Mom wants to talk. I feel bad about this, but... I mean, I don't feel bad. I don't feel anything. Real convincing. Wait, maybe a ground prize will make you feel better.
Minnie hands Cody the toy skateboard.
What? A board? Oh my gosh, this is awesome.
Cody puts the tiny skateboard on top of his regular size skateboard.
A happy family. Aww. So, what did Gma want? Oh, maybe she can just tell you. Dude, spill it. Anything will sound better coming from you than that old bag. I guess so. I wouldn't trust anything found in an old bag. Okay, so... Gma says she's moving you into the basement. What? Wait, is she like serial killer style locking her up down there? Huh? No! She just thinks it makes sense. I mean, that's how things are set up in school. Losers in the basement. She doesn't want our rooms so close together. She said you were cramping your style. I get it. It's okay, Cody. It's not your fault. The basement's not so bad anyway. It'll be nice and cold in the summer, and there'll be so much decorating potential. Yeah, I guess I better go talk to her then. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for everything, Juvie. See you later, Minnie. Thanks for hanging out with her. Being a friend isn't some type of chore, dude. But whatever, you're welcome. You could come by here more often. If you're not gonna tell your grandma off, you could at least be here for Minnie. Not like anyone's here to see you pal around with a loser. Yeah, I guess so. I just don't want Gma finding this place. Can we just chill and not think about all the things I should or shouldn't do? Maybe we can help the skate park? I'm itching to try out this new board. Don't think you can skate in that life-size park, but I'd love to see you try.
The two head to the skate park.
This is Pizza Boy, and Cool Kid Cody will return after these messages. Hey there, it's Steve. Good to have you back. Back to Cool Kid Cody. Months pass. Chillhaven nears Hella City once more. It blesses the land with a warm summer weather and paints the mountains in shades of gold pink TM. Middle school, May. It's a cheap toy phone that makes no calls and takes crummy photos. Looking through all these pictures just makes me sad. The birds circle over the ocean. Minnie has nothing to scream to them. Chillhaven always looks massive when it sets in the summer. It looks as if it's sinking into the sea. Minnie takes a photo of Chillhaven with her toy phone. Wow, you can almost see the clouds that hold it up. I wonder if you got rid of them would Chillhaven sink for good? But then, what would Cody and Gma obsess over? Potato, Snaily, and Bobtail are off on their own adventures. Minnie wonders
why do I
if
look
she should
like...
do the same.
Oh, it's the
shells
fucking
have been
color.
left for so long.
I was like, why do I look like that? I'm silly. Oh, wait, I'm not silly. I'm Glitch. Hi, how you doing? Why is the... Am I having screen tear? I think I'm having screen tear. Whatever. Video games, video games, video games. How I'm here. Oh yeah. So actually, change of plans before we do all the serious shit. I'm gonna play Repo. So forgive me for hijacking stream. But when I see an opportunity, I take it. How are you all? Happy Pride! You know what my favorite Pride flag is? The Queer Villains flag. It's so good. This makes me want to play Luca after another different thing. Oh, Luca Born of a Dream is so good. So I think we update the latest version. Yeah. Repo has changed forever. Thank you, folks who stayed while so many others left. Left me all alone. But the ones that stay, and the ones that come back, I really appreciate those. I have no idea what's in the new update, by the way. Oh fuck, I forgot to shut our bedroom door. Stretchy.
Haha, yes. Pick best region. I need a password now? Well, I need to set a password, rather. LARP. I don't know if there's anyone in chat that wanted to join. I wouldn't necessarily be against it, depending on who it is. I love you, chat! We're in for a long night, by the way. We have fully planned to stream for several hours. I am on my third cup of iced coffee. Never give up on imagination or chocolate milk. I like the texture of chocolate milk. It's a little slick. Although I think we prefer pink milk. Like strawberry milk. But chocolate milk has its own je ne sais quoi, for sure. I certainly can't deny that. I like seeing the truck just go through the wasteland, going around fucking rubble and stuff. Post-apocalypse. Mobile bunker style. Although zombie apocalypse is just so limited. We were reminded earlier today about Vampire Hunter D, and there's only like 2 Vampire Hunter D movies, but there's like so many books, right? But one of the movies, there's some vampire hunters that aren't fucking vampires themselves, like D half is, I guess. And they have like a mobile bunker truck thingy that's kind of like this, and it has guns all around it, and it's really cool. But you know, everyone has their own like little like thing that they do, or like some specific style that they have, or special powers. It's really cool. It's one of those older animes, sort of like your Ninja Scroll, your Akira. What else is like that? Honestly, I wish there was more Vampire Hunter D anime. But there are audiobooks. Oh. Password, what is it? Please. Why didn't the message bots come up? Sad Explorer. thought she saw me put it in.
Ocean.
Ocean?
That's yeah. I have a character I do when I play this game. When I go to what was it? Swiftbroom Castle. Swiftbroom Academy, the castle one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got into a habit where I start like getting mesmerized. Hold on, I'm gonna adjust my audio settings to see if it's like. Is it picking me up already?
It seems like it.
Okay.
I should probably adjust my mic again. You're probably gonna be louder than me how I am. Aside since I already have my fucking setup in bed.
Feel free to boost yourself.
Oh, of course,
But yeah, there's so many like potions and like jewels that's fun in the map. Around the time that I was like making like hypnospace pages, like I got really into like the like wizard aesthetic, and so with the wizard aesthetic in Repo, it's like, oh, I'm picking up a giant emerald. This emerald will be great for my keep. Or like, I don't know, stupid shit that you'd see if you're in like a fantasy RPG.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sounds silly. As this game often is.
Oh shit, I forgot to invite my homie. Is it alright if I invite the homie? Is it kosher?
Let them know that it is a stream.
Okay.
And that they're playing with at least one baby fur.
Okay.
I can't be asked to be on too much of my best behavior on Pride Month.
Actually, I think dude is asleep. Never mind.
I see. I can see. Let me see who might want to join. Just let's see. Wait. I wonder. I feel like Signet probably. Repo would be. Well, I mean, you should ask and not just assume. Do you wanna play Repo?
Does I wanna play Repo?
Let's play Repo together. But is that like
so
let's take ibuprofen together meme?
Yeah, well, I'm holding out my hand, but okay. So leading up to this, this gives me plenty of time to go on a whole tangent about how hyped I've been for this update.
Oh right, actually that's a perfect context because I have literally not read the patch notes. And I haven't read the stuff before because you were excited way before this. You've been talking about this update for like 3 fucking months.
It's true. It has captured my mind and imagination, and out of respect for it, I have not played any of the branch when it was in playtesting. I did not spoil myself to any of the patch notes either. At most, I played like 1 or 2 matches with a good friend, but I have not gotten to see the new map, and there are a lot of new things that I'm looking forward to getting to hear your thoughts on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow. It's weird to have my opinion valued.
Well, I do. And I think it helps enrich my own love for Repo because I mean, we can talk about it in many different ways, whether it's from like the narrative perspective or from like the really cool, all the little cool game dev effects of like the parallax grass in the background, and you got the nice fog, so you have a really nice looping, static. Like this is, it's design. It is perfect design because, like, I've been working on menus and like all these big things, and I'm getting more and more obsessed with like UI and text elements, right? So like moving stuff like this that's not only like basically a 3D diorama looping, like it's gorgeous, it's kinetic, it's very immersive to what you're about to do, and it's where you take place inside of the whole game. And it's I never really think about that. Like I'm always just like funny bug.
Dummy.
Yeah. But like it's a game that really, man, this stream's 18 plus, right?
Always.
Okay. I've never before Dark Souls, I'd never played a game that was as much like getting like double fisted, because the difficulty of this game is such where.
Do you want to play with us, Specchio?
Specchio, come on! The repo's fine. I was trying to do a take on the water is fine, but it's completely incomprehensible.
How big is this update? Specchio
Not...
notoriously has bad internet. It might take them a million years to actually download.
So,
actually.
The update, okay. I think as far as, in terms of downloading, I did not even like have time to see it download. Like, so I'm imagining it's somewhat lightweight as far as packaging. I don't know how big the download size total is going to be right now. But
okay, the password is LARP. LARP. Where the fuck are you?
No stream snipers.
I mean, if someone from our community was just jumped in, I wouldn't be too
Oh,
mad.
Yeah. That's different. Though.
But I would appreciate if someone in chat wanted to join, they ask first. If I don't ask before that.
Yeah.
We don't usually have the problem of people too obnoxiously asking to play with us.
Man. It's weird we haven't gotten like a repo cartoon. Like if this game came out in like the 20...
Don't you think there's probably some like fucking fan shit, some fan animations? There has to be.
Maybe, but like, I don't know. For the most part, I've only seen, and this may just be my like the bias I use when I select YouTube videos, right? So it may exist, and I may be ignorant to it yet, and I get to discover it later. But there's also like, I also mean not just in the way that it is today, but specifically how like okay, in like the 80s, 90s, like to portray a video game character in a cartoon. Ha! I'm a video game guy, or oh, I'm video game guy, or fucking Simon Belmont. Oh, I'm video game guy. It's all basically the same guy, but
how
like,
dare you say that about
that,
Castlevania?
No, they did him dirty. Like, all the, no shade to any of the Belmonts. I do not want any Belmonts chasing after me. That would suck. Anyways.
Well, yeah, just like I don't want, like, fucking, a replicant hunter coming after me. Yeah, please, don't do the thing that is your job to do to me.
What? I lost my train of thought. Almost had it.
Specchio!
Where is Specchio? I guess,
Specchio might have to download it.
Oh. Okay.
Might need to download the whole game. I don't know. Maybe he slipped on a banana peel. I can imagine. She's clumsy, right? Just post that I'm back from break.
Okay.
I have to face the loss of dopamine from my low numbers.
Damn.
I want to talk about something.
Yeah, what's up?
So, I've been fronting, like, all week, right?
Yeah.
And, I'm not used to this. Oh, there's Becky, huh?
Hello.
Hi. Yay, Ghost Leaves might actually come as well. I asked them, so we might wait for a little bit longer.
So here's the situation. My parents are gone, so I can actually play games without being harassed by them.
That's
However,
awesome.
at the same time, I have to remind y'all that I am a professional cheesemonger now. And I do have work in the morning.
Cheesemongering duty. So only like one match. Only like one match. And then we'll hold on. Don't start it yet. I wanna see if my friend can get on if she's still interested.
Okay. So, I guess as I was saying, I've been fronting all week, and one of the things that is weird when you are brought into existence after, like, the general, like, the trajectory of your body is kind of existed for a while and all the shit, it's like, you very actively don't have to exist. It is, like, a weird thing to embrace oblivion, right? And just being okay with that. And that is my normal.
It does sound nice.
I mean, it's nice, I guess, but it's also nothing. I mean, not that I don't bounce around headspace at all, but like, I have often had more influence and impact with making myself scarce. Especially because I was scary. But lately, I've been, more grounded in the body and doing stuff with our body, and also talking about politics.
Yeah.
And participating in a world, I guess, and it feels fucking weird because my perception of, like, existence in the world is based on imaginary concepts and fantasy and shit. And in a way, that's where I'd rather be, and causing mischief.
Yeah.
But, like, even to, like, make sure we can, like, stream and stuff, we had to, like, take care of other stuff, too.
I'm imagining an analogy of like Roger Rabbit and like the most normal guy in a suit and like a hat and a business.
Well, more like Ant-Man.
Like like the mundane and the total absurdity, shaking hands and trading places in the like, cause I don't know, plurality is weird and it's very blurry, and it's also weird because I still feel like I identify as being plural. But I'm the primary fronter, and Tulip only comes like once in a while. But like, I mean, last night I got to meet my other like younger self. That was pretty new. Plurality stuff's definitely been on the mind.
I mean, it's also been, like, thinking about gender stuff, too. Especially because, like, our topic for the stream later is, like, all about, like, perceptions of gender and self. And, like, how different
like different frameworks for how trans people see themselves, and how it sometimes makes it hard to communicate about our needs, I guess.
That's
with each
true.
other. I think we should actually start if someone comes. Like, it'll probably be after Specchio.
Yeah, and then we can start another match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's probably a better thingy thing. All right. The match is gonna especially go quick too, especially when we're
Oh yeah.
Especially when, you know, just sometimes you just get murdered immediately. And you're in the fucking Squid Game cage match. Squage match.
I love a good squage match. Okay, here we go. Admin manager. Beep boop.
Meow.
Are you ready?
Hello, testing.
Hi guys. Hey, Specchio, are you a robot? Are you a fucking robot? Are you fucking kidding me?
I think so.
I can't believe you. I can't believe you're a fucking robot.
What's happening?
We're all robots.
I don't know. I'm doing a stupid bit.
You're a stupid bit. Oh. All one of these.
Okay. Pro tip for the hot babes in chat. It's the keyboard. But I should label which one.
Oh, it's the fucking duck.
Oh no, not the duck.
I love the duck, but still.
But yeah, like 3 through 8 are like different expressions, I believe. I don't know. Oh fuck! The hunter, quiet. Peace. I think it's okay. Fuck.
Is there not a button map for my fucking crouch?
Ah, good.
How you crouch on a keyboard?
Control, left control. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
I went the giant skin in exploitantly.
Nothing so far, nothing so far, nothing. Playing this alone would be so scary.
let me stop you. Yeah. Straight on. Okay. This gives me a really good idea.
Sorry, what?
Yeah. No, sorry. I'd like a...
QOTD and close the door behind Princess. Or I just wait around my head.
Fucking iPad, baby.
So. Oh, yeah.
Oh wait, what the fuck was that? Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. I accidentally broke a cup and radiation came out.
What?
Yeah, the green cups, I broke it and like radiation seeped out. Also, it was more expensive. So that's new. I need help.
Where did the cheesemonger go? Yeah, what's up? Oh, yeah, let me help. I'll go on this side and you count. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. 3.
So together we go up and then we go gently, slowly down.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Oh. Okay. Slowly down. There we go. Easy as pie.
Pie.
But where's the cheese girl?
I'm not sure. She might be dead.
I hope not. That would really...
Well, if there's no head...
Depends. The bed. That was nothing. This place is scary.
It is my element.
This is a this is like where... This is the home of a dad who beats you with a belt and a pipe in his mouth.
That's like, so hot.
You're so silly, but you're so right.
I don't know. Like, definitely not in the moral oral way. The moral oral way, I don't like that. Fuck that.
Well, like, I don't know. That's just not fun. I'm oh god.
Pussy.
Do you know about that thing? It's a duck.
It is a duck. I have no idea where the fuck. I don't know
We
where the
need
card
to-
is. Show me.
Okay, the
Oh my
card
god.
is... The card is where the valuables are. And that is where all the elements on the HUD on the map are.
Well, I'm not trying to look at the map and hold this right now.
That's fair. Sorry, my bad.
You're good. I am not tripping.
Probably... Oh, I see the cheese. Poor cheese. I love you. Put her in the cart. We'll buy her. Full price.
Wisconsin, you take the cart, I'm leaving.
We gotta juice this old man. Oh, your life. Okay. Yeah, keep that. Oh, I hate that object. Grr, grr.
Shit!
Hello.
I guess
Now
I'm in the
might be a
fucking
bad-
dead zone.
Now might be a bad time to mention I completely forgot how to play this game.
Nah, it's actually funnier that way.
Indeed. I brained the duck with an old-fashioned radio. Very tragic.
Whimper, sob, asterix. To be the final girl. So how was your day?
My day is fantastic. Things are going really well for me.
Damn, good job. Good girl.
I feel like my coworkers are so nice that I feel like someone's gonna like jump out and Truman show me, and it was all just an elaborate ruse.
Aww. Well, I hope you're not on the Truman Show.
Me too. Yeah, I'm
Even though
still
that
in
would
my-
be really interesting if you were.
Undoubtedly, yeah, but yeah, I I'm still in the honeymoon period, so I'm, keeping my guard up or whatever, but yeah, things are going really well. It's nice.
I'm glad you found a place you feel comfortable in. That's really good.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Glitch, you've existed since like early 2024, I want to say.
2024? No. I definitely have existed for longer than we've lived in the current house we live in.
Oh, I see.
So, technically, I'm at least 3 or 4 years old.
but that does mean you've been around long enough to appreciate the masterpiece that is horse race tests.
What the fuck is
Yeah.
What is that?
Alright, so imagine, if you will, a game made in like a game maker from like 1995.
Oh gosh, okay.
And there are a bunch of colorful blobs that are the eponymous horses, and they're just JPEGs of blobs, and they literally bounce around randomly. This is a game, but there's no user input. And eventually, one of them bounces to the finish line and wins.
And you're supposed to bet on the horses?
You can if you want, and it's just the best shit in the world. Because the magic isn't the game itself, it's all the lore built around the game by its fan base.
Well, that just sounds like there's a bunch of YouTube videos or something about it, or maybe like a forum?
Lots of fan art. The horses are very, very lesbian.
Oh, sick.
There is just the creator very rarely intercedes like into the games. It is really just random. When it's a wild fucking ride.
Oh, we're about to be alive.
Wait. Okay, I have a monthly goddess. Bless the goddesses. In the ritual, the semi-body goddess is here. Shouts out. Homies.
Jesus wept!
Praise the goddesses.
Yeah. You're damn right.
We're alive.
Oh shit. Hide. Hide and run. You stay back. You hide in case he comes back. Okay. Get that. Close the door. And baby, you're whole brain. I can't feel it.
Oh, Canada. Oh, Canada.
Canada.
Oh, woof woof. Hi. How's it going?
Good joy.
Apple Wolf. And chat.
Welcome.
We're alive.
I'm so sorry that happened. Like, right at the end, like, That RNG from the fucking hunter guy, fucking whack. I love it. It comes back with a vengeance.
Almost killed me when he fell down the stairs because I was laughing at his ass. We're
Wait,
taking
he fell down
2
the
grenades.
stairs?
Yes, the duck knocked him down the fucking stairs.
I'm gonna get some Celeste brand HRT.
What?
Here you go. Yeah, it's in the pile. Don't question it. It's in the pile. That's my HRT. I'm taking it.
Oh, I see, because of a jump.
I'm taking it.
I don't think we
Get
can
it.
really afford anything else. Do we have any? Oh, 2K thing? Stamina upgrade. So you can run for your life for longer.
Yeah. I need to.
Specchio can have the
figure
stamina
out-
upgrade actually.
I probably need it.
I wish there was a mechanic for carrying other bot on your back. If you like acquired like a scarf item, you like tie like a mini bot to your back. So like if one player's too freaked out to move, like you can just like fully like Rambo that shit.
Oh, that'd be interesting. I'd want to have like a Colossus and Wolverine Cannonball special. It'd be great to like throw.
That'd be cool.
Alright, let's go to the mines.
I like how that last
the children
match was
yearn
just
for the
like
mines.
that last match was just an episode of AMC television. What's up,
AMC
Specchio?
television.
Did you know?
AMC.
Oh, AMC.
Did you know the acronym for horse race tests is HRT?
I'm starting to get the feeling that this is a very queer community you're talking about, this fandom.
It's very neat.
I can't hear you.
I can't hear
But
you.
very cool. Alright, are y'all ready? Come on,
No, I have
Chipper.
1 hit point.
Oh, dear. Well, here you go, dear.
Ooh. Yes.
If you survive till we make it to like the end of a level, the little thing above our heads will actually heal you.
I have become mighty.
Mighty Jane Young. What are you typing? Nye. Like Bill Nye? Like the science guy? Winnie Nay? Oh, right, you're a horse. You're a horse. What if Toad Horse?
It's fucking mechanic stationing again. I'm in the fucking box again! God damn it!
Let's split up.
Let's split up and look for treasure. Yeah. Well, no. You'd be like still the shape of a semi-bot, but you'd just have the like. It would be someone did a paint job on.
You know, I wish someone would do a job on me. That'd be so.
I can do a job on you.
Cool.
I mean, what? What did I say?
I don't know.
Can you come over here so I can give you my barrel?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
That's a barrel? What is this? Isn't it? Oh, just a compass. A silly, simple compass.
The big one? So that would be...
A simple Bloodborne. Is there a knight?
doesn't feel... Wow. I envy this air conditioning. Ow. Moose fought me. I got punted.
Hello?
Oh, you got by the pukey thing. Rawr, I am Reptar. The feeling when you're Reptar.
Grandma had to hide. Hide.
Ooh.
You butthole face friend.
He went out the door closest to the cart.
Was that Specchio who went boo, or was that you who went boo?
I did not go boo.
That was Specchio who went boo, but I couldn't see Specchio boo. Where did...
First try.
Alright.
We need more stacks of fat cash.
I really wish... I really wish we had multiple carts.
I guess we can buy a cart in the next phase.
At some point, a few hours enough into like modded repo with you and see how crazy we can edit in max to make everything go insane.
I want more guns.
Yeah.
Like, I want to immediately ruin repo, apparently.
Well, I've just been in the mood for modding lately as a whole.
I mean, if it's anything like Lethal Company, the guns are kind of, or the weapons are kind of terrible, right?
I mean, partially because they're not like a deterrent. They're not like the prime lethal core, right? Like it's an evasion type game.
Wow, I think we got like a military laptop.
What's that?
I think we got like a military laptop. Looks like an old Dell.
So what do you think they were doing out here?
Researching something maybe? I mean, there's a lot of like diesel fuel, there's a lot of scientific equipment. They're probably
There's like
researching
trucks here.
area. Maybe they were shipping something? Maybe it was a processing thing?
There's like multiple vehicle bays where you could just like chill in a car.
Yeah, and those cars have some really big trunk room. So those gotta go somewhere, right? If we're thinking there's something to that. Oh my god. Will this even fit? Okay. Maybe just take that back to the first one.
Yeah, no, that is an accident.
You're breaking up, but I think what you're saying is I should hit the radiation drum against the thing.
No!
No! No! Oh! No! That's the stuff.
Don't get crushed, don't get crushed, don't get crushed, don't get crushed.
Nah, you know
don't
I
get
never
crushed.
do. You
don't
know
get
I
crushed,
never do, baby.
I'm
always
full of money.
I'm
I
always
know you love
crunchy
getting crushed,
or,
but later.
I'm either crunchy or soggy, but I'm never crunchy.
What are you, a cereal mascot?
I could be your cereal mascot.
Would you be a marshmallow or like the hard grain?
I'm like a weirdly competent cereal. I try to be like a yummier like Captain Crunch, like a nice texture to it, but with like a really like surprisingly like bold flavor. Like try to get some like fruit blends into it, maybe get like mango. Like try to
I'm thinking
experiment
about
with...
some like you know, like Special K, you know, like the fucking freeze
Yeah.
dried little fruit pieces. I'm totally up with that.
And then the mascot for it would be like some smoking hot milk.
You're a MILF now?
What's up?
You're a MILF now? I mean, you literally say you were gonna be my cereal mascot.
Connected to the neural system, the thingy can like transfer changes into the semibot. Are you feeling any DNA changes? Are you feeling any like?
Oh, no, fuck that. It's just going in.
Respectio, you need to quarantine. Come on.
Wear a mask, you dummy.
Mask.
You're gonna
Wear a
fucking
mask.
get acid on us and kill us. Or at least drain our health.
I'll buy you a mask when we get
I think we should get the fuck out of here now.
Yes, I agree.
Ah, fuck.
What?
I accidentally turned on the Steam overlay.
Oh, I hate when that happens. This is not the way out. What are we doing?
I'm grabbing this
With all the-
monkey so it'll start making noise.
Okay.
But we should probably not go in the area with the noise.
Okay, whatever I know you do. Ah! We don't have a lot of places to hide here.
We're almost home free. Jenny! Jenny, come here!
Never.
Oh.
Go! Come on, bitch! Come on, bitch! Pussy power! Come, pussy power! get hurt.
Wait.
You're live!
How are...
I did! Well,
I
no.
saw you die.
But I did. I did, but then I didn't.
Let's get the fuck out of here, y'all.
Yeah, yeah. Fuck that. We survived! We did it! We did it! Let's fucking go! Where's the instrument?
Also just found out one grenade blast will not kill one of those fucking flying heads.
We did it. Yeah.
A dildo like a tuba. And like the symbiotes think that the dildo.
I love how I just cut off on dildo.
And they're like playing into it and playing this dildo, and they're like fully like you're able to play like full like instrumental songs with this dildo, but like the more you carve into it, like the more it represent like usage, and like I don't know, it's just a different understanding. Okay, so what can we afford?
Not the sledgehammer.
Yeah, sledgehammer is expensive as hell. We can afford the frying pan, but that would be most of our money. Honestly, let's not spend all of it. I got myself a health upgrade. Let's get one more upgrade.
I would like a stamina upgrade so I can outrun monsters when they try to kill me at the very end.
Okay, Specchio, would you like an upgrade?
Yes. I shall become mighty.
I hope it is a funny time. Have a fun time. We have a fun time. Ow, 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 ow. This is like what a Valve robot does on a daily basis. Ow, ow. Like, this is what an aperture robot, if I was GLaDOS, I would design a robot that would, the only thing it could do would be a big, like, spring person robot, biped. It was just...
You're a fucking biped.
Ow, ow, ow. Just a creature that bangs its head on the wall.
Specky?
I'm coming.
We gotta go. Oh. Oh, whoa. Please, give us the museum, please.
You ever scratch behind your ear like a dog and then you just like...
Give us scraps, give us anything.
Stop thinking?
Okay,
so...
What's up? Stop. Like when you blue screen?
Blue screen? Oh, like when you scratch behind your ear like a dog, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I think the strength upgrade is Specky.
Hooray!
Yay!
Okay, I think I just want to keep the health here in case we need it later.
I think I'm a Celeste build. Yeah, this is my build now. I'm a Celeste.
Okay, I still have a flashbang. Might be able to get us out of some trouble.
Well, I need to add a tumble. I can pulse movement.
I thought you were gonna say add a tumbler. Add a Tumblr app to repo.
No, not a tumbler. Whoa!
Museum of Human Art.
Whoa!
This is a new place, huh?
This is a new... Okay, I'm gonna roleplay as a robot, my robot character.
Survivals. Duck. Touch. You scream once we picked it up together. Brain guy. Wait, duck. You scream. Brain guy. Is Duck a reference to the Walking Dead Telltale game?
What?
Time started flying and I saved him. I'm falling out of the brain stuff. Life is difficult.
The shapeshifter.
Threw a grenade on a big one and it was not enough, so I pushed it down a hole and that did it. Fresh corn for ammo. 10 o'clock to 10:50 parking lot.
Parking lot?
hide underneath this table.
That's cool.
Alright. Lore. Corn. Fresh corn from the parking lot. Oh, that's like a fucking mutual aid thingy.
Yeah.
I've seen people do this before. Yeah.
Some Urbex take some.
Okay, now I feel like we're in The Last of Us. Or something like that. Yeah.
What's up, Specchio? Well, that's okay. We have each other.
Well, what?
Oh my god, this is so big. Wait.
I just healed you, ho.
Oh my, 32.
I can go to a different robot. I can.
I think we cannot put this in the cart, but we can try.
What the fuck is this?
I have received harm.
What in the Pikmin ass fuck is this? I love it. Oh my goddess.
Help me.
Yes. Oh, is it on a timer? Oh fuck.
Don't be silly. It is simply a stoplight.
You say that, but
there are no gimmicks in
It
video
doesn't
games.
have a price on it, Specchio.
It does have a price on it. It's expensive as fuck.
Oh, I guess it does have a price on it, but...
Get the fuck back!
Okay, back.
Not that far back.
Okay.
Silly.
Okay, what the fuck is this place? And we just made a fuck ton. We just made a killing in one go. We made a, like, mafia.
Help me put this in the cart.
Okay.
Okay, there we go.
Here we go.
Alright, now I guess we should split up and find the other thingy.
Okay,
let's leave this at the bottom of the stairs for now.
Girls.
That's
or
a
unless
good
you
idea.
wanna...
What's that? What's that? What?
It appears to be an invisible man. But
I think that's the thing that
though.
makes you run.
Check this shit out.
Help me. Oh, I feel so funny. Oh no, help.
Oh, so that's like you got the fall damage. Wait, am I in a... No, I'm not in an event. I feel right on top of the money, too.
And I have domestic. Okay, I'm done.
Look away.
Yeah, they made you look at shit. It's not following us.
Okay. It was invisible?
Oh no, there was the other thing too. The thing that made you look at it. That's a different thing.
Well, if you look away, it stops you, right? I like this one.
What does it make you think of?
It's like the kind of misery that Shelley, or not Shelley Duvall. Was it Shelley Duvall who played that lady in The Shining?
Yes. Actually, yes.
It's
I
like
heard she
kind
got
of the
like terribly
mockery.
abused on set.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of like, I don't know, female action. I kind of see myself in this image weirdly.
She looks tired.
She does. She looks overworked, and she looks great. She looks worn down to her very last, like fear and hunger shit, but a little bit further beyond. A little more
She's
real.
just kind of hanging in there. If only barely.
Yeah.
Girls.
What's
Yeah.
up?
I have become sus.
What?
She's an event.
Ooh.
Do you want to look at art with us?
I'm pretty sure I will die.
Hold on, stay right there. Stay right there.
Okay. Done with that bit. Let's go.
I don't have enough reach, I guess.
Oh, I can
I got you.
Let's...
Oh wait, I can only heal you. Fuck. Wait,
Hold
actually
on.
it's...
Yeah.
Are you dead?
That's exactly what I'm trying to avoid.
I'm alive.
Good job.
You know what? I'm gonna take the long way around. Be right back.
Alright, see you later. Fucking hilarious.
Dusty Baka.
Hello.
Hello.
What's that?
Oh, watch out for the eye. The eye is a pain in the ass.
The Eye of Odin.
Yeah.
What the fuck is this?
Wait, why
Is it the fucking N64 logo or something?
Wait, is there like a... Is that... What is that? Like a block? Like a cuboid?
It's
something. Voxel? Abstract? What's up? Yeah?
I'm gonna wanna see this.
Okay, I hang with that.
Oh man, that's fucking sick.
This
I
is
wish
like
I
a
drew
metaphor. This is a metaphor. This! Look!
Oh, it's a baby head.
It's... I don't think you should touch it.
I'm gonna touch it. Oh, yeah, it's money. We're stealing this.
Is it money?
It's not gonna fit in our thingy, though. We should actually find the thingy first. Let's stop.
Yeah, let's find the extraction first.
But... Baby head.
Yeah, but I don't like that. We have a full already. We have baby. That's too much. That's too much for us to manage as a group. We gotta manage and prioritize and monster comes and we can evade it.
We still have not found a threat that is actively hunting us, which is a benefit. Hey, this way is undiscovered.
Can you come over here when you have a second?
Where are you?
I'm
Gorgeous.
over here by a painting.
You're over by a painting. Do you need help?
No, I just wanted to know what your artistic thoughts were.
They actually put art in this fucking game and want us to contemplate it. I think.
I don't want to alarm you, but
Yeah? What's up, Specchio? You good? Don't like that silence.
Oh?
A little bit.
That alarms me a little bit.
You're okay, baby. Specchio, where'd you go?
Do you think the baby ate? Oh, it's hurting itself.
Sorry, baby. It's
The
okay,
baby is killing itself.
It's okay, baby.
That's kind of cool.
hello. There's an invisible man.
What the fuck? I'm getting you. Hold on. Fuck you. Fuck you, Hidden. Fuck you. Get it. Grab it. Look, help me. Help me. Help me. Help me.
Help you? What?
Help me. Help me. Help me. Help me. Help me.
I don't know how to help you.
Stay gone.
Oh my god.
Let's out of here. Estrogen powers activate.
Hey, I think I found an active threat.
Oh no, not again!
Ah. Well, that blew. I'm dead now. They still have another place that they can turn in money, so they can revive me. But I'm alone in the void. Oh. Oh, extraction point activated. Nice. And there's my head. Drop my grenade though, I think. I might be able to recover it. I don't think I used it.
This isn't working.
Guess you just need to take me home. Take me home.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Take me home. California knows how to party. Oh wait, now I'm singing California Love. that music video was long as hell. It was like 7 minutes long. You don't know what we're talking about, gosh. It's like this old Tupac and I think like Dr. Dre video? You know, Tupac, the bald guy.
We did a ritual to make sure you guys get here safely.
Oh,
here, let me bandage you up. May the darkness shelter you. We gotta get back. Okay.
May the darkness shelter us in our return to freedom. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Indubitably. There's a lot of weird lore here. There's like weird nun.
Oh wait, what the fuck? R.I.P.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Damn, I want to draw some repo art now.
There's Gregory Mitten's bravery, and so there's like I don't know. There's something that has to do with the nun.
Audio-visual exhibition about the first human who ever pulled a shirt over the head and wrapped a bedsheet around their legs.
What the hell?
Also a giant fork here with a meatball on it.
It's true. Okay, we should like eat.
Vacate? Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
It's those two buttons that make that happen. Okay. So I can't check the map and run at the same time.
Yeah. Vecchio will wait for us. This I know.
Are you sure? Specchio might not know how to... Oh, shh. Oh shit, I'm running now. Christ. Wow. Honestly, that might help. No. Fuck! That's so stupid! Ah! The fuck am I? Oops, there he goes again. I don't deserve this. Dude. You can't be serious. No. Fuck. Ah! hate you. I hate you so much. Well, you saved me, but you just keep taking me back to same place. Just completely boned. I just die. Yeah.
What is two liminal supposed to mean?
It's too liminal. 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 It's too liminal.
Oh. Hi.
Who is a phone?
No. I'm just,
so,
I was looking.
I should have been able to leave, but the Invisible Man literally, at the exact same point, right around the fucking eyeball, would grab me and bring me back 2 rooms.
God.
It happened like 5 times. I'm not kidding.
Yeah, the synergy
Specchio,
is
how much
insane.
longer? How much longer can you play?
I mean, I should go to sleep right now.
Okay, then we will end the session here, and I'll start it back up so we can invite Ghost Leafs.
Yeah.
Thanks for playing.
Alright, have a good night.
I'm sorry for not taking your head back. I know you respawned, and I know you're a robot, but it was scary. And don't get me wrong, I love liminality. That's not the issue.
I love liminality. That's not the issue, guys. Issy, do you want to play Repo with us? I don't know. It's probably like too scary for you or whatever, but thought I might as well ask. Fucking 1 a.m. Repo. Well, 1 a.m. for me. Just waiting for it to start. Oh, I shouldn't have had to quit out of the entire application, actually. I should have tried to just go to title screen. I'm a dummy. I'm such a dummy. Repo, where did you go? Repo! Yeah, this game is fun as hell. We still haven't played this or Lethal Company with randos yet, though. Probably just not on such short notice. Gotcha. Password is
we should have been streaming like this forever ago. It's so much more easy to do this so we don't have to fucking be sitting up the whole time. I'm propped up on a bunch of stuffies. Comfy. Right. I also just love the cozy atmosphere. We're starting to dream of having a stream adjacent to a fucking adult-sized crib again. That'd be such a cool thingy. Having our fucking our mic go over the like bars, like we could even make a fucking like mobile style like setup thingy. I wonder how that will work. That'd be really interesting, actually.
Testing 1 2 3.
Testing 1 2 3.
Awesome.
So I was just fantasizing about baby shit.
Well, tell me more, I guess.
Cause we really want like a crib, right? We were thinking about how we integrate into a stream setup and like having our mic be set up like a fucking like a mobile.
LED mobile?
I mean, LED? I mean,
yeah. Like,
I don't know if I want the colors going right in my face, but I guess at the same time, if it could have the camera for the VTubing thingy with it too.
Well, either what you could do is like a diffused RGB, like a smaller light, but like dimmer. You can control you can control it a little bit more, maybe.
I probably if I put LEDs, then I probably wouldn't have it up. Well, I mean, I probably have fairy lights, but then I think like a strip of LED like around the edges might be nice.
A big thing is you have to figure out the engineering problem of so if it's like a mobile, it's going around. You got to account for the weight of all the objects in the mobile, and like making sure that it's like everything stays attached. I don't know why, but like when it comes to like kink and like hard like crafting, like the idea of like putting stuff together, the ideas just make sense. I don't know.
I mean, kink has a lot of like DIY stuff in it. People try and make their own shit, and that's how people. In the same way, like people tend to become fursuit makers because they can't afford fursuits, and then they learn like in small ways. And at first, their fucking suits suck, and no one wants to buy them.
Yeah. And like owner, she like hand built her own cross, hand painted it, and did all the drilling, fucking going to the store, and it was like obviously like the people she lived with every household, we all helped her, but she taught me a lot, and I think also a good idea as weirdly as it might be, maybe chains. I'm thinking as far as the rotating aspect, the weight aspect, the durability aspect, maybe combining it with like an outer texture like bloomers, and maybe like a lantern shape, and get it like that puppy dive contour, but with like a lamp, and then you have like, I don't know, you could have an outer thing that acts as a separate rotate, so that way like you have like whether it's 3D printed or whatever, like all the bytes around it, and then the little LEDs behind each of them to the second piece rotate. And if you wanted to get real fucking stupid, sneaky and autistic with it, and spend money on like a motor, you get that bitch to like rotate at like a variable like that you could turn, and like with other like you could I guess tune it more precisely, I think.
Hello there.
Hello.
Oh, there we go.
Welcome.
I am.
Now you are purple.
This is your first time playing this, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with like Lethal Company?
Yes. I've played it with you before, I think.
This is true. So it's like Lethal Company in that we're like grabbing junk to take back, but we actually appraise it like on site. There's gonna be like little bays that we
parts and stuff.
Yeah, you've seen people play this before.
I saw a tutorial. I did in case it was for.
True, I forgot about that. It's been so long since we did the tutorial. All right, chill. Then you understand.
Yeah.
Oh right, Jen, did your friend ever get back to you?
No. No, she did not, but it's okay.
Okay.
I love the eyes in this.
I like everyone's mouth flaps.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, then I will start the game. Jen, let me know if anything changes and we can like restart the lobby if we need to.
Okay, I'll keep you posted.
Yeah, stuffies. I love stuffies. There's so many stuffies in our room.
Oh wow.
We're such a stuffy. Lover. We're such a stuffy lover.
Alright, let's fucking get it. That map was crazy.
Oh yeah, I want to look at so much more art. It was so cool.
Oh my god, it felt like taking a bite out of like an eldritch thing. It was crazy.
Taking a bite out of an eldritch thing?
Yeah, just like, because it was a museum of incomprehensible human art. Like, because it was so much time has passed that like meaning is completely changed to a semi-bot. And like, I don't know.
I don't think meaning has completely changed.
Well, it seems like in a lot of the LARPing as semi-bots was like as a tour guide, like just seeing weird Dadaist art and being really wacky with it.
Do you still have your double jump?
Do I? I don't have double. Well, no, I do have double jump. Yes, I have my double jump.
Okay. I think we can afford this as well. Okay, that's good. Oh, there's not much to show, but there is this bathroom if you need to scream. Or, what else are bathrooms for? Oh, they remodeled. Hey, Jen, did you notice they remodeled?
Did they remodel? Oh my
Didn't
god,
there used to just be one toilet in here? I could have sworn.
Yeah, no. That one's the 220. This one is the 490. See, the 220, it has a smaller diameter of the inner bowl structure. But this one, oh my god, you can take massive fucking, like, mountains. It's gross. It's terrible. But it's very, very good for the money.
You're so
very
knowledgeable, Umfi. You're just farting all over the place.
Pretty much.
Blue raspberry double jumps. Alright, kids, get in the van.
Could I buy something? I want to buy a toy.
No.
Please, I want to buy a toy. Look, the funny man. The funny man goes, eh.
We can't afford it. Do you have funny man money?
I want
No, you don't. We'll get it next
funny
time if you live.
I want funny man. Can I take funny man and we don't tell them.
That's called stealing.
But I don't want to steal. I want to have it.
Hi.
Have I seen a coconut milk? No, I thought it was on the shelf. Huh. I'll go and check real quick. Okay, I'm gonna start the thingy. Feel free to explore without me if you need to.
Oh.
I'll be right back.
Okay. good to have you on. I'm excited to work with this wonderful team and build synergy and collaboration.
I am turning up.
Someone bought the extra jump upgrade.
Okay, it didn't take long. Damn.
Who bought the
had some
robot
modern magic.
estradiol?
Can you have more than one jump?
I think you could stack them.
Yeah, that's for you then.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I'm gonna do the strength upgrade. Next time we get upgrades, Ghosties, you get to have one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you should take this flashbang, grab it and press 1 and you'll put it into your quick select. You can use it to defend yourself. Think this is a horror game, so not everything can be killed, but well, actually I think everything can be killed, but we don't usually, especially in the early game, have the firepower to do so easily.
Yeah.
Let's see. Healing. Okay, that's dead. I guess we'll save this for later. You have full health. What's your health at, Jen?
I have 55 health.
You got 55 health? Okay, then yeah, use that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Alright, we are beginning.
I like that it uses these 3 cables.
Oh yeah, it's like a fucking VCR. RGB.
I hope I really want to recreate it because I used to have you, and whenever I would play Lego Star Wars, there would be a time where I would like not have one of them plugged in and I wouldn't have the audio.
Mechanic Station, is this new too?
Maybe to you. It not okay, that came out really my bad.
No, you're fine. I mean, you're allowed to clown me a bit, although I know you were just being autistic.
Yeah, it's one of the few maps in rotation. It's like
No, I've seen this before, yeah. I mean, I've seen this tile set, I think, so. I definitely don't know all the names, though. But yeah, Chad, this is the car that we were talking about earlier, about how it's like it's so roomy. And like, look, it has like these big tire treads. This is obviously for exploring. So whoever's stationed here is like going out and scouting and getting something and hauling it back here. Maybe they're just hauling the stuff that we're hauling out now, but this feels like a derelict space station.
It's true. I mean,
oh, it's a locker? Alright, let's wait. Actually, did we activate the first one? I guess technically it's like by the entrance.
Here, let me help.
Lucky. Thank you. Oh no. It got stuck on the chair. Am I... Oh. Oh, this isn't a giant block. This is a fucking server farm.
yeah, this has like terabytes and petabytes of data from like Arctic, like signals and like.
Just closing the door so it's not in the fucking way.
Yeah.
Okay, and then when it's down, jump over it so you don't get crushed.
Yeah, you gotta move, you gotta move. Got it.
Tap to turn.
Why is the...
Okay, that's number 1. Oh, also, Ghosties, you should know that this is like the campaign that we were playing before, so we're picking up from there. This is not what your first level would normally look like if you had just booted up the game.
Yeah, I saw level 4.
Yeah.
Just mentioned.
So we might have up to 4 different entities trying to kill us.
There's more up here, back here.
This door is stuck. Oh, does it only open one way? That's silly.
Ah, something's here.
Ah! You're gonna want to see this fucked up shit down here. What? What?
Well, someone's
Oh no!
Oh, what the
Oh my god. Oh my god, what just happened?
It was the duck.
The duck.
We should have told them about the duck. I didn't know what it was at first.
You bastard.
The duck is kind of awesome. Once they know about the duck, they'll actually love the duck, I'm sure.
You ain't my friend. How could you do that? They were so helpful and so kind.
So I need to put Ghosty's head in the fucking bin so we can resurrect. And the flashbang is here. I will try not to use it if I can help it. There's so much to discover. So many wonders to murder us. If we don't murder them first. You murdered us, so we gotta murder you back, bro. It's only fair. Hi.
Hi.
I appreciate you.
Thank you.
And your continued existence.
I appreciate you. And your continued existence.
Nothing I can see. Oh, sick. One. Huh? Locked. Did we not fill up the other one? Oh, maybe it's the wrong order. It still says 0 out of 3, though. We didn't get a tax return. So maybe we actually didn't fill it up. Okay, I was scared by my own fucking footsteps. Very Chucky Finster of me. Well, no matter what, this is not the way I need to be right now. Okay, that scared me. I'll be honest. Maybe we didn't finish at the first one? Yeah, 1,000 out of, wait, 11, but the thingy. Huh, weird. Okay. So, I'll put your head here. Hello.
You're alive.
I am alive.
I'm so happy.
Me too. Although I didn't find much of value.
Just want to take a breather. Okay. Okay, I'm good. I'm ready. I'm
Alright.
solid. I am.
Alright, you grab the cart.
Yeah, I'll push. You be a lookout.
I did find another one of the thingy things to put money in. Oh, right. This door opens the other fucking way.
I hate doors that open one way. And then since you
Yeah, I like my doors bisexual.
It's true. Why don't people do that more?
Also, I think I can say I'm a plushie fucker on stream. I was just doing it for comedy. Everything's kind of vague sometimes.
There's also element of hyperbole and just excitement through the stream, where we're just saying stupid shit that pops off of our head.
That's
and
true.
Combined with like just like, ooh, gas can making some. Nope, not intractable.
Nope.
Well,
Okay, actually, I've been this way. That's the, I think that's the way to the thingy. So we should go this other way.
Point deducted from that bearded guy. The gas cans, you can't just sell them in bulk. That's a ding, a cinema sin. Okay, we gotta...
Is this one of those server thingies? Nope.
No, I was playing with that earlier.
Okay, so you've been in here already.
Yeah.
Okay.
Easy. Hey, Fluffway, there's an element of a BC right behind me. It's a big clown with a big red orb for laser.
Oh, one of those. Love those.
Yeah, I was walking on the stairs. It'd be really scary. I'm worried it's gonna come over here.
I mean, it probably will. We can go around it. Yeah, this is where the other thingy is, but there's a bunch of locked doors down here, and there's nothing we can really take.
I need stamina.
Yeah, so there's not really any use for this room yet.
I need...
And nothing up here. Oh. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Qua. Qua.
Oh my friend, oh my god.
The cart's this way, right?
Yeah, that way and down.
Man, fuck that duck.
Bubble the alien clown.
Well, I sure was lucky. Oh, I definitely can't move that right now. What's this? Chainsaw? Yeah, we definitely need the cart. Ah, so much big shit. Ah, fuck. I hate this entity. Well, at least it didn't walk me straight into the clown. Now I'm wondering if I can kill the invisible man. Throw a fucking grenade at his ass. This looks potentially dangerous. I can't wait to break this triumphantly. have like endless stamina while I'm being fucking inhabited. Yeah, the car was a little screwed there.
You're alive.
I am alive. You keep saying that.
There's a clown to our right.
Oh, good, because that's not where I'm going.
Okay, good. That could damage. Yeah. Shh, it's okay. Go to sleep. It's okay.
Go to sleep, Chainsaw Man.
Hold on. Take a picture of me in this. Take a picture of me in this chainsaw. I got plans for this chainsaw. Wholesome plan.
Got it.
We're gonna go on vacation. We're gonna have a day of it. We're gonna go into
Oh,
like
that's not the sound of
convention.
death.
Me too. That sounds like a bad omen.
Let's get let's get the cart closer. Yeah. This still isn't enough.
In the car.
Oh, it's almost enough.
Gotta get this shit in the car. Okay, now we just have to avoid all the monsters and not this valuable pile of booty. Nah. Socialism. Socialism. Bernie Sanders.
How much health do you have, Maggot?
70.
Oh, okay.
Because I gave just a little and it helped.
Wow.
I don't know. I'm trying to imitate something. Bernie oscillates between being great and extremely cringe.
That's one way to put it.
The price of being a Democrat. You gotta subscribe to a lot of Democrat shit, and then that means you're complicit in a lot of gross shit, even if you wanna use it as a means.
Wow, I was actually able to empty this out without the fucking duck killing me. The fact that ah, shit. Time to run. You say run starts playing. Well, it didn't run me into a clown at least. Oh, there's something in there. Did that kill the fucking duck? Ah, fucking bitch! Still ain't getting around to a clown. My luck is incredible. Oh, here's the other thingy. Fucked up. Man, they put me out so far. I don't even know if I should even pick that up. I'll fucking break that immediately. Why are there all these fucking things I can break? Give me something that I can't break so easily. Well, I can definitely break that frisbee. I really hate the Invisible Man. Bitch. Okay, no, not that. Alright. Yeah, I'm alive. I can hear you. Oh, this is like a mimic or something now. That'd be a very Lethal Company thing. I don't think it hit him. I survived a grenade to the face.
Hell yeah, I think we've been getting significantly better. Wait, someone survived?
What do you mean someone survived? I'm right here. Okay. Don't turn on. Don't turn on.
I thought I heard Ghosty.
Nope. But you'll hear them very soon.
What was that? Is that like the audio proximity codec glitching? Or is that my own auditory hallucination?
Gosh, you're like that too when when you don't know if you heard something or not, you immediately go, did I hallucinate?
Yeah, and like some darker shit.
Oh, come on!
Oh, fuck, behind you! Fight!
I'm tired of these motherfucking clowns and this motherfucking...
Ew, and we don't even get an inflatable clown girl suit.
You want to be an inflatable... Fudge cake. Living the dream. Living the dream. And then you run back the way I just came. I know I came there often, but fuck. This is actually just enough. But I'm sure the invisible man will find a way to ruin it for me. Considering he's my mortal enemy. Live, damn it, live! Anamasa Vanavishu! Hi, faggot. Welcome to being alive.
Oh my god, my friend is alive again?
Yes!
Wow.
Can't believe it.
So, how do I deal with a duck?
Do not pick up the duck. The duck actually
touch
wants you
it?
to try to pick it up.
Yeah.
So it'll jump in front of stuff you can pick up when you try to pick shit up. So you just have to be
Yeah.
aware.
Okay.
If
I
you have like a
immediately
gun
tried-
or a couple of grenades, you can kill it, but it is one of the, like, it's
Well,
a mid-tier enemy.
It specifically has a behavior.
I
I
try.
Oh, sorry. You go ahead.
Okay. I tried picking it up immediately, and it said Apex Predator then. And then survival fear got through me.
Yeah, it actually really reminded me of the aliens from Alien 9. That really cool fucking Lolicon anime that is very much feels like a fucking like Evangelion-ish thing, because they all have fucking trauma. But they basically have parasitic helmets on their heads, and that's what it kind of looks like when it like ripped you to pieces. It was actually really cool. So we can finally activate a new thingy. Ah, my ears are burning. Someone must be talking about me. I hope they're saying something nice.
Oh, somebody's coming. We're all jumpy, it's okay. Pretty much not the clock. I'd like to be warm.
Being warm is cringe.
I mean, being
You want to be
cool is like-
comfortable? Ew. What about your grind set? What happened to your 5 hustles? Oh wait, no shit. Now I'm thinking about the fucking Minecraft movie.
Well, hold on. When did they do grinding in Minecraft? They did.
Actually, the black lady talked about how she has like 10 hustles. She says that explicitly.
Oh, okay, that is true.
And actually, all the adults in the movie are sad, or at least all the ones we're supposed to. Are you dying?
No, you got me.
Is that why there was that weird ass?
I had something
conflict
here
between that kid and the garbage man, because the kid was like, "How dare you! You made us a little bit late, and blah blah blah. We had to be there, and you just only thought about yourself." And the guy was
Well, I mean,
like,
obviously a 12-year-old kid is gonna... Motherfuck... This is like having a panic attack in the middle of a really good conversation. Where are we going, bro? Thanks, I guess. Well, it walked me into the clown.
probably should have. What happened? Did you break it on me or?
You're alive.
Hey,
The survivor.
what were we talking about before I got whisked away?
Yeah, you got taken away. Like you're at a Reggie, and like a Dom took you away and whisked you off like while you were mid convo. You just like went like uppies. Like,
it walked me into the fucking clown. I almost died.
Yeah, oh no! Were we talking about something cool?
Splitting coal?
No, something cool.
Yeah, well, I think so. I don't remember what it was.
Neither do I.
Yeah.
I just kept thinking about this feat after that, and how I could incorporate that enemy to like a weird horny TF. And that's like that. I don't know. It's stupid. But that being said, it's fucking invisible, and it's scary as hell, and I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. It's scary. Does it have a hand?
I think so. I think it literally picks you up.
How did it picks you up with an invisible hand?
Well, I mean, the whole body is invisible. You can see his footsteps, and you can see his breath.
I wonder what the beast looks like.
It's probably naked. So it's probably like shivering.
You ever think about like all these devs like Super Giant and oh, okay, everyone's together. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Like Super Giant and what's the studio called? Semi-Work? Yeah. I think they're like a Swedish studio. Semi-Work.
Yeah.
Oh, there's something here.
Uh-oh.
There.
What is this, like a VCR or something?
The
a circuit board or something in it.
The tempo of the room is freezing my circuit, and the duck is making part of the book.
I'm gonna take this straight to the room.
That's a good idea.
Oh. One of y'all should take the cart into the room we just left. There's probably more stuff in there.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Oh, hide.
Ow, hide! Ah, ah. Hey, clown! Hey, clown!
Chaos.
Hey, clown!
Is Ghosty?
Hi, clown!
Wow. Right when it... Well, there's like literally one fucking thingy left, so I can be brought back to life still. That was funny. I got killed because Jenny talked.
Oh, fuck!
Whoa. Now that's cool. Dies. Hello!
Hi!
Welcome to the cloud.
Hi.
Wow.
I thought I could draw it. Initially,
Oh no, that
I
made
guess it didn't
sense,
work.
but honestly, it's better to just hide. If it lasers, you can duck. But if it's not like stalking you, you're in a much better position. It'll just move on.
It was just...
It was cute that you did that though. Honestly, it would have worked. I didn't die because of you. I died because of Genesis.
Oh.
Because we were standing at on opposite sides of the door, and the clown was walking in, and she asked a question, and it turned and slapped the dog mess out of me.
Oh.
Yeah. I think she's just mourning me, I guess.
Yeah.
Ah! I'm being tickled from beyond the grave. Meow. Meow. Wow. Ichio's too busy right now.
Of course. It's so much better than Steam. All at the same time, they have a lot less resources.
A lot less resources for what again?
Itch.io
Oh.
has less resources than Steam. I mean, obviously.
Yes.
I would say Itch.io goes down more than Steam, but I think one of the major times it went down was literally like a hacker trying to fuck shit up. The shit, even Internet Archive get DDoS attacks sometimes.
Yeah, it does. Fucking hell, that sucks.
Yeah, some people just don't like free books.
Public services.
Yeah, some people want to privatize everything. And some people just want their book to make more money. Makes me think about the fact that like,
I want my stuff to be accessible.
Oh yeah, for sure. I remember when there was a lot of babs kind of in between different like websites and stuff. We knew someone who was talking about how they wanted to be posted in their like their written stories, and we were like, oh, like start a Patreon or something. And they were like, well, I don't want to paywall my stuff. I want people to be able to see it.
Yeah.
And that's like so valid.
Apparently, Genesis is going. I am the tiger.
How do you know that?
She said it.
Oh.
It's what I laughed at.
She looks so sad.
Oh! Oh no! Well,
wow, you got chewed up.
That's not fair. That guy's so.
Too bad we didn't get to appreciate the duck being dead for longer. Can't wait to fight to the death.
Tiger and plus, like I was gonna win the game and then I immediately died.
Oh, I lost the game.
It was anticlimactic as fuck.
Lost the game.
Just like life. Disposal Arena.
I love you all. It was a match, well fought. We just fuck. Hey, Art. What do you do? What do you do?
I'm not in that. Oh.
Home run! Do I win? I'm the best employee. King of the losers.
Yes, sir!
So funny that it looks like the fucking Android symbol. The game. That was fun. Thank you.
Nice round.
Yeah. What? Sorry, what?
Nice round.
Nice round? That's what you said?
Crown.
Crown. Oh, my crown. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's spiffy. Wow. I think
Beautiful.
we've probably spent enough time on Lethal Company. We have other things to do this stream, too.
Yeah, I had a good time. Thank y'all for
I
playing
definitely
with
want
me.
to try playing more.
That new update, I mean, even though we just got a tiny piece of it, wow, I got my ass kicked.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah. Good update by the devs. I have no complaint. Well,
Fuck clowns.
Fuck clowns.
Fuck clowns.
Yeah.
Take it however you find clown.
The scarier, like, fear. I can't wait until Halloween because I want to have like a whole panel about like the difference between like fear and arousal, and like like I need to finally watch The Shape of Water too.
Oh, that sounds really cool.
Yeah, so I want to do a study on like.
That's interesting. Halloween, Me and the Hollower comes out, so we'll probably do a stream for that.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
I would want to see what I would do in that situation, even though it's so superfluous. So I would not recommend you do it. Grain of salt, right? But what's that one? The Hood. Shovel Knight? No.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the guy with the scythe and the hood? Who?
Not Plague Knight.
Like
Spectre Knight.
Spectre Knight. I feel like Spectre Knight would pair well with a playing of Mina the Hollower color palette wise.
Oh yeah, and there's like some DNA there, like there's some gothic shit. There's some. I mean, Mina the Hollower feels a lot like Castlevania made sweet love to Bloodborne.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to a season of spooky gaming, brought on by the beloved, terrified game devs working hard.
Have you played Corpse Party? You should play Corpse Party.
Like PS2 ROM?
I was thinking more the more modern-ish games, not the like fucking original. I mean, maybe historically if you want, but like, I mean the Just Corpse Party on Steam that was, I believe, like originally like a PSP remake, or I guess the first PSP remake, because there's been a bunch. There's like a one that takes place in a hospital coming out either this year or next year actually, so they're still going strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, although the last entry was a disappointment to a lot of fans, but I won't get into that.
Okay.
I'm gonna pull the plug on this, and I'm gonna take a short break.
Hamburger.
Hamburger. I need to do more drugs, and then we can talk about trans stuff. It's gonna be it's gonna be weird and academic, but not wholly academic. I mean, using Blue Sky as a source, but also Wikipedia, but also some academic journals. We got a lot of gender to do. Welcome to the new age of repo. Let's see, a shorter one. Where's the one where it's like we're in the Red Sea? I like being in the Sea of Red. Why? Don't mess with that. Okay, we'll see you in a little bit.
Mountain. Heavy are the mountains. But that changes over time. Sky. Blue sky. What your eyes can't see. What your eyes can see. Sun. There is only one. Water. Comforting. Commander Akari. Flower. So many alike. So many useless. Sky. Red sky. Red is the color. Red is the color I hate. Water flowing. Blood. The smell of blood. A woman who never bleeds. From the red earth comes man. From the soil. Born of man and woman is man. Town. A human creation. Eva. A human creation as well. What is a human? A creation of God? Is it a human creation? The things I possess are my life and soul. I am a vessel for my heart. Entry plug. Throne of a soul. Who is this? This is me. Who am I? What am I? What am I? What am I? What am I? I am myself. This, that which is myself. That which is formed is me. This the me that can be seen, yet feels as if this is not myself. A strange feeling. I feel as if my body is melting. I can no longer see myself. My shape is fading. I feel the presence of someone who is not me. Who is there? Beyond me there. Akari? I know this person. She is Captain Katsuragi. Dr. Akagi. Others. Classmates. The pilot of Unit 2. Commander Akari? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? So, how does it feel to be piloting 01 for the first time? Smells like Akari. I hate it. I hate this is how it ends. With fucking bombs. A world run by boomers, ending in the most boomer way possible. I bet they're doing this out of spite to prove they were right to not worry about the climate. It all feels so old-fashioned, you know? Okay. That's your concern? The aesthetics of the apocalypse? Why not? All these years, the look of my life has been determined by others. And now they want to decide how my death looks as well? Huh. I guess I get what you're saying. Right now, wreathed in smoke, Em looks much older than I first thought. More mature. Or maybe I'm just desperate and horny and projecting my desires on Em. Only one way to find out. How old are you, Em? About one day. Brat. Fine, let me guess then. 26? Em smirks and shakes Em's head. Still not making eye contact. 29? Em flicks the cigarette butt down. I watch the orange dot disintegrate into the blue haze below. I'm 35. The voice comes out tired, all swagger gone. God, I wish I wasn't. I wasted so much of it. My life. Who? Who? Shinji Ikari. But that's me. I am you. This self incorporates another self. The self has always been composed of two selves. Two? Yes. The self that is seen by others, and the self that observes that act. To expound, there is a Shinji Ikari that exists in your mind. The Shinji Ikari in Misato Katsuragi's mind. The Shinji Ikari in Asaka Soryu's mind. The Shinji Ikari in Rei Ayanami's mind. The Shinji Ikari in Gendo Ikari's mind. All different Shinjis, but each of them is a Shinji Ikari. What you fear is the Shinji Ikari that exists in the minds of others. I'm just afraid of being hated. You're afraid of being hurt. Who is bad? Father is. The father who deserted us. No, I'm the one who's bad. There you go again, rushing to take all the blame. That's what I mean about being interpunitive. That's because I can't do anything right. Isn't it just you who thinks you can't do anything right? I think I hate him. But I'm not sure anymore.
Good work, Shinji.
Father called me by my name. My father of all people actually praised me. Are you going to live the rest of your life regurgitating and digesting those few pleasant memories? If I trust their words, it's enough. Enough to keep me alive. By deceiving yourself. Everyone does it! That's how everyone survives! If you cannot accept that you are capable of initiating change within yourself, you will not be able to continue. This world is full of too many painful things for me to live in it. Like how you can't swim. Humans aren't designed to float. This is self-deception. Call it whatever you want. So far, you've been avoiding bad things in your life by covering your ears and eyes. In that last battle, his sister got what others think isn't important. Get out. No, I don't want to hear this. See, you're running away. Again. One cannot make a life just by daisy chaining their most enjoyable memories together. Especially not me. I found something that I enjoy. Finding something enjoyable? Finding something and doing that all the time? What's wrong with that? Father? Am I an unwanted child? Father! You ran away all on your own. No. Mother was... She was smiling. You did a very good thing today. People will praise you and thank you for it.
You shouldn't run away, Shinji.
Keep it up. I don't like being here. I'm tired of being alone. M runs M's hand through M's hair pensively. When I woke up this morning, I was not to anyone. I had a steady corporate job, the famous comfortable middle-class life. Boring friends who'd only talk about boats and investing. Utterly soul-crushing. Meaningless. But I worked so hard to make that life happen. If I threw it away now, then I would have wasted my 20s for nothing. Sunk costs and all that. M gesticulates vaguely with M's hand. So, I figured It'd be for the best if I just wore the high heels behind closed doors, be content with sucking the occasional anonymous dick. Smother the little voice screaming to be let out with expensive toys and alcohol. M smiles wryly, voice a little brittle. You know, that song, Over the Rainbow? The old gay anthem. I wouldn't be able to quote the lyrics, but I know what it's about. Sure. Hearing it made me ugly cry. Every single time. M's voice begins to break. I cried because I think of all the people who didn't make it over, whose dreams didn't come true. And I cried because I knew I was one of them. M shuts M's eyes and presses a hand against M's mouth. Give me a moment. I don't want to die with my makeup running. I wish to see vulnerability. Got more than I expected. All the quirky theatrics and opulent clothes don't seem like cringe anymore. What I see now is a desperate desire to live 35 lost years in one night. I feel like I should hold him and tell him it's all gonna be alright. But I don't do that sort of stuff. And besides, it's not gonna be alright. We're about to die. So I just wait and listen. Welcome to Fluff Bites. Or rather, welcome back. And I am Glitch, and I am your host with the most elegant way of making you feel uncomfortable. This is a safe space to get outside of your comfort zone. We have the Fluff Bite Entertainment System talk about queer shit, leftist politics, indie games, degenerate anime, baby fur stuff. We should honestly talk about more Bloodborne. And we talk about identity and stuff a lot too, and mental health and shit. We have a lot of different interests. And we like analyzing things, and we did a bunch of, or actually, I guess I should say me, because I've been fronting all week. Oh yeah, also plural shit. I did a lot of research for today's stream, and it took a lot of effort, and doing stuff like this is a little bit more accessible for us than doing video essays, and we still want to get back on that horse, but sometimes it's nice to deliver information in a way that we don't have that like as much of an authoritative voice, because we're kind of like to a degree processing stuff with you instead of telling you exactly what to think about it, right? Though it is nice to be able to be concise and have all the words ahead of time. Let me get rid of fucking Steam, because I don't need Steam right now. Steam is dead to me. There we go. Task manager. Oh, yeah, our memory's getting fucking eaten up. Whew. Save me on some memory, baby. Don't want stream to crash after all. Alright. So this is our special Pride episode, so we have a Pride topic planned. The question of the day is sort of related. It is really hard to put into words, because I think under one framework I could say that we're going to be talking about like trans metaphysics, but honestly I guess we're talking about like trans frameworks of how people see their bodies and like the experiences of like radically gendered bodies, I guess, or bodies that in some way reflect a desire to change something or to be something, or maybe I should start from where's my thing? Here we go. Okay, so I should really start from like where I'm sitting, sort of. So there's a lot of ways that you can look at being trans, right? But there are a couple of prevailing narratives, like in the general queer way, like the Born This Way narrative is like something that is important to a lot of people.
some people have a like talk about their gender retroactively in a way that reflects their gender now. Sometimes someone will say, when I was a little girl, as like a trans film, you know. But many talk about it, and we indeed talk about it in a past tense way of having been one thing and now being another thing. Although the complication of a bunch of different cells living in one body and brain also makes it really interesting having identities that differ in terms of gender, in terms of sexuality, in terms of temperament, and how confusing it can be trying to make sense of that, especially if you aren't like really cooperating. I guess we could say we cooperate, but I haven't spent a ton of time like in control of the body outside of like work and stream stuff. And I think that like some of us definitely have that experience of like we get to express ourselves online for who we are, and it is very resonant and like grounding to be like respected in those certain ways. I mean, that goes for like disability stuff, that goes for trans stuff. There's all that, there's all those things, and people talk about echo chambers and stuff like that, but a lot of times it's just like you have like a community that you feel safe and like at home with, and that like not just like, oh, people agree with you, because actually I don't think that that's the most important part of a community at all, necessarily, that everyone agrees on every single thing. Like I guess having aligned interests and like caring about each other, like wanting each other's like success, but also like aphasia, Meryl. Um, I've been thinking a lot about like how I want to conceptualize myself, because with the constructed identity that we have being online, and um oh, that's what I was gonna say, like something comforting about being in community with others that understand you, that you have like reference points for, isn't so much to find people that like agree with like every little thing you say, but people who understand and like respect you for like you, like that you don't have to explain yourself to, you know. um I like obligatorily talk about like the stuff that we do and the identities that we are, especially for new people, or like for the VOD when we post this on like YouTube or whatever. But for most people, they know what we're about. Obviously, you spend time here, and I guess that's sort of like the that's a little bit of like parasociality, because like being known and like being publicly known is a little bit different. And I think that like, say for people who are way more visible than us, there's like a lot of scrutiny for like how they see themselves and how they like talk about themselves, because they feel like ambassadors for the community. Even though no one person can speak for the whole community, it's undoubtable that there are people who are listened to more because like, well, they have more of the stage, you know. In terms of a voice, like there are like even moderately famous queer people who like could have a ton of reach, and and the scrutiny that you have for like what you say and how you like kind of carry yourself, like there'll be a lot of people in the community who may like disagree with your approach. I mean, happens all the time, especially with like contrapoints, and it's so easy to like position someone as lost, not aligning enough with what we think they should be doing. And I mean, even in the way of like expression and conceptualizing things. I remember the first time that ContraPoints was like canceled, about like talking about not wanting to have to be looked at and asked what her pronouns are, and like the prevalency of pronoun circles, and like wanting to exist and someone just see her as a woman and not like be like, oh, you're a trans person, let's see what your pronouns are. And I mean, I think at the time we were even mad, but you have me in an arm bar. Can I have my arm a little bit? Oh god. Oh, that feels kind of nice though. That makes no sense in without context. Anyway, when gender can be private because people aren't like making fucking wikis about you, it's really easy to have like a sort of like isolated sense of what like your gender and stuff means to you. For me, it's been really scary to like think more practically about like my existence, and like even talking it or thinking about what I am besides my pronouns, and besides like, you know, who I am in terms of like how I process the world and like my persona, and like I guess the weird like metafiction kayfabe that I exist in, in a sort of Chinibyo-ish sense. And like, as opposed to someone who, let's say, is like maybe a little in a system and sort of matures from experiencing the world and being like, oh, okay, this is how like you have to function as an adult. It's like, honestly, it's kind of like I've been isekai'd. It's kind of like I've been isekai'd into a mundane world. It's like Devil's a part-timer. I've been thinking about this shit all day, and it's just like, I feel like it is an adventure brushing my teeth. Like a lot of mundane things are like kind of sort of mystifying, and especially the stuff of like talking about politics. But I have the brain that we all share, so I have access to the knowledge about like stuff about like political systems and the faults therein, and all like I could rattle off so much like negative shit. Honestly, in terms of like transness, we felt a pressure to constantly talk about what's happening in the news. But I don't think I need to fucking tell you that trans people are under attack and America's doing a trans genocide. I don't think I need to tell you that. And it is important to talk about those issues, but today we are kind of talking in like a more philosophical sense, and more of a like governing your own body sense. I don't know. I accidentally had like a tirade on Blue Sky caused by me misreading one of my mutual's responses to me talking about like body policing, and start talking about like the different ways that bodies are policed, from like reproductive rights and trans rights. I should have even mentioned the Furry Act in like in Texas, and it's like, oh yeah, you're in school, so you can't like bark, you know, even as a joke. Like seeing so much restriction of like how people behave, and like that sense of like control that like fascists have and want to extend over people and their bodies. And I think especially before 2016, it was really easy to believe that we had progressed so much and like things were only going to get better, but that is not the case. And it's weird to be talking about like transness in a more like not taking for granted that like we exist and we can talk openly about our existence, at least still right now. And it's like trying to understand myself, especially this week, has been really interesting because all the ways that I exist and know myself are very different than the normal things. So the things that for my headmates, it's like it's still like a weird thing to ease into, like kinning and being horny on main, I guess. That stuff is like where I start, and so I am intimidated by the more normative stuff. Funnily enough. I don't know if I've gotten to say before, but I like your avatar sprite. Oh. Thank you much. It is, it was done by Purple Ghost, one of our partners, and a great fucking artist. Super cool. Highly recommend it. It was made special for the Bloodborne stream that we did. The Pale Blood Hunt, when I read all of it while also fucking around in Yarnum. Okay, so I've talked about my weirdness, right? And it's interesting to be inhabiting a space that I'm not like usually in, seeing stuff like I'm not trying to belabor the plural part too much, but if you're familiar with a movie like Kimi no Na wa, Your Name, or even like something like Freaky Friday, the concept of like a body switch and being in someone else's body is interesting. But even thinking about the fucking brain or the body snatching curse technique in Jujutsu Kaisen, where you actually have access to some of the memories of the person's body you snatch, even though their brain's not in it. Like the existence of me having muscle memory and like knowledge to do stuff, and even like knowing like basic math is like so weird. It's like the knowledge is there, but it's like so foreign to me, like a poke at it. And so doing all this research and seeing how people conceptualize themselves and their bodies has been really fascinating to me, because it is ground that I am familiar with through osmosis, but personally had never researched or thought about for myself. So it's been an interesting process. So let's see. We're back from break and we're doing a thing. Let's see. These are just some guiding questions when we were trying to figure out what we want to talk about today, and we never came up with a succinct topic name. I think it was gonna be like, like trans self frameworks or something. Okay, so what kicked us off was this really interesting post by this trans author and like thinker. I mean, I don't know if she considers herself a philosopher, but she certainly talked about gender in a way that has been very interesting for all of us, and has made us think, and kind of was a springboard for a lot of our research that we did. Because although it can be easy to be like, oh, it's just someone that I follow on Blue Sky, I think they have a really cool opinion about gender, is like, not everyone has to have necessarily an academic approach and perspective to gender for it to be valid. And honestly, like, considering what I've also seen, there's a zine of like trans people in philosophy, like in philosophy departments around the country and stuff, and like what they had to say about like how philosophy and trans people or trans people in the concept of transness being talked about in like philosophy and like gender studies like departments at universities is like a lot of things, mostly like controlled by the narratives of cis people, and is like really frustrating. So like there's not as much space made for trans people in academia as there should be. Also, academia has its own problems. Including access to, like, for the average person. Okay, so this is going to be a long thread, so buckle up, Buttercup. I've been finding this conversation about lesbian trans mass interesting because even though it has very different implications than het trans women who self-interpret as homosexual, it's getting at similar principles. This comes back to what I was talking about earlier with interpretive agendas. I mean, it's Pride Month again, so what was being responded to was like about like masc or male identified lesbians, whether they be like trans masc or like even AMAB in some way, and like the sort of, sorry, not just AMAB, like male, like identifying as that, and like folks that in the same way that people were having issues with like say bi lesbians and pan lesbians, were like, you know, it was sort of a divisive thing, but it was but the that poster was talking about it in sort of a way of like, you know, that in and of itself isn't necessarily a problem, and just talking about like, I guess, interpretive schemas, which is actually a term I am taking from May here, but you'll see in a second. To me, the most useful place to gather around on this is a social meaning. The discussion that having agreed upon shared meanings for what gay, straight, etc. is in a transsexual context is important, not just to communicate, but to build an introspective precedent. When it comes to this, I find it easy to agree with what most other trans people say and want here. We are essentially an extended pool of cohorts who need to decide how to handle our relations with each other, even as far as across oceans. I want to interject here because I think that I've seen a lot of people, especially in the like weirder, I guess, degenerate side of like the fucking trans and queer people who are more like thrown under the bus for whatever reason may be, and people have been particularly burned. I've heard a sentiment a lot where it's like, we're not really a community, like we're not a queer community, we're not a family. Like the concept of that is like laughable, sometimes because of like the backbiting and cannibalism, like the sort of like harassment, pale jacketing, like there's so much to talk about in terms of like intra-community like violence and social death and stuff. I mean, we literally have hot allostatic load right here, like it's right here, it's waiting, but we're talking about hot allostatic load a bunch, so we're not focusing primarily on that right now. But this is actually not about social death, but like thinking about it and how there can be a disconnect between a lot of different trans folks, even in the same like subgroup, can be really startling and surprising. And the way people sometimes don't look out for each other leaves people burned and feeling like they can't just trust someone because they are part of that same community. And I think that like there's a fair amount of like it's sort of reasonable to like not like 100% trust someone just because they have certain things in common with you, but I think, you know, doing it like in a zero-sum way is kind of silly, or certainly not effective. But hey, dialectical behavioral therapy will do that to a motherfucker. What has usually tripped me up about these discussions is this idea of self-misgendering, or internalized transphobia, that if you interpret yourself in a way that differs from how you'd interpret a cis person of your gender, then that suggests a conflict about your gender identity. I think there's a lot of ways to take that. I think that we've certainly been guilty of like certainly clocking what we would see as self-hate and trying to, like, you know, push up against it for people, but it may not have always been taken that way, and it's not necessarily for another person to decide like how you view yourself, and even if you shake someone and tell them, no, you're worth so much more, that's not gonna actually, like, that's probably not gonna change their mind. In the same way that if you tell someone with dysphoria that, like, actually they are, like, awesome at their gender, it only goes so far. I guess it's also a flip side to spending a lot of time around people who, like, affirm you when you live in a non-affirming world, because as soon as you leave the comfort of that affirming in-group, and you're immediately tossed into what sometimes feels hostile, at the very least apathetic to, like, how much it stings. I don't know, I kind of understand how someone could, like, you know, sort of disassociate away from that. I mean, we've even, like, flexibly been like, you know, I'm whatever gender I need to be in the social setting to survive sometimes. Although there is, like, a sort of gray space with that. Yeah. I think that there's also, like, I guess the binary aspect of, like, what expectations someone would have to compare, because from a non-binary perspective, there isn't, like, a set of rules that are, like, predetermined, although I guess over recent years there has certainly been frameworks and stereotypes for, like, non-binary people and, like, things that we do. Like, we have cool names like Mist and Saturn. And apparently androgyny. What has finally helped me understand this is that I'm intuitively interpreting my transsexuality different than most other trans people in these conversations, and that's why it feels like we're talking past each other. I don't think either side here has a wrong or bad interpretive schema. What I think now is that we're coming from different perspectives about how these things affect us. I've spent almost 20 years trying to figure some of these things out. This is also why, for our question of the day, we asked folks, is there something about, like, your trans or queer identity that differs from what you feel is, like, the norm? Specifically, like, for, like, people like you, right? Because the interpretive schemas of, like, transness that we've run into, some of them have given us culture shock and made us, like, re-examine, like, how we look at, like, maybe not even necessarily our own gender, but, like, how other people interact with gender and the world. Kind of in a way of, like, you maybe having a narrow view of what it means to be a thing, especially, like, in that, like, autistic way that you know only in, like, maybe a certain context, and then you run into something that widens that context, and it's just like, oh shit, the whole world opened up. Holy shit. I think I understand gender identity differently than the way I learned of it from being around other trans people. For a long time, I didn't clock that. And so I kind of reinterpreted the most standard concept of gender identity in a way that makes sense for me, but isn't quite the same thing. I think that what I am hearing other trans people say is that it seems worrying that I am fine with a term used for cis men of my sexuality, gay men, to be something I have absorbed into my self-interpretation as a trans woman, even if I am careful not to misgender other trans people with that. I think it's interesting because I think, like, as far as we know, there is like trans masc and trans men who identify with, or in the way that May is talking about, absorbed into their self-interpretation parts of like sapphic or sapphic or lesbian schemas, let's say, and especially with like say he/him lesbians, the recent pushback is I think circular, because like apparently it's happened before and people said the same thing, but like that's still part of a wider vanguard of like the queer community that's been there for a while, like he/him lesbians, like fucking like self-described dykes, or boy dykes, fucking stone butches, especially like within the black the black lesbian community, like huge thing. And there's a lot of like when we're talking about the fucking pride flag stuff, and like how like there's like sometimes several flags for different genders, and sometimes they're not always by the same person, and they can have different things that represent they're represented in the flag, like different stripes represent different things or different identities, and they usually interpret those symbols differently, and there can even be overlapping sort of identity traits present across multiple flags that aren't necessarily intersecting, if that makes sense. And there are distinct flags that, or even just distinct identities that have a wide overlap, and sometimes begs the question from some people of like, why do we need all these like things with overlap? Why don't we just have like a few like omni useful terms and just stick to like just a couple? And it's like, well, people don't work like that. People make up words. People like find new interpretations for things to put words to. Like, I think it's sort of useless to do that, and it would be a nightmare to try. I think I understand that this comes from the sense that many trans people struggle with their. Oh wait, actually, I should say here. Yeah, like I started that tangent off with like, if you reverse the thing, there's like more. I feel like there certainly be more like nodding along in agreement generally, because I do think within trans femme circles, having like internalized like gay male culture or something into your interpretation of your gender identity while still calling yourself a trans woman might feel weird. Although honestly, with the people that we run around with, we know folks who identify as trans women and femboys. Like, it's not even like a big thing, especially like thinking about, say, kenning culture and stuff like that. And some people would even say that me even bringing it up in tandem is like, you know, disrespectful to like people's identity and sense of gender, because like, you know, kenning is like fandom bullshit. Right? But kenning, as was mentioned earlier when we were watching the Crit Facts video, can be seen as an offshoot of like other kin and like presumably Therian identity, which was also mentioned in the sense of we could talk about that in the sense of spirituality, like especially in the terms of like sort of recognizing that you are not literally a wolf, but then also identifying with them and finding like affinity for traits that would that make you feel closer to embodying that animal. And I think especially when you have like a non-normative or non-normative for this community ways of interpreting yourself, especially when they feel sort of cringe, it can be sort of a thing that people immediately sort of hone in on and sort of try to diminish the potency of, because it's seen as not like it's respectable, in the same way of like talking about like xenogenders before, and how some people think that is like an embarrassment, like shouldn't be talked about, or some people think that it's okay but like but is a behavior that like queer kids would be making and not necessarily queer adults. It can all be very confusing. I think I understand that this comes from the sense that many trans people struggle with their internal self-interpretation as part of accepting being trans, and there can be steps along the way of unraveling unhealthy internal scripts about who and what they need to be. I see this reflected in a lot of narratives that most trans people clearly find useful. Eggs and egg cracking, compulsory attraction or identification, overcoming a deleterious self-image, unlearning a mask used to adapt, etc. All this makes a lot of sense from a trauma perspective of editing or hiding parts of yourself even within your own subjectivity. Oh yeah, I think my headmates would say they certainly experienced it like that, because like obviously there's a disconnect between the expectations thrust upon us and what we wanted for ourselves. But we think our like process of like coming to terms with seeing ourselves as trans was also like a negotiation with ourselves of being like, no, it can't be, but what about this? And I was like, well, I don't know. I was like, but maybe, you know, it's sort of like the stages of grief, but not necessarily grief. I mean, I guess in the way of like bargaining. I mean, I guess there is a grief inherent in change and fearing change. Not even in that sense that some people try to push of, oh, what if I regret it? But like just, especially when you know you want it. Like going headfirst into change can be really liberating, especially in like accepting that change will happen no matter what. But especially stepping into change you like can be empowering, make you feel you have control over your life. I'm not tired, you're tired. I can see it's reflected in a lot of narratives that most trans people clearly find useful. Eggs and egg cracking, compulsory attraction or identification.
overcoming a deleterious self-image, unlearning a mask used to adopt. All this makes a lot of sense from the trauma perspective, or editing or hiding parts of yourself even within your own subjectivity. What I'd like to find a way to help other trans people better understand is just not how I experience my transness, and the point that isn't to differentiate myself from anyone in some kind of judgmental way. It just took me a while to figure this out. Okay, so I think I'm gonna be doing a few things at once here. But I need to open up GIMP so I can draw something for you. This will be a special tool that will help us later. Deleterious self-image. Open. Wait, no, not open. Don't want to accidentally get my stream shut down. Gosh, I've been drawn such generously. New. There we go. I know I spelled it wrong, but whatever. This is the frayed rope. And on this rope, you have a self. I think that in terms of what's normative and what we expect, we have gosh, I was like, I'm gonna like draw. I don't worry too much about that. Go on, like an ass. Okay, so we start here. Let's say got kid, and then you'd spent a little mixed. Thing in a team, and was like Stick with me here. We got a young adult, and then after some time, you just have adult. I'm not going all the way to old age for a reason, but stick with me here. I did not mean to make the adult this sad, but fuck, it works. Now I gotta do it. Tie. A jacket. Pants. You have some earrings. You have a little bit of something to you. And so we think of someone's like progression of, especially in this society, your fucking blob doesn't know shit, and then you think you know everything, but you still don't know shit, and then you know a lot more, but you're still making mistakes. And then eventually you shape up and become a person somehow, kind of, right? And I think that this rope, where you think about this person and there's a clear line from this person to this person, right? This is fairly normal. And I stop at adult especially because, like, perpetually until you get old, you're assumed to be in a sort of stasis, sort of. I mean, in certain ways. Especially when people are younger, they might see, like, someone say 30 plus is, like, really old. Although, as I think, especially further into industrialization and stuff, it has been a lot different in how people consider, like, older people, especially with especially like say millennials and Gen Z, like challenging the notions that were before for like being an adult. And it's interesting because taking out the categories of just development, you know, you would think that maybe with the hair here, that this is like not how this person wanted to be because their hair was long a lot of the time. But what if I told you between
these two phases. Their hair that was actually pretty normative. It wasn't so bad. But maybe the context of it wasn't as complicated as it became later on. And when you look at your past perspective of, like, say, here, and making a distinction between when you became, like, older and, like, the vacuum in between, sometimes you can just, like a movie, just flip ahead and jump. But part of what I'm trying to illustrate here is, like, the process is, like, a lot slower as you change. And even though when you get here you see every other version of yourself as just like a sort of dead you, or you can, we generally see ourselves as a single person. Goddamn, not us as in Fluffbite, like people generally see themselves as a single person because they see there's not like a break in continuity of their consciousness, at least not for most people. So you have the memories to reaffirm that you were that other person, despite the fact that you could easily just say that you've been the same person the whole time and you have not been changing, and that person isn't dead, they're right here. I mean, which honestly, from trans perspective, actually comes up a lot when you talk about like say cis family, especially like mourning a trans person's previous identity, and like all the expectations those people may have hung on what they wanted out of that person, or what they thought that person's life was going to be, based on those gendered expectations. But we'll be adding more to that later. Gosh, this is gonna be so much, isn't it? So much talking. Let me get some water. What I'd like to find a way to help other trans people better understand is that this is just not how I experience my transness, to the point that isn't to differentiate myself from anyone in some kind of judgmental way. It just took me a while to figure this out. For me, including a male-infected concept, fag, homosexual for men, effeminate male with my self-view, doesn't feel contradictory at all, or like it complicates something about the purity or self-embrace of my transsexual womanhood. I think that's probably the thing that people sort of assume with this context of, like, a person's self-perception is like not where it should be, or like their self-perception is in a sense that is like what you feel is incongruent with what like you think would be dignity for them, I guess. I mean, you definitely see it with like egg culture all the time, with someone going, oh, I thought I was this, I'm actually that, you know, and because someone sees themselves or part of what they identify with or see as like part of the constructed experiences that typify the trans identity, they say, okay, so you're doing these things that I did, so these are signifiers that probably mean that you're trans. And I think there's even an amount of like in the community, whether talking about in like a meme context or not, like a sort of frustration with like eggs who, you know, won't immediately go, oh, you're right, thanks, I'm gonna start transitioning right now. You know. And it's like, I think that's why the certain people feel very hostile in like say like femboy circles with like interfacing with like trans femme culture, in the sense that they definitely feel, and I mean we're friends with femboys and femboys who aren't necessarily considering themselves trans femme. There's a frustration with that. I mean, in the same way it's frustrating for someone to repeatedly tell you what your identity is. I mean, like, people asking us if we were queer when we were younger usually got the answer no, flatly. And some people really tried to walk us into like outing ourselves, and like I think the double closet, or like sort of like this double blind boiler thing of like sort of subconsciously hiding it from yourself is also like a thing of like evading that thing, so that even that you can say with a straight face that is not giving everything away, that like, yeah, no, I'm not gay, what? But I like women. Right? And I think that like the whole thing with the egg prime directive is something we generally disagree with, of like, oh, you shouldn't tell an egg or whatever, but like trying to crack someone's egg for them, especially if they're not asking you to, because they're asking you to, it's already like coming apart, you know. But like there is certainly a zealousness in which certain folks that have already like lived authentically or more authentically feel that, you know, the push they needed or wanted that would have helped them or helped them like do it all sooner is the voice they want to be for someone else. And so it can come from like a very like compassionate place, but a lot of times it, even if it's true, even if it's right, even if you're clocking someone completely correctly, as we've literally done before, we've literally had times where we told a person, I think you're trans, and they're like, what? No. And then months later or years later they're like, so I'm trans. And it's just like, I think some people, and even us to a degree, have like care more about like being right than the person doing what they think they should be doing. I don't know, like feeling like Morpheus with a knowing smile, like, yeah. And I mean, I think there's reason to sometimes be arrogant when you feel like you've seen something about a person that they haven't acknowledged themselves. But I think that also thinking about like how we conceptualize ourselves and how we need to come to the door ourselves, to use another Matrix reference, that's important too. And to have like patience with people, and also like allow people to be in the closet if they need to be. And even if someone's interpretation of themselves isn't exactly reflective of what you would think is would be authentic to them, that doesn't mean they're there yet. There's actually a video essayist we've seen
who's made like really great leftist video essays, and made a video recently or recently-ish that was talking about like existing in like digital worlds and exploring gender and stuff, and basically and essentially saying like I live as a guy on offline and like in my flesh space life, but you know, online I commonly play games like Final Fantasy 14 where I'm playing as a woman and stuff, and like recognizing that and like talking about it. And there was a very interesting line that they straddled really I think expertly without literally saying it directly, of like sort of acknowledging all the people who were like already in the comments like 10 minutes into the video like egg 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 egg, and like the concept of like recognizing what this probably means and like knowing it, but also like sort of standing their ground and like that they don't call themselves trans in the video, and they recognize that if they start living if they start living differently, then there's a lot to do. There's, you know, I mean, transition is, as much as a lot of people have been frustrated with, like, especially in a liberal way of going, oh, you're so brave, queen, like, it is not insignificant to make the decision to change yourself, especially in a way that you know that society and even people you love will be hostile to or try to immediately gaslight you out of. Like, it does take bravery, I think. And it takes bravery even if you call yourself something different. Even if you're, like, having a lot of signifiers of, say, trans identity, but not actually considering yourself that, because like self-ID and like self-determination is also like really important, and we shouldn't take that away from people. But I'm getting lost in the sauce a bit. Let's continue. Oh right, I also want to say before we read this thread, we had actually forgot about the fact that fag was like predominantly used for gay men, and that like we use that term in a reclaimed way flagrantly a lot, and we're often using it around like trans femmes, and it's really funny because we didn't even think about that. We have been thinking about dykes more in that term, and like want to be more comfortable with using it for ourselves in that same way, but it is funny to think about that. And honestly, I think that there's a lot of trans films that have integrated something about like gay mass culture, even if they didn't live as if they never lived as a gay man in any context. Like there's still a sense of that. Like girls who are trans girls who call themselves twinks, like that's common as fuck, you know. So honestly, the more I'm thinking about all this, the more I'm thinking of all these different interpretations of self that actually like coalesce with this framework of frameworks, I guess. Oh, I'm pretty well. How are you, Del? Nice to see you. What's your weekend like? It seems like lots of trans people can have self-narratives that involve having been something else, or having mixed experiences, but usually this involves some kind of break or shift in transformation. E.g., I was a man and I became a woman. I was gay, I became straight. This is relevant, and I wanted to provide you the extra context of, if I am not mistaken, if I recall correctly, May considers herself like a straight trans woman, right? And so certain people are immediately distrustful, or maybe thinking of like, oh, maybe you're not like as down for the cause, or maybe thinking someone's more assimilationist by identifying as a heterosexual trans person. And I mean, honestly, when we were married to someone of a gender and gender presentation that made us, when the two of us were in public, look like a straight couple, we both had a lot of weird feelings about that category being forced upon us. And honestly, thinking about that time, we definitely saw it as a bad thing. We definitely were like, no, don't call us that, like that's fucked up, you know. As if that's a bad thing to be. Like, you're still queer, you're still trans, you know. But some people feel like I feel that heterosexual trans people probably get shade in the same way that that often bisexuals get shade. It's some people view it as playing both ends against the middle. Although some people just feel a little uneasy and not like super judgmental. But the e.g. I was a man, I became a woman, I was gay, I became straight is what I want to focus on when I'm mentioning this, because like if you were at one point considering yourself a gay guy, and then you were like, oh, I'm trans, and then you're like, I'm a girl, and you still like men, then logically it would make sense that you would conclude that you are straight, that you became straight. And I think there's a lot of people who would feel a little weird about like that those conclusions. But I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing, but it is sort of it does feel a little weird in terms if you're thinking about like radical queer liberation, and like I can see why some people would see like identifying as a straight trans person, especially like affirming that and like talking about it and like putting it front and center, because like any way we could be interpreted that way in the past, we have literally tried to avoid. Because we felt that it would be somehow bad, or like that it would make us I guess like how people think bisexuals are traitors, I guess. That's fucked up to admit. But I'm glad we feel differently. We have changed. People can change. Just like diapers. Still up, should sleep. You or me? I've had tons of coffee and weed. And Minecraft. Oh, right. I want to talk good narratives. Let's go back to our little drawing. It's like, what is this? Adolescent, I guess? This will probably be adolescent. Okay. I don't think we've ever drawn pigtails before. This is actually pretty fun though. Not gonna lie. Smiles. This is just a subliminal excuse to draw. Bitch, it might be. When you're tall and have fucking massive thighs. Let them eat easy bake oven. Okay, so we have someone who, before looking at their past, you could chart a pretty clear line, even with the middle part here. Like honestly, this whole section here is kind of all what it encompasses, you know, when other people are definitely controlling you and you're being sort of acclimated to how the world like forces you to live, and you know, this is a part of your life you have to ask for. You have to ask if you can go to the bathroom, which is fucked up. And it's like, when you're here, you can definitely go to the bathroom without asking, except when you're at work, right? And then it's just like, adults? Of course, depending on how this person dresses, they may get taken more or less seriously. Actually, not even a scarf. Collar. And what if they had a tail? Right? And now there's so much difference between this self and this self. You can definitely see, honestly, compared to all the other things, the schism.
honestly, at first, I was just gonna do this. But you could also acknowledge the growth phase. I should just be willing to draw over the other ones. And it's like, is the split here? Is the split here? Where does the change happen? But then, like, the perception of like, oh, my egg cracked somewhere in here is an interesting concept, right? And like a prevailing narrative that some people have, and we have had, in a way. But somewhere around here, the egg cracked. But honestly, like, even when we're thinking about ourselves, looking backwards, we also see, like, some people might even say like the signs. But like, are the signs a portent of what's to come, or are the signs a sign that it was always there? But we all choose like how we interpret that feeling, you know? And sometimes we run into issues because, you know, as May says, we're talking past each other. There's also often a narrative of having overcome or separated from a previous male self. Hearing trans women talk about the emotionally intense victory of this, all having defeated the man society tried to make you to be, having slain or replaced a former self, made this make more sense to me. It's actually interesting thinking about that concept, because we had that concept before, but there's certain things that like singlets easily do, or like can conceptualize, that for us, if we like were to do the same thing, might shake things up in a way that we don't want. Like imagining someone was like, oh, imagine getting advice from your idol. If you do that enough, for someone like us, we might get a headmate based on that person we idolize, for example, right? So like, to imagine the dead self, the self we left behind, as a completely different person, as some people do,
was eventually and did eventually result in a headmate existing that felt that they were the one left behind, that they were the discarded gender, the discarded person. And so that complicated things because that person was still there. And before we knew we were plural, that was like a major conflict. We thought that this like intrusive male self was still there and we had to like hide it. And that headmate was a shame for existing. And that shame honestly carried over later when we, like after accepting ourselves and coming out and everything, found that we had headmates that identified as boys or something masculine. And that sent us into a tizzy because it was like, oh no, I'm not a pure trans person, or I'm not a pure trans film, or like, how is that like, what does that say about me that I have these people in my head that fly in the face of the gender that I am? And we were so fucked up about it for so long. And I think that's probably why Dust had such a hard time adjusting to, and continues to adjust to, like, our life in this body. And you just, we make the best of it, even though not everyone is completely satisfied with, you know, like within our, even within our system, with like how we're going about things or how we have to go about certain things. And honestly, it was really funny that in like thinking about a past self as a like defeated version, or like that thing where it's like, oh, you get to rest now. Actually, there's a picture. I'm trying to remember. Is it called You Can Rest Now? I don't think I can find it. By what I know about it in my head right now alone. But basically, there's this picture of like presumably a guy, and it's like sort of like a doll, like splayed on the ground, and there is a naked girl kneeling, like basically inside of the guy's shell, and she's like, oh, you can rest now, you don't have to be this anymore, you did a good job, right? And like unplugging from this thing and from this the script, and you know, it's like this beautiful trans thing. And the creator even did like one for like trans guys and one for non-binary folks, and even have two variants for the non-binary folk depending on if they're presumably AFAB or AMAB. And it's fucking cool, and we really like the imagery of it, and we hadn't thought about it in a while until recently. And ironically, the exact thing that we did not like doing is what is represented in that picture, so it's sort of an irony there. The split between our like past and like I guess current at that time self, especially within what we considered our like a version of us, of one of us that was like the flesh space version of us, and then one that was like the online person. Think needy streamer overload, right? That tension led to Drizzle Prime splitting into Scribble and Thorn, and the continued pressure of what we saw as a difference between an, I guess, internet persona and a offline persona, and that attention to excel and do well in the like content creator sense that was also crushing us and making us feel like a doll was what led to my existence, you know? Not all of us are indigenic. And so, like, it's funny that there is this concept of like a dead self and like a self that is like gone, and like seeing yourself as a distinct person that changed. But what's interesting about the frayed rope analogy is that it's still that continuous line, and at any one point you can look and say, oh, that is a different me, but you can just as easily say that is the same me in a different time. I mean, it's so easy to say get mad at yourself for being like a dumb kid and not understanding a thing, of judging yourself based on the knowledge you have now. And it's really easy to like, I guess, dissociate your current self from your past self. But we do change, so it is understandable that we make those distinctions. There's also a narrative of having overcome or separated from previous male self, hearing trans women talk about the emotionally intense victory of this, like having defeated a man society tried to make you to be, having slain or replaced a former self. Make this make more sense to me. My understanding of myself has always been very different. I see myself as a mix of male and female, in large part because that seems to be true behaviorally. My social experience has been as kind of both. The way cis people interpret me is as kind of both. It's pretty important to how I understand myself that I'm not exactly female or male, and yet I am kind of both. Politically, I still assert that trans women are women, trans women are female, and that women/female is useful explanatory framework for us. Eventually, I began to understand that when other trans women talked about having a shift or a split, an emergence, a crack, an overcoming, a was male became female experience, that was expressing something as important to their life as my story is to mine. Reading this had definitely made us think about, well, like, our experiences and like how we see ourselves in our, like, I guess, our frayed rope. And we've honestly even recently gone back and forth of like if we want to change the framework and what would be satisfying to us, I guess. But at the same time, we don't have to like converge on one. Like, we can all have our own distinct like views of like ourself and like our body and what we were and what we are now, or what we've, I guess, always been, if you see it like that too. But the story we often tell about like realizing we were trans was realizing that like we weren't safe. Like, there was a traumatic realization in the way of like literally like becoming a mutant in X-Men or something. We're just like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. And like recognizing that, oh shit, I am this marginalized thing is undeniable in this moment. And like the intense fear, the intense desire to hide while still completely recognizing what we were was made us weak in the knees. But there was even more like solidification of that feeling of identity as we like end up running into a song that we actually look for sometimes during Pride Month, because it reminds us of we like sort of falling into the feeling of, yeah, this is like who we are, and you know, the path we want to go. Even though it was like a really sad song about being like trans, and there was like a tragedy in that, and not even like mourning this person that we were supposed to be, but more mourning the life that we knew we could never have because of who we knew we were. It was a death of opportunity for us. But like, it still does feel like we shaped our perception of our own identity based off of the perceptions of other trans folks, and have spent a lot less effort into like constructing a sense of like I guess the whole of our like self and identity and expression without using like other people's interpretations and like what's prevalent in the community as like guardrails, basically. It's pretty important to how I understand myself that I'm not exactly female or male, and yeah, I'm kind of both. Politically, it still asserts that trans women are women, trans women are female, and the women slash female is useful explanatory framework for us. Eventually, I began to understand what other trans women talked about, having a shift, a split, an emergence, a crack, and overcoming a was male became female experience. That they were expressing something as important to their life as my story is to mine. The difference has to show up in a lot of ways. I mentioned before that my version of am I really trans was rooted in wondering if I had enough dysphoria for transition to be sensible as a choice, or if transition was likely to be successful. And there's a lot of people who feel that having diverged from like certain prevailing narratives about like trans identity, especially something like, oh, I knew ever since I was like fucking 4 years old or something, I think it's contributed to a feeling of othering that people feel for not like, I guess, as some might say, always having known on some level. I think there's also something I should mention, like there's also envy. A lot of envy in trans community and like queer communities, especially with how fucked up things are, and like recognizing like privilege and people who sort of like don't recognize that they are in a privileged position while trying to tell people who are less privileged that they should be like more respectable or something. Ooh, excuse me. Obviously, like, social media has us like comparing each other, right? But like, especially if someone's like self-interpretation of transness like maybe rattles your sensibilities, like there can be an extra layer of feeling invalidated based on like you literally comparing your like transition to theirs, which is something that's hard not to do on social media, because like that's part of social media's like access and function to make us like compare each other. It's fucked. Really fucks up your self-perception. The difference is shown up in a lot of ways. I mentioned before that my version of my really trans was wondering if I had enough dysphoria for transition to be sensible of a choice, or transition was likely to be successful. Part of this seems to be that I have either misinterpreted the concept of gender dysphoria, or I had a very different framework to understand it than I currently have. I think that a prevailing, like, I guess, discussion that we were privy to within, like, I say, the last half decade or so, that sort of relates to this is the concept of people who, and we have met people, and we
there are people we love that have this like interpretation of themselves as not having gender dysphoria, but seeking gender euphoria. And some people, especially with a very medicalized framework, would say that in order to want to transition, to want to change your body or trans your sex or whatever, that you're gonna like be dissatisfied with your body. And I think even though we definitely had and have dysphoria, we did resonate with the idea that transitioning enhanced our life without necessarily saving it. And honestly, it was sort of biased and informed by like the expediency in which we were able to like transition and start after like deciding that that was what we wanted to do, being in an informed consent state and being able to like, oh shit, I can do this thing, let's go. We liked that we had so much access that we didn't have to like talk to a gender therapist or anything, but also we were less understanding of the people who did struggle, and like we were comparing in the way of, oh wait, shit, or do we have privilege in that we didn't have to like fight super hard for hormones? Although more recently we have been on and off hormones a lot, and it has affected our mental health. And before, we would at least talk to ourselves about, well, like we wouldn't have died if we didn't transition. Not like, you know, a lot of other people, and not even having a schema of saying specifically that we aren't as trans as people who would have died if they didn't get like HRT or testosterone blockers or puberty blockers. And yet we still felt bad. I mean, there was even a time that we felt that like we couldn't escape the biological reality of being male, not even recognizing that there are people, especially like physicians, who will recognize trans female as a distinct like category of person, and you don't have to say, you know, AGAB whatever, that someone will understand that when someone says a trans woman or a trans man, that like, yeah, generally a person who is a trans femme like will assume male at birth, so duh, right? And that there doesn't have to be the indignity of being like, oh, I'm unfortunately male, you know. Actually, that feeds into our interpretation of feeling as though a transsexual identity immediately sort of denotes a sort of gender or like body essentialist way of framing like your self-perception, that there was like a sort of transmedicalist framework to it, because especially because of the history of transsexual referring to someone who has had surgery. But that was actually a narrow view, because looking at like stuff of the era, you can easily see that the term transsexual can be and had been used for people who did not medically transition. Even someone like Marsha P. Johnson, who didn't have access to hormones, especially being poor, did not consider herself like a transsexual, and that like she saw crossing the threshold, the changing of going to be like a woman as like
having something beyond the social transition. And I think with the amount of visibility and availability of hormones before this now very dark era that we're in now, has like made things like brighter and more hopeful, and like having that taken away and like, you know, being pushed against has definitely like affected not just like the seeing of oneself, but also like how we're allowed to be, how we're allowed to be ourselves. And some people take on specific frameworks of seeing their transness in certain ways that are easier for them to survive or like acclimate in ways that sometimes are toxic to like the community. Say like not just someone who is, say, gender like trans medicalists, but like goes as far as to police other people's bodies and goes that you're not trans enough because you're not like working hard enough to meet my specific standard of what a trans X person is, you know. There are definitely trans people who are struggling with the fact that, and we also struggle with the fact that we don't feel like we'll ever like pass, even though we don't think we're technically like quote unquote unattractive, but that's not the point. The point is like that ease of like existing. And I think that also like the friction you get from society probably also has an effect on like how you're gonna see yourself. I mean, shit, even like us playfully calling ourselves a degenerate comes from like us feeling a sense of camaraderie with the often discarded parts of the community, the "you made me look bad" parts, you know. Girl shaped thing, monster, demon, those are the things that I have integrated into my trans identity. Succubus. And yeah, you don't need dysphoria to be trans, just saying. I'm not sure if it's worth getting into specifics, but like, I don't have genital dysphoria. I was actually afraid to grow breasts. I struggled a lot with the question of whether if I really internally identify as a woman in an unambiguous way. And to be honest, I think the answer is no. And I think reflecting on this, I want to say someone should be allowed HRT even if that answer is no. However, during all this, even having these doubts and questions and feelings, I still chose to come out and present as a woman, socially identify as a woman, and live as a woman all the same, without any HRT or trans community support. This is really interesting because we had heard someone else talking about like May talking about her history with like her own identity and stuff, and talking about like how her perspective is probably informed by how long she spent like socially transitioned but not like on hormones and stuff. And there's a lot of people who say that like you don't need hormones to be trans, but then still do expect anyone who says they're trans to have some plan to change something about themselves, and that the social transition part is really just like you're at least gonna do that, right? Especially because in that sort of like make me look bad category of the people who are like non-binary, and people will go, you're non-binary but you're still expressing yourself as the gender you were assigned. What's the difference? You're just literally using another pronoun. They're gonna use you as a straw man. It's like, oh, that this person who didn't change themselves at all is trying to get into the women's locker room or whatever. And that definitely works against the community, and makes people like who are in various stages of something like not feel like safe on solid ground. that's of the people who like don't feel like completely put off and maybe even like self-isolate. However, during all this, even having these doubts and questions and feelings, I still chose to come out and present as a woman, socially identify as a woman, and live as a woman all the same, without any HRT or trans community support. My self-concept and feelings about my gender shifted throughout the years of me undergoing this transition, but never slowed me down. To me, this has always felt like a continuation of my childhood experience. I was behaviorally and socially feminine in spite of frequent punishment, even when I felt afraid. I'm not trying to flex or anything, you understand, just trying to put it into words. Put simply, for me, the evidence of my transsexuality has always been my behavior, rather than something inside. I continue this behavior even when the internal parts feel uncertain. This actually really resonated with us in terms of like gender stuff. I mean, I guess that even though like categorically I think that a lot of people would agree that like, oh, all you need to do to identify as transsexual is like to have been on hormones at some point enough to get some sort of change. And there's someone who could argue that like having the distinction of like transgender versus transsexual is sort of like signifiers of, say, on one hand, like a body feeling, or rather like quote unquote sex being, you know, unambiguously changed, versus gender and the social construct part, and like conceptualizing yourself differently. But through May's talks and through May's thread here, and especially talking about like thinking of herself as transsexual specifically because of her behavior and not something that is like physical, I think that's pretty powerful. In the same way that we feel that even if they did like some sort of, they could have some test that said 100% that people have like, say, a girl brain or a boy brain, you know, as people use like studies that have shown like trans people to have similar like brain configurations, and the same things light up for like trans people as their cisgender counterparts or whatever. We've always felt a little bit weird about that, because if there's ever like a trans brain test or whatever, like what happens, especially within like society and how in like queer culture we look at people, if something like that were to exist, if someone's like, I am gay, I am trans, I have transitioned, I'm married to a loving partner, and you take the test and it says that they have a brain that is like the one that would be reflective of what they were assigned at birth. Be like fucking bisexual erasure all fucking over again, honestly. So we feel that like trying to have diagnostic criteria explicitly to identify trans people without fail is probably not great, which is why like the whole like gender dysphoria as like the distinction of why we deserve like healthcare, for example, feels a little frustrating when like, you know, we could use that as a wider conversation of like people need healthcare, and it shouldn't have to be justified by especially if you need something that will make your life easier to live and more like authentic, like getting in the way of that is like
obstructive in a way that is hard to fully speak words to. But we felt really, I don't know, allowed into the flexibility of considering ourselves differently when thinking about like this concept, because May's framework presented here flies in the face of how we have generally thought of like transsexuality, especially talking about behavioral stuff. And it makes me think of, was it like, I think it was Judith Butler's like stuff of like gender performance and stuff. Like we are how we like behave, and like gender as performance does not denote that gender is fake, but rather like it is like it's a verb. It's like a thing that we do, like a process that we make ourselves into. To me, this always felt like a continuation of my childhood experience. I was behaviorally and socially feminine in spite of frequent punishment, even when I felt afraid. I'm not trying to flex or anything, you understand, just trying to put it into words. Put simply, for me, the evidence of my transsexuality has always been my behavior rather than something inside. I continue this behavior even when the internal parts feel uncertain. And a lot of that shifting internal interpretation isn't uncertain at all, because there's usually not a doubt or a question or a pain or a worry. I don't feel dysphoric being third-sexed, for example. The painful feelings arise from mistreatment or degradation attached to that fact. That kind of actually makes me think of like radical disability justice stuff. Of like, my disability isn't that like I have like a different functioning brain, for example, but rather that I am punished in society for having it. And the world is actively hostile to me for having, say, an autistic brain. You know, the disabling factor is like how society treats you and not giving you the tools to like navigate life like peacefully and stably and happily. I've generally experienced myself as contextually mixed gender categories, features, social identities, needs, stories, etc. in many different ways, and I see all of that as me the whole way through, at least as long as it felt authentic to me, like I actually wanted to do it. The argument from communication ethics, e.g. using the word gay for a straight trans person, contributes to the framework in which gay trans people are straight. Makes perfect sense to me, and I'm happy to comply with that. I agree with trans women are women as a message, after all. I mean, having talked about the flag that like generally we always seen as like representing like gay guy, or especially like specifically white gay guy, well-to-do in the like city that goes bar hopping culture, recognizing that the history behind the flag was actually supposed to be way more like inclusive was actually like a big surprise. And I think in more recent years, folks that we're in community with and ourselves have definitely used gay as like a catch-all term. So it is interesting that in like certain conversations, that things that like are generally like okay with a lot of people in the room, you would assume, are things that, well, communication ethics and like what terms you were using that may be like weird or like uncomfortable to others. Like we have friends that are fine with us. We have a friend that say is fine with us using faggot to describe them, but not degenerate. Like it feels bad, but they don't be like, hey, don't call yourself degenerate, don't debase yourself like that, you know? Even if they feel a little bit icked by it. Honestly, I think it's an amazing thing for someone to like be icked by something but like still respect you despite it.
or I shouldn't even say despite it, like, it doesn't actually, like, fully factor in, or at least not in, like, that judgmental, immediate way of, ugh, that's gross. I also think the kind of self-concept I'm talking about having necessarily reflects an inner conflict, self-gendering or internalized transphobic attitudes. I think rather than trans people can have entirely different ways of sensing what it means for them to be trans. Yeah, we've seen that a lot. Actually, thinking about, like, this has got me thinking about, like, autistic, like, community too. How, like, even though autistic folks can be, like, widely different from each other and, like, our needs and, like, how we communicate and stuff like that, autistic people tend to have a better time understanding and communicating each other than autistic people have with, like, non-autistic people. But I also think the kind of self-concept I'm talking about having necessarily reflects an inner conflict, self-misgendering, or internalized transphobic attitudes. I think rather that trans people can have entirely different ways of saying what it means for them to be trans. My increasing impression is that transsexuals may have an easier time working through conflicts and confusion about these differences if we have a broader range of interpretive approaches. Yeah, so, like, not just born this way, for example. I'm not sure exactly what that means here, or if I've put any of this particularly well, but it seems to be helping me pay attention to it. This is gonna sound super reductive, but I suspect that part of what people find jarring about your use of gay is actually a non-binary conceptual problem. If you find yourself a non-binary trans woman attracted to men, I suspect people would not be nearly as reactive. I have noticed that people who reify non-binary as a gender, the third gender, struggle with the idea of didactic genders, man or woman, have huge ton of non-theoretical experience and identity overlap. But accept it if you say your didactic identity is meditated by non-binariness. Yeah, I guess there is that level of, like, non-binariness feeling like it's a lot more loosey-goosey. And also, like, the historical, like, history of, like, men and women as, like, distinct social groups. And how folks have, you know, been forced into them for so long. And yeah, there's, like, a lot of, like, cultural, like, lived experience that is permeated to construct how someone may think of gender, even if they're presented with genders that are not specifically the ones that they were, I guess, introduced to at first. Wow, I have eyeballs. Wow, 2 hours, I'm still on the fucking blue sky post. Shit. I don't really know why that is, but I get very different treatment if people think I'm a trans man versus a non-binary trans man versus non-binary third gender not man. People will tolerate much more atypical experience from me with empathy and interest in category 2 rather than category 1 or 3. It is interesting because, like, I think someone can have the same, like, I think someone who identifies as a binary trans person have a very similar view of their gender as, say, like, someone who is like, I guess, related to their gender, but like of a demi variety, like two people. There could be two people, one who considers themselves trans mass and another person who is a demi boy, and they can have very similar interpretations, but still have those distinct labels for their gender. And people are definitely more or give you more leeway to do weird stuff when you're like a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B. And I mean, it is very like common for people to be using like a binary pronoun and like a neutral pronoun. But I mean, like, gender and sexuality is always like really weird and like shaped differently and weighed differently on one side than the other. So like, it shouldn't be a surprise that we all have different self-conceptions of like similar or even the same thing. But it does suck that the distinctions have sort of like a hierarchy even among things that like have a lot of overlap, and one being like more visible or seen as more valid than the other. And that's also, I think, that what may influence people to shy away from xenogenders and niche micro labels. But at the same time, I think that like allowing like ostensibly binary people to like have expansive views about gender and their own gender without saying they have to consider themselves non-binary as well, a good idea. Yeah, I have thought about that. I've tried all kinds of self-interpretations like that over the years, privately or publicly, bi gender, non-binary, trans feminine, androgyne, even genderqueer back in the day. What I've always noticed is that I've always ended up being feeling very academic. My behavior and gender expression never changed. My presentation as a woman never changed. Trans woman as my central self-interpretation has never changed. That's actually funny. We've been thinking about like our own like expression and stuff, and that like we have expressed ourselves in our gender in some of the same ways as a femme that we did when we considered ourselves masc or whatever. And it contributes to this feeling that we didn't change very much during like our now 8-year transition or whatever. And a feeling of imposter syndrome and like not being enough and not getting enough changes and just sort of like failing at that. Before recognizing like that we're not alone in folks that are like displeased or unhappy with like one or more parts of how things turned out, especially when it comes to like their body. My behavior and gender expression never changed. My presentation as a woman never changed. Trans woman was my essential self-interpretations never changed. And I don't think this because I lack the willpower to try other presentations or anything. I don't want to need to. I think I'm just not non-binary. I think it's interesting to see that from someone who said some things that like very much resonate with non-binary identity, but like that's why I said all that stuff before about like having overlaps and how you might think of each other or think of yourself, even though like they're distinct identity signifiers like of difference. Though it could be that quote non-binary may be a communication tool to help other trans people understand me better. But like if we talk about e.g. discrimination against non-binary people, that's pretty clearly not about me, which is fine. There is always nuance. Okay, so that's pretty much the long and short of Mae Bunny Pearson's like contribution to like what we're talking about at this moment. But like I thought it was very important to introduce you to the idea of like quote different interpretive schemas. I guess honestly this conversation is called the different interpretive schemas of transgender identity. That would probably be the most relevant way to come about it. Got any water? Oh. How late is it? 5 a.m. Lovely. Oh, we've went over 11 hours, so that means our next break we should switch over to the other YouTube live thingy, so it actually saves more of the VOD. But we're still in the thick of it right now. We're not going on break yet. Wow, that was just so much talking about with that. Okay, so we talked about that. Okay, so this is interesting. So thinking about the whole like parts of male and parts of female, even while considering yourself like a binary person, I think it is relevant to bring up an old favorite piece of academic writing. That this really reminded us of, and sort of reinforced the feelings that May's thread sort of like ignited in us, and that we forgot that we already had recognized. But you know, sometimes you argue with yourself. So this is going to be an anime discussion for a little bit, especially because there are different interpretive schemas, and certain people frame their gender around like their experiences of things. Wow, that's vague as hell. Their experiences of like, say, media. I mean, obviously there's the culture of like, oh, like these are transition goals, and like having a bunch of trans headcanons, and like interpreting like so many different things through like a queer lens inherently. And of course, like recognizing the things that were like kind of knocking on your door, in a sense that when you were first seeing them, you weren't exactly sure what you were looking at, but like it resonated with you in some way. For us, I know like Haku from Naruto was really interesting. I know especially like that even without using the term, there was like that vague feeling that people talked about that we knew, who were like cis and het, that felt like, oh, this isn't a girl, that's a betrayal. I was like, oh, but of course they're evil. It's like some Hays Code shit to a degree. It was, we know how we felt at the time. Now it sets us off. Okay, hold on. We might be here for a bit. Prefiguring the otaku genre, a comparative trans analysis of Stop Habari-kun and No Bra. There's so much here. That was 2 hours. Should I break up into a part 1 and a part 2 before I go straight into this? I guess that might save me the trouble of worrying about dozing off. I take a break to do it in a controlled manner. and also breaks up the like VOD sections instead of having like one big 4 or 5 hour lump. Hopefully it won't be a 5-hour lump. Okay. God, I can hear fucking birds chirping. Hell. So yeah, gonna break, and then over on YouTube, stream is going to end, and we'll start it back up on the other instance, basically. But when we come back, we'll be talking about pre-configuring the Otokonoko genre, and I guess we'll be talking about the duality of even like binary gender, and also like how we'll also be kind of editorializing how this writing like made us actually see Otokonoko sort of as a branching sort of umbrella that trans femmes and like I guess you could say like amab feminine people who don't necessarily identify as trans women, like the doe flag people, like under a sort of connective tissue, especially because the Otokonoko genre generally has a lot of trans femme readers and like influence, and there are of course trans femme like authors and creatives in that space as well. I mean, obviously, I probably end up talking about the push and pull between, like, say, femboys and trans femmes, especially as it's been stoked by the narrative that, and it's certainly been perpetuated by, like, right-wing outreach merchants who are also trying to, like, capitalize and, like, colonize, like different fandoms and hobbies for the consumption and enjoyment of the alt-right, and to try to insulate it, kind of like video games and like the woke games list of trying to like insulate themselves from anything like even with a like a hint of like progressive like thought put into it or its plot. But like thinking about what May was saying, like it did feel a little transgressive to even say that. I mean, like we have a script in our head of like going to like say Pixiv and seeing people who put Bridget, who made a Bridget picture and labeled it Otokonoko, of like, oh, this is a transphobe, this is automatically a transphobe, and also feeling sort of at odds of like, if we saw art that we enjoyed of Bridget and then we saw that it was labeled by the author Otokonoko, we were just like, oh, this ruins it, because they don't actually think of Bridget as a woman. And you know, there was also the Bridget debate that kind of affected like us and like why we haven't done a lot of YouTube videos in a while, and like feeling sort of in a like a hostile place with it all. But I think this is like very overlapping with what May was saying with the fact that despite the fact that a lot of people in the West translate Otokonoko as meaning cross-dresser, like analyzing the kanji, the meaning, see it says meaning boy child. Sorry, I should Otokonoko, also known as Otoko no Musume, is a genre of manga in which persons assigned male at birth wear women's clothing and are perceived as attractive women. The term Otokonoko is pronounced identically to the meaning are pronounced identically to the term those kanji, meaning boy child. However, due to a pun in the kanji which replaces child with daughter / girl, it translates to boy girl,
boy daughter, or sometimes boy princess, is often translated into English as crossdresser. Like, just even reading that, like, made us feel a certain way, especially with, like, interpretations of, like, gender that we've seen in works like the game Heisei Pistol Show, where the character specifically talks about like being a princess or reborn as a princess is also something that's present in Rekinder. And there are people who say like, oh, like we shouldn't speculate about the gender of like someone who like created a work and is dead. But I mean, I think that it is respectful to like talk about what may have been going on and that person's like perception of what they were like sort of processing with their art. I mean, definitely the author and everything, but like also knowing the context that and the emotion that like the art had with the person that they felt strong enough to create this thing, I think is relevant enough to look at and not just go relevant enough to look at, especially in a way where it's not just like people were like, yeah, Kurt Cobain was definitely trans. Like that's a whole like conspiracy theory thing, right? And it's just like speaking with such authority, especially so easily, it's kind of sus. But I can see why people and like I said, we had a weird thing for a while where a character who we saw as a trans film, if ever they were listed as Otokonoko, we would take a mental note and be like, oh, this whoever posted this, whoever's talking about this is like transphobic. And it's like all these little microaggressions building up. It was a mess. Less these days now, especially if you know how to deal with trolls, I guess. Or I guess not deal with them. Regardless, when we come back, we'll do the thing. Sleepy. Okay, see you soon. Whenever I wake up from my coma.
Attention passengers. Attention passengers. Viewer discretion advised. Fluff Bites' streams are intended for mature audiences. Be prepared for disturbing or dark games and themes, difficult discussions, and things that may be outside your comfort zone. Please respect boundaries and treat others with respect. If you're not 18 plus, please leave. Seth, do you remember when we first met? You know, back when we met, I thought you were kind of a mean person. You always acted like you were above us, as if our worries and our quests weren't important to you. Not in a malicious way, more like a quest to save Viagrate was on the same level as doing laundry or something. Sometimes you seem confident we'd all succeed. Something you seem confident we'd all succeed at, and you weren't sure why we were so worried. But then, slowly, gently, she puts her hand on your cheeks. Her fingers graze upon your left cheekbone, right below your scarred eye. But then you got hurt, trying to protect one of us. So, it was never true, was it? You care about us, don't you? So I feel like you're hiding something. It must be because you don't want us to be hurt. Am I wrong? Wait, what? Wait, no, come back. I need you. Wait, what? What? Excuse me? Excuse me? I think you're really cool. I'll sit down now. I didn't mean to bother you. Weird.
doll. I am not a 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 doll. I am not a. I am not a doll. 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 I am not a doll.
Oh, that was hard.
I am not a doll.
Out of my face. You're blocking my view. Shut up. Stop talking. Just go the hell away. All the world needs is me. I got my values, so you can keep yours, alright? I don't get people. Never have, never will. No objections, Neko?
I still don't know anything about the UG, or about myself, or the Reapers. All I do know is that these guys aren't my enemies.
Remember what Mr. Hanakoma said?
Trust your partner.
You think we'll make it? We'll make it. No matter what. I'll start over. In philosophy, the absurd refers to the conflict between the human tendency to seek inherent value and meaning in life, and the human inability to find these with any certainty. The universe and the human mind do not each separately cause the absurd. Rather, the absurd arises by the contradictory nature of the two existing simultaneously. The absurdist philosopher, Albert Camus, stated that individuals should embrace the absurd condition of human existence. Absurdism shares some concepts and a common theoretical template with existentialism and nihilism. It has its origins in the works of the 19th century Danish philosopher Søren Kierkegaard, who chose to confront the crisis that humans face with the absurd by developing his own existentialist philosophy. Absurdism, as a belief system, was born of the European existentialist movement that ensued, specifically when Camus rejected certain aspects of that philosophical line of thought and published his essay, The Myth of Sisyphus. The aftermath of World War II provided the social environment that stimulated absurdist views and allowed for their popular development, especially in the devastated country of France. In absurdist philosophy, the absurd arises out of the fundamental disharmony between the individual's search for meaning and the meaninglessness of the universe. I want to say here that absurdity and the absurd actually influence our theory of horror durability quite a lot, because okay, on a surface level, all horror durability is an acknowledgement of the fluidity between which things can be horrifying and cute and endearing, and how those things flow between and through each other, and the ways in which one enhances the other, an example of something sweet and something sour or spicy. By the same token, it's something that life has a little bit of good and a little bit of bad. Like what we say when we get a new follower, your life will be filled with happiness and sadness, good and bad, sweet and bitter, horror and adorable. Those two things seem to come into conflict, and they kind of do in a guttural sense, but they do enhance each other in certain ways. And not only that, but sometimes you can find cute things in something that was not meant to be, that was only supposed to be horrifying. And likewise, waiting for something to happen. Just when I thought I had seen everything in this lifetime, I sit here and watch a cyborg go diving in their spare time. I had no idea you went in for this kind of stuff. Is there anything you aren't afraid of? What if the floaters don't work, or something else fails? I suppose I'll die then. Unless you're gonna jump in to save me. I didn't beg you to come along. I sure as hell don't want to lecture. Hey, tell me what it's like to swim in the sea. What do you mean? I thought you'd already been through the underwater training course. I'm asking about the ocean, not those damn pools. I feel fear, cold, alone. Sometimes down there, I even feel hope. Hope? Huh? In those deep dark waters? When I float weightless back to the surface, I imagine I'm becoming someone else. It's probably the decompression. You wanna get out of section 9? Is that it? Bato, how much of your body is the original? Hey, are you drunk or something? Easily remedied. Thanks to chemical implants in our bodies, we could break down alcohol in seconds. No stupor, no hangover. We can just toss some back while waiting for orders. If man realizes technology is within reach, he achieves it. Like it's damn near instinctive. Look at us, for example. We're state of the art. Control metabolism, computer-enhanced brains, cybernetic bodies. Not long ago, this was science fiction. So what if we can't survive without regular high-level maintenance? Who are we to complain? I suppose an occasional tune-up is a small price to pay for all of this. If we ever quit or retire, we have to give our augmented bodies and brains back. After that. There are countless ingredients that make up the human body and mind, like all the components that make up me as an individual, with my own personality. Sure, I have a face and voice to distinguish myself from others, but my thoughts and memories are unique only to me. And I carry a sense of my own destiny. Each of those things are just a small part of it. Collect information and use in my own way. All of that blends in a mixture that forms me. And gives rise to my consciousness, I guess. I feel confined, only free to expand myself within boundaries. Confinement? That's why you gamble swimming with a body that can sink like a rock? What the hell is with you? What do you see at with the darkness at the bottom? What we see now is like a dim image in a mirror. Then we shall see face to face. That was you just now, wasn't it? Sorry to startle you. Wow, I didn't think there'd be so many people alive in one place. I'm Patches. Who are all you? We're here to save your life. You in or out? Excuse me? I think I'm doing just fine here in the library. How'd you manage to survive? With the help of my friends. I had a lot of snacks in my pack. By hiding in the closet. That's precious. What's your plan then? Eat snacks with your friends in the closet? Don't make fun of us. How did you manage to survive? Hiding under dead bodies like some kind of freak? Yes, actually. Do you want to know how I clean the blood off my uniform? Attention passengers, attention passengers. We'll be coming into the station momentarily. Please prepare your bags. And your triggers.